Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Went to One Piece World and Joins Monkey D. Luffy Team Part 5. Before we start, please go support KingJoka for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 14. Melissa. What did you just say? Izuku. Would you take a devil fruit if I gave you one? Melissa. Why would you? Izuku. I can't help but see myself in you. I was told that I could never become a hero and I almost gave up. But someone gave me a chance. Seeing you so determined to help people, I just want to help you do that. And I can't always be there to keep you safe myself. Melissa stands there wide-eyed staring at Izuku. Izuku. Although I say that, it's not as if I actually have a devil fruit for you right now. But we are going to be stopping the Blackbeard pirates from attaining 2 devil fruits. I'm sure Lawson would be willing to give us one. Though it'll still be a risk since we don't know what powers you'll be. Izuku stops talking when he notices tears starting to form in Melissa. Izuku. Whoa, Melissa. Are you okay? Was it something I said? Melissa. No, I'm fine. It's just, I'm so happy that you do something like that for me. Thank you. Melissa says as she hugs Izuku. Izuku stands there with a blush on his face before he smiles and hugs her back. Izuku. I can't stop getting stronger now. I've yet another reason to win this upcoming fight against the Blackbeard pirates. Eri. What are they talking about? Tama. I dunno. Hoda. Me neither. The next morning. The 3 ships are sailing at a peaceful pace on the open waters. On the deck of Izuku's ship, Yuga can be seen getting pummeled by Sato, Jirota and Ajiro while drinking a bottle of alcohol. He finishes the bottle and tosses it over his shoulder. His body then increases in size and muscles bulk up. Yuga. Inga Zarashi. Yuga punches all 3 of them and sends them flying. Yuga. Not bad. But if your power isn't enough to take me down in one hit, you're going to lose. Ajiro. Ow, I thought monks were supposed to be pacifists. Yuga. My epithet is Mad Monk for a reason, you know. Suddenly, Aizawa runs in and drop kicks Yuga in the face. Before Yuga can land a counter hit, Aizawa jumps off his face and extends his scarf to wrap around his head. Aizawa pulls himself closer and knees Yuga in the face. Aizawa. Being able to counter doesn't mean anything if you can't reach your opponent. Yuga. Ho, you're quite good. Aizawa unwraps his scarf and lands back on the ground. He wipes away his sweat with a towel Midoriya gives. Midoriya. That was pretty cool, Eraserhead. Have you been training? Aizawa. My quirk is useless in this world. I need to get stronger so I'm not the one being protected by my students. Midoriya. Even though you don't like to do anything aside from sleep, you'll go the extra mile for those kids. Smile, but that's what I love about you. Aizawa. What was that last part? Midoriya. Oh, just another joke. Aizawa. Sigh, of course. You just don't quit with those, do you? Midoriya. Hey, it's in my name. Meanwhile, Bonnie is seen stuffing her face in front of the kitchen. Bonnie. Oi, get me some more seafood pizza. Amajiki, why yes ma'am. Bonnie. TCH, hurry up damn slow chefs. Bonnie notices Eri, Koda and Tama gathered up near the mast. She grabs a drumstick and walks closer to see what they're doing. She can see Eri holding what appears to be an elderly seagull. Tama. You can do it, Eri. Koda. Give it your best shot. Eri concentrates on the bird and tries to use her quirk. The light from her quirk dies down to reveal the bird has been turned into a chick. Eri. I did too much. Koda. Still better than last time. Bonnie. What are you kids up to? Tama. We're helping Eri train her quirk. Bonnie. Quirk. Eri. I can turn back time on people. But I can't control it well. Bonnie. That's so. Bonnie says as she grabs hold of Mineta, who just happens to be walking by. Mineta. What's going on? Am I about to get lucky? Bonnie. Shut up. Before the 3 children's very eyes, Mineta ages into a gray bald-haired old man. Mineta. My joints. I think I've got arthritis. Bonnie. Here. You can practice on this old geezer. If you end up making him too young, I'll just fix your mistake with power. Eri. Wow, thank you, nice lady. Bonnie. Don't mention it. I had the same problem at first and it just bugs me to see you struggling. Mineta. I think my hip just gave out. Nearby, Tetsu, Kirishima and Ichako can be seen facing against Yamato. Yamato. Alright you two, go ahead. Tetsu. Alright. Kirishima. Here we go. Tetsu turns to steel and Kirishima hardens his body. They both fist bump each other. They keep pushing harder against each other's fists until both of them turn black. Tetsu. There it is. Kirishima. We're getting the hang of it now. Yamato. Good. Take note Ichako, you've got to train your armament until you can use hardening like them. Ichako. Understood. Yamato. Kirishima, turn it up a notch. Kirishima. Got it. Kirishima grits his teeth and starts hardening himself even further. He yells as he reaches maximum hardness. Kirishima. Red ride unbreakable. Yamato. Harder get even harder. Kirishima. Hey Aya. Kirishima's fist starts turn a metallic black. However, midway through turning black, the coloration recedes. He then gets his face, as well as Tetsutetsu's, slammed in by Yamato's club and sent rolling across the deck. Tetsutetsu. Ow. Kirishima. That Haki's some serious stuff. Yamato. Focus. If you can use Haki while you're like that, you'll be unstoppable, Kirishima. Kirishima. I'll do my best. A few feet away from them, Shinso and Tsuyu are sitting in front of Pudding. She holds out her two clenched hands in front of them. Pudding. Alright, which hand? Tsuyu. Left. Shinso. Right. Pudding opens her left hand and a butterfly flies out. Pudding. You guessed, didn't you, Shinso? Shinso. It was too faint for me to sense. Pudding. You can try as much as you want, but it's still too early for a brat like you. Shinso. I'm pretty sure we're the same age. Tsuyu. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it, Shinso-kun. Pudding. You still failed. Time for the punishment game. Pudding opens her other to reveal a large spider. The spider hisses before jumping and latching itself onto Shinso's face. Shinso. Muffled screaming. Shinso screams while trying to pull off the spider for a solid minute. A black whip then pulls the spider off his face and places it on the ground. Izuku. Pudding-san, please don't do something like that. You'll give people heart attacks. Itsuki. Don't take your eyes off me. Izuku hackifies his arm and uses it to deflect a slash from Kitsuki. He blocks and repels a kick from Shoto using his leg. He then ducks to dodge a kick to the head by Iida. His eyes glow red and he turns around to give a roundhouse kick to Kitsuki who tries ambush him. Kitsuki recovers and charges at Izuku along with Shoto. Izuku blocks Kitsuki's slash and Shoto's kick with his arm and the three of them end up in a conqueror's clash, causing red lightning to surge. Izuku. Not bad you two. Although, you've still got a lot to learn. Izuku says as the lightning turns green. He then pushes the two of them off and they fall on their backs. Itsuki. Damn it. Shoto. Even our conqueror's Haki isn't on the same level. Izuku. Even if you train your armament and observation, conqueror's Haki can overpower them both. You need to train it too. And once you get the hang of it. Izuku uses his black whip to grab a nearby glass. He widens his eyes and unleashes a wave of conqueror's Haki. The glass then shatters in his hand. Izuku. You'll be able to do something like this. Itsuki. PFFT, I could do that now if I wanted to. Shoto. Then why don't you? Itsuki. Shut up. Izuku. You get all that, Melissa-san. Melissa. Yeah. Thanks for giving me a good view for how Haki works. Tsuyu. Melissa-chan, where are you taking notes in the first place? Izuku. Even though there are those of us who can't fight, I figured it'd be best if we all learned Haki, even if it's just for self-defense. Tsuyu. I see. Izuku. By the way, you've made some real progress, Iida-kun. You've begun manifesting armament and observation, right? Denya. Well, yes, but. Itsuka. Hey, Midoriya, where are the carrots for tonight's stew? Izuku. Oh, they're in the back of the fridge on the top shelf. Itsuka. We checked there, there's nothing. Izuku. What? Izuku jumps up to the kitchen and goes in with Itsuka. After a short moment, they come out. Izuku. Who ate all my carrots? Boruko. That was us. Parrot. Sorry. Izuku. You even ate my Arctic mint tips, those are really rare and costed me 3 months of savings. Boruko. Burp. Parrot. We're really sorry. Izuku looks at them both with a look on his face that makes it seem like he's trying to hold in a scream. He opens his mouth but closes it and instead takes a deep breath. He makes a loud audible sigh while lowering his head. He looks back up and stands up straight with a blank expression on his face. He then takes off his boots, gloves, shirt and pants in front of everyone and hands them to a surprised Itsuka. Izuku. Change of plans, we're having a seafood hot pot. Izuku says before walking to the side of the ship and jumping overboard. Enki. Damn, you'll made him snap. Shoto. I'm just glad he was wearing shorts underneath his pants for whatever reason. Nami. You two better find a way to make it up to him. Tsuyu. Iida-kun, what were you going to say? Shinso. Yeah, it looked like you were. Denya. Sigh, it's just as Midoriya-kun said. I have started to manifest both armament and observation. But, I have not shown any signs of Conqueror's Haki, even though I was thought to be candidate. Hiroshima. So what, a lot of us were tested too, and none of us who passed have shown any signs of awakening it. Aside from Todoroki and Bakugo. Denya. I know, but in a world like this, you need as much power as you can possibly get in order to survive. Midoriya-kun put his life on the line for us. I need enough power so I can do the same. Sato. It's not as if you can just awaken it if you feel like it though. Yui. Indeed, all you can do is keep training and hope you manage to awaken it. Pudding. There's an easier way, you know. Denya. There is. Pudding. Yeah, way easier. Shinso. What are you going on about? Itsuka. If there was such a way, Luffy-san or Zoro-sensei would have told us about it. Pudding. You really think those blockheads would have figured it? They may be strong, but their brain power isn't really all that. Denya. What is this other method, Pudding-san? Pudding. It's trauma. Denya. Trauma. Pudding. Conqueror's Haki users, especially those who aren't aware they have it, will often activate it when they experience extreme psychological trauma or in situations of absolute desperation. Denya. That can't possibly be true. Pudding. Of course it's true. My mama, Big Mom, goes through it. She has a picture of someone really important to her called Mother Caramel. When the picture got destroyed, she went into complete shock and subconsciously unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. Parrot. Oh yeah. I remember that. Shoto. Even if that is true, traumatizing someone isn't something you should do. Denya. I haven't exactly been traumatized. There was the incident with my brother, but I've moved past it. Pudding. I'm not saying you yourself have to get traumatized. With my devil fruit, I can transfer someone's traumatic memories to your mind. Denya. Disregarding why you would do that, who would possibly agree to that? Pudding. You could always ask your captain. Denya. Huh. Luffy-san. Pudding. Oh right, you kids are from another world, so you don't know about the Paramount War. Hiroshima. Paramount War. Pudding. Every now and then, he has waking nightmares about it. It's no exaggeration to say what happened there scarred your captain for life. Both figuratively and literally. Pudding says as she makes an X over her chest with her fingers. Nami. That's enough, Pudding. Pudding. I was only trying to help. And besides, it's not as if it's a secret. Nami. Luffy may have gotten over it, but that doesn't mean you should make light of it. Tama. Ace. Nami. It's okay, Tama. Denya. The Paramount War. Yamato. Let's just forget about that. Oi Kakin, come and spar with me. Itsuki. Would you stop calling me that? Yamato. But that's your name, ain't it? It's even on your poster. Itsuki. Damn it all, the whole bloody world knows me by that name, it's all Deku, and that shitty doctor's fault, I'm gonna kill both of them for that. Shoto. Blame it on yourself. You refused to tell us your hero name, so Midoriya just went with your childhood nickname. Just then, a giant clam is thrown onto the deck, nearly hitting Kitsuki and Shoto. 2 giant krill, 3 giant crabs and an extra large octopus are thrown on deck right after. Izuku then jumps back on the deck and shakes himself dry. Izuku. Alright, that along with the other ingredients, should keep all of us stocked up for a while. Itsuki. Damn it Deku, you almost hit me with that damn clam. Izuku. Oops, sorry about that. May. Hit the deck. Right as May, who's in the crow's nest, says that, something lands in the water next to the ship and causes the ship to violently sway. Izuku and Shoji use their abilities to grab people and stop them from sliding off deck. Mount L. Ugh, I'm starting to feel seasick. Izuku. Hatsune, what was that? May. There are about 6 ships up ahead, they aren't flying pirate or marine flags, but they're firing at us. Izuku. Must be bounty hunters. What a pain. Nami. May, do you think we can take them all out with a gun cannon? May. They're too spread out, we'd need to do multiple shots. Nami. Shoot, we can't afford to waste coal like that. Chopper. Well then what do we do? Izuku. I think I have an idea. Kakin, Shoto, you two follow me. Everyone else try and deflect as many cannonballs as you can. Itsuki. You giving me orders? Shoto. What are you planning? Izuku. You'll see. Melissa-san, ready the soldier dock system. Melissa. Got it. Shoto. Soldier. Itsuki. Dock system. Chopper. Whoa, seriously? Nami. This ship has one too. May. It's finally time for my babies to shine. Izuku bends down and opens up a hatch in the floor. Izuku. Down here. Buy us some time, everyone. Izuku jumps down the hole. Skeptical, Kitsuki and Shoto follow after him. Yamato. You heard, stall for time. Stop those cannonballs. Yamato yells as she charges to the front of the ship. She jumps up and swings her club to knock away a cannonball. Yuga strikes next as he punches a cannonball into the water. Chopper. Me too guard point. Chopper jumps ahead of Yamato and Yuga and transforms into a massive giant ball of fluff. Sato, Jiroda, Ajiro, Shoji, Vlad, Tetsutetsu, Kirishima, Inasa and Mirio stand behind Chopper and hold him in place while he tanks the cannonballs. Inasa. How much longer? Melissa. Any minute now. The transponder snail next to the helm wakes up suddenly and starts speaking. Izuku. All set here Melissa-san. Melissa. Alright, let's do this. Melissa presses a button on the helm. The floor opens up and 6 numbered levers rise up. Melissa grabs hold of the lever numbered 2 with a smile on her face. Melissa. Soldier dock system channel 2. Melissa pulls back the lever and the ship starts shaking. The gold bow of the ship splits at the bottom to form a small opening connected to the water. Within the small opening, a goggles-wearing figure can be seen smiling. In the next instance, a fast black object shoots out from the opening like a rocket, creating a vacuum-like effect that makes the waters behind it to get sucked into the direction it's heading. Bernon. What was that? On the water's surface, Izuku can be seen riding on what looks to be a sail-less raft, with a Midoriya green underside and black top that has an engine at the back and 2 paddles on the sides. At the front where the underside meets the top, a number 2 is painted on. At the center of the top, a lion figure reminiscent of the sunny is emblemized on it. 1. Izuku. Thousand Stormer 2. Chopper. Whoa, no way. That's Nami. Ace's ship. Izuku skillfully rides the waters on the ship as if he was surfing and makes his way to one of the ships. Izuku. When Jinbei-san first brought this ship to me, it was in shambles. I couldn't imagine anyone ever having rode it. But after restoring it to its former glory, I was amazed. I couldn't help wanting to modify it to fit me. Upgrading it to run on 1-for-all's excess bioelectricity and making a retractable mast and sail may have been minor changes, but this ship is under my control now. Bei-san, thanks for making such an awesome ship. Red veins cover Izuku's body as he fires up full cowling. The ship begins accelerating even faster in the direction of the opposing ship. Izuku. This ship may have been built for speed, but now it's strong enough to survive anything. Let me show you gear second. Izuku fires up his second gear and places his hands on the ship. The ship gets coated in Haki and starts accelerating even faster somehow. In a burst of speed, Izuku and the Stormer go straight through the enemy ship. Izuku. Black Ballista. Ryuko. Such power. Niranjeki. He went straight through without so much as a scratch on him or the raft. Izuku. Yosh, let's keep this going Melissa-san. Melissa. Already on to channel 4. Melissa exclaims as she pulls the lever numbered 4. A hatch then opens up in front of the helm. Out of bursts an object into the sky with flames trailing behind it. Once the flames disperse, Shoto can be seen in the sky riding some sort of glider with the number 4 painted on the underside. Shoto. Sky Scorcher IV, eh? I like it. Momo. He's flying. Okoyami. More like, he's riding the waves in the sky. Shoto ignites his left leg and the flames get transferred through the glider and out the back, boosting him forward. He rises high into the air before descending rapidly. Shoto. You're gonna burn. Shoto yells before punching forward and launching a massive fireball that destroys the ship. Just then, an explosion can be heard and another ship starts sinking. Pixie Bob. What was that? Mandalay. That wasn't one of them. Melissa. Oh, but it was. Beneath the surface of the water, a yellow submarine with a 3 painted on the top is standing by underneath the sinking ship. Inside, Katsuki can be seen sitting in a seat with his arms connected to 2 metal pipes. Katsuki. Now this is what I call firepower. What did Deku call this thing again? Ah, who cares? I'll call you Killer Mine 3, let's give these bastards another taste of your power. Katsuki yells as stomps down and pushes a pedal by his feet. A small capsule launches from the arms of the submarine and explodes into the ship. The explosion causes the ship to almost instantly sink. Katsuki brings his vessel to the surface and sticks his head out the entrance. At the same time Shoto lands and floats in the ocean. Katsuki. How's that, losers? Hahaha. Yamato. Oh, so it was Kaken who caused the explosion. Katsuki. Damn it, you're ruining my moment. Izuku. Everything's working 100%, Melissa-san, Hatsum. Melissa. Good to hear. May. As expected. Izuku. Alright, let's wrap this up. Izuku clenches his head as he feels a sudden pain. Shoto. Midoriya. Katsuki. The hell are you doing, Deku? Nami. Is something wrong, Izuku? Izuku throws his head back while still clenching it as the pain reaches its climax. Izuku grits his teeth and his eyes glow red. He lets go and quickly uses black whips to grab Katsuki, Shoto and their vehicles and pull them closer to him. Suddenly, all 3 remaining ships are blasted to pieces and large waves are formed as a result. Everyone hangs onto something to avoid being thrown off the ships. Katsuki and Shoto hang onto the sub while Izuku sits in the striker trying to calm himself. After some time, the waves calm down. Katsuki. Ugh, what in the ever-living buck was that? Shoto. It completely obliterated those 3 ships. Sigh. Izuku-kun, are you okay? Izuku. It happened again. Danger sense. And it triggered my observation Haki again too. I'm fine, just a little shaken up. Dageru. What was that thing? To say. I don't see anything nearby us. Nami. Whatever it was, it took down those 3 ships for us. Izuku. Is it really over? Something doesn't feel right. Izuku narrows his eyes as they once again glow red. The glow vanishes and Izuku's eyes widen from shock. Izuku. Somebody, toss me a sword now. Confused, Ibara grabs Izuku's snow sword and tosses it at him. Izuku catches the sword and moves the stormer to the side of the ship. Izuku. Yuki no Yoru. Kakuto. Izuku transforms his snow sword into its crucifix form and hackifies the blade. He jumps up and uses the blade to block another blast identical to the one before. Izuku uses skywalk to remain in the air. Izuku can clearly be seen struggling to push back the attack. He in fact is the one being pushed back by the attack. Izuku. GRR, Nai Gorilla. Izuku bulks up both his arms and starts pushing harder. Despite his increase in power though, he is still being pushed. Unable to do anything else, Izuku gives one final yell before pushing with all his might and redirecting the attack up into the air. The attack then explodes with a ripple-like effect in all directions. Izuku lands back on the stormer and his sword unexpectedly snaps at the place where it clashed with the attack. Ichako. Deku, are you alright? Your sword. Izuku looks at his snapped sword for a moment. The blade emits snow and repairs its shape. Izuku. That attack, it didn't have any Haki in it. Yamato. No way that thing was that strong even without Haki. Izuku. H. Hatsum, do you see anything in the direction of the attack? Mei. No, nothing at all. Izawa. Does that mean it came from outside our field of vision? All Might. That would mean it came from over 5 kilometers. Lad. To travel that far and still retain that kind of power, what kind of monster is that? Meanwhile, at a distance of around 10 kilometers away from the ships, a small single-person boat in the shape of a coffin can be found. A dark-haired man wearing a coat whose eyes seem serious yet calm is standing on the boat while holding a long black crucifix-shaped blade. He narrows his eyes for a moment before sheathing his sword on his back and sitting down. Horo, that scared all of them for sure. The female figure wearing gothic Lolita clothing appears to float up from beneath the mast. Perona. You find what you were looking for? Mihawk. No, if he were on that ship, he would have been able to block that instead of being forced to deflect it. Perona. Eh. Then you made us take this detour for nothing, what a waste of time. Mihawk. No smile, I managed to see something interesting. I look forward to seeing whether or not it'll be worth an effort in the future. I'm satisfied, let's go home. Perona. Huh. What do you mean go home? I said I wanted to go shopping. Mihawk. Is that the attitude someone who returned after leaving should take? You caused me to get involved in a meaningless battle. Perona. It couldn't be helped, there was no point in staying there anymore. Perona says with a saddened look on her face. Mihawk. 1 hour of shopping. We need more red wine anyways. Perona. Yeah, I knew you'd come around. Later that night. The ships are sailing calmly along the cool ocean breeze. Nobody is on the deck aside from Mineta and Denki, who are just laying on their backs. They lay there in silence until Shiro walks up to them holding 3 mugs of soda. Shiro. Oi, Kaminari, it's your turn to manage sailing. Denki. I'm no good at that. Shiro. We're going in a straight path, so all you need to do is not turn the wheel. Denki. I'm still tired from today's training though. Mineta. At least you guys can actually train. My body isn't suited for anything besides practicing medicine and sniping. Shiro. What's up with you by the way? You're looking a bit on edge. Mineta. I'm keeping an eye out. Trouble always seems to happen when the 3 of us are together. Denki. What? Mineta. Don't you remember the Kuja pirates or that time we fished up a sea king? Shiro. Those were just coincidences. You're being paranoid. Mineta. Well, maybe you guys are right. Denki. Yeah, besides, what could possibly happen right now in the middle of the night? Not a ship or sea king in sight. Mineta. Fair enough. I can just kick back and rel. Mineta's speech is cut short as, out of nowhere, a giant bird comes in and plucks him off the deck with its bird feet. Mineta. I freaking knew it. The and S. Mineta. The bird starts flying off into the distance, causing the two to chase after it until they reach the ship's railings. Enki. Where the hell did that thing come from? Zero. Who gives a crap, we gotta save Mineta. Zero yells as he sends tape to try and grab the bird. The bird however turns its head around and breathes fire to burn the tape. Zero. What the? Enki. What kind of hell bird is this? Izuku. What's with all the noise out here? Zero and Denki look to the entrance of the captain's quarters to see Izuku standing there with his hair tied up like sais. Zero. Izuku. Nijire-senpai got carried away while she was braiding Iri's hair and I couldn't stop her because she got way too close and Tsayu held me still. Anyways, what are you guys screaming for? Denki. Mineta got carried away by a giant fire-breathing bird that came out of nowhere. They went that way. Izuku. What? Izuku runs up to the helm and pulls the lever numbered 1. An opening opens up underneath the golden figurehead. Izuku runs up the figurehead, jumps off it and lands on Kuro. Izuku. Wake the others, secure the other 2 ships and follow after us with my Viver card and a coup de burst. Hang on Mineta-kun, I'm coming. Izuku yells as he and Kuro fly after Mineta and the bird. Zero and Denki meanwhile get to work waking up the others. After several minutes of flying, Izuku manages to spot Mineta and the bird. Izuku. Aha, found M. Stay stable, Kuro. Izuku stands up on Kuro and readies himself as they get closer. He then leaps forward with his fist cocked back. Izuku. Damn bird. Izuku yells as he punches the bird in the head, sending it crashing down. Izuku maintains his position in the air with Skywalk and uses Black Whip to grab Mineta. He pulls him free and they both land back on Kuro. Mineta. Oh god, thank you Midoriya. Izuku. Don't mention it. We need to land so we don't get caught off guard in case that bird comes back. Looks like there's an island up ahead. And so, Izuku and Mineta land on the island. Meanwhile, everyone else was ready to blast off. Nami. Alright, everyone ready? Yui. I've shrunken the other 2 ships so we can take off. Shoto. Everyone is gathered on the ship as well. Nami. Alright, Achako. Achako. Okay. Achako places her hands on the ship and causes it to start levitating. Melissa pulls the lever causing the ship to vibrate for a moment before the lever shoots back into place. Melissa. Coup de burst. Melissa pulls the lever and launches the ship through the air with a burst of wind. In no time whatsoever, the ship Izuku and Mineta has landed on pull into view. Achako releases her quirk and allows the ship to start falling. Inasa uses his quirk to gently lower the ship down into the water. Izuku jumps onto the ship with Mineta in tow and Kuro flying onto it as well. Mineta. Sorry about that guys. Nami. Sigh, we took a big detour because of this whole mess. Oh well, if we set sail now we can make up the delay. Izuku. Alright, that was a real scare and all but let's get back to sea. I guess I'll be the one on look huh? Izuku was saying until he suddenly gets a surprised look on his face. The others turn around to see what he was looking at and see the sails on fire. Chopper. Ah, the sails. Nami. How did they? Caw. Everyone looks up to see the bird from earlier flying above their heads. Izuku. You dang bird, I swear I'll catch you and grill you over an open fire Nami-san. Nami. I know rain spark. Nami uses her Kleem attack and throws a weather egg into the air. The egg cracks open and rain clouds pour out. Izuku then uses Black Whip to grab Kota and raise him up in the air. Izuku. Gimme a hand here, Kota. Kota. Okay, big bro Deku. Kota shoots streams of water from his hands to help put the fire out along with the rain. Several panic-filled minutes later, the fires are put out, but the sails however are ruined. Izuku. Ugh. May. The masts are fine, but it looks like we're gonna need a couple new sails. Izuku. I thought so. Yaoi Rozu-san, any chance you could make some new sails? Momo. If it were just one then I could manage, but we need multiple ones of such sizes. Izuku. It's fine then. Guess we'll have to set up camp here and see if there are any sailmakers on the island. Let's go back to sleep and wait till. Izuku, Kitsuki, Shoto, Yamato, Shinso, Tsayu, Yurauge, Bonnie and Carrot widen their eyes as they sense something and get into battle-ready positions. Izuku. Don't move. Momo. What's wrong? Shoto. Something's here. Kitsuki. Whatever it is, it's strong. They're all kept on their toes looking for whatever was out there. Izuku notices something out of the corner of his eye and sees a cloaked figure coming straight at him. Izuku hackifies his arms and counters a hackified punch with one of his own. Izuku pushes the figure back leaving them open. Carrot and Shoto rush in to try to scratch and slash the attacker. The attacker dodges both their attacks and retaliates with a kick to Shoto's jaw. Yurauge tries to punch the figure, but they dodge and deliver a blow to the gut. The figure jumps up to avoid Bonnie touching them and bicycle kicks Katsuki, who came at them from behind, in the head. Izuku grabs hold of the figure with his black whip. The figure manages to break free from the black whips and lands back on the ground. Denya. Midoriya-kun. Denya tosses Izuku Nidai Kitetsu and Ger plus Norgan no Kiba. Izuku catches both blades, unsheathes and hackifies them. The figure lunges at him and clashes its fist against his blades. Izuku uncrosses his blades and deflects the attacker. He then lunges forward and rapidly thrusts forward with one of his swords. Izuku. Polka Rise. The figure manages to dodges Izuku's high-speed attacks and backflips to gain some distance. The figure clenches their fist before punching forward and launching a massive fireball at Izuku. Izuku gains an expression of sudden realization before smiling at his opponent. Izuku. Kitsunebi Ryu. Homurasaki. Izuku slashes forward and cuts through the fireball. Shoto uses his quirk to create ice walls to block the resulting flames. Izuku. No point hiding after that last attack. Too obvious, huh? The figure says as they toss aside the cloak they are wearing to reveal a familiar blonde top hat wearing fellow. Izuku. It's been a while, Sabo-san. Sabo. Yo, Izuku. You got a lot stronger since last we met. Yamato. Oh, it's Sabo. Chopper. Sabo. Big bro Sabo. Pudding. Didn't expect to run into you here. Sabo. I could say the same thing, Pudding. Oh, Bonnie, you're traveling with Izuku's crew. Bonnie. For now anyways. Nami. Sabo. Sabo. Oh, Nami. You got super fat. Immediately upon saying this, Sabo is met with the end of Nami's clean attack to hid face. Fortunately for him, it goes straight through his face thanks to his devil fruit. Sabo. I'm kidding. Anyone can tell at first glance that you're pregnant. Nami. You really are as boneheaded as Luffy when it comes to women, aren't you? Sabo. Sorry. By the way, who's the father? Nami. It's Luffy. Sabo. Nami. I said Luffy is the father. Sabo. Izuku. Sabo-san. Izuku touches Sabo's shoulder only for him to fall on his back clutching his chest. Izuku. Sabo-san. Sabo. Sorry, that just caught me off guard. I didn't think Luffy even knew about Hex much less was interested about it. Izuku. To be honest, I kinda thought the same. Itsuki. Can someone explain who the hell this guy is? Izuku. Oh, right. This is Luffy-senpai's older brother, Sabo-san. Ichako. Luffy-san's older brother. All Might. Oh, that's right. We've heard about you from young Midoriya here. Sabo. That clears up a bit of explaining then. Itsuki. Wait a minute, if you knew who we were, why the hell did you try and attack us? Sabo. Well, I was hoping to see just how strong the one claiming to be Luffy's son really is. I must say I'm impressed. Izuku. Thanks, Sabo-san. But, what are you doing here? Sabo. I was on a mission for the Revolutionary Army. One of our comrades was captured by the Marines and being transported in the area. We rescued them from the prison ship and have been hiding out here on this island until it's clear for us to leave. Hyoka. Revolutionary Army. Mina. We heard that name before, but was it? Sabo. We're an organization that directly opposes the world government. This world truly is more corrupt than it looks. Children and innocent people being sold into slavery, countless countries fell to ruins or have been destroyed because they were forsaken by the world government, and those world nobles who have committed atrocities are left unaccountable. We will destroy this corrupted power that controls and rots the world. Momo. Wow, that's so noble. Midnight. These brothers are more heroic than they seem. Seriously, it sounds like something you'd hear from a comic. Sabo. Anyways, what brings you to this island? Izuku. One of us here got abducted by a bird that I can only assume came from this island. After rescuing them, we ended up having to stop here. And in doing so, we gave that bird an opportunity to burn our sails. Sabo. Oh, it must have been a Chikoro bird. They're nocturnal birds that live here on the island. They're usually harmless, but they're known to hold grudges for those that interrupt their hunts. Apparently they taste pretty good when cooked. Although you have to remove the flame sac otherwise they taste like ash. Izuku. You tried to eat one, didn't you? Sabo. What can I say, I was hungry. All Might. They really are brothers. Sabo. Now then, I should be heading back to camp. I'll see you guys in the morning. Sabo says as he tries to stand up. He however seems to slip and land on his butt. Izuku. Sabo-san, are you okay? Sabo. I'm fine. Looks like that bicycle kick from earlier knocked the bolt loose. Sabo says as he grabs his right foot by the ankle and seems to pull it along with half of his foreleg off. Sabo. I was right, the bolt came out. I told them it'd be best if they'd just let me weld it. Izuku. Sabo-san, your leg. Sabo. Oh, this. Well, fighting two admirals will do that to you. Not to mention those CP0 agents. This part of my leg was cut off so I wouldn't try to escape. If it was my arm, then I guess it would be a problem, but I can live without a leg. Izuku. You were captured. What exactly happened while I was gone? Sabo. You didn't hear it from Luffy. I figured he would have told you. Chopper. Luffy figured you wouldn't be happy if he talked about it. Sabo. Well, it's not something an older brother would be happy about. Would you care to hear, Izuku? Izuku. Yes. Sabo. Alright then. It happened a few months ago, during the Lively. I, the chief of staff, along with the revolutionary leaders of the North, South and West Blues, invaded Mary Geoise. Bonnie was there too, but she luckily managed to get away before things got hectic. Anyways, we were tasked with two missions. 1. Declare war on the world government, and 2. Rescue our ally who had been turned into a slave for the celestial dragons. Izuku. And. Sabo. We failed. When we tried to rescue our ally, Bartholomew Kuma, we ended clashing against the agents of CP0. Not long after that, Navy Admirals Fujitora and Ryakuju arrived on the scene. I could fend them off for a while, but not forever. We were overwhelmed. While fighting against Fujitora, I was blindsided by a CP0 agent when I tried to break away to get to Kuma and got my leg cut off. After that, I was finished off by Ryakuju. Fujitora seemed disinterested in a dishonorable victory. The four of us were captured and sentenced to execution at New Marineford. This of course was a prompt to bring the Revolutionary Army to Marine headquarters so they could be annihilated. In other words, the Marines tried to create another Paramount War. Hiroshima. There it is again, the mention of the Paramount War. Momo. I still wonder what the importance of it is. Sabo. However, this war progressed much differently than the previous one. This one went to absolute chaos. It ended up turning into a three-way war between the combined forces of the Navy and world government, the Blackbeard pirates, and the allied might of the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat pirates. Izuku. Luffy Senpai and Blackbeard were there. Sabo. Yeah. Blackbeard and his crew were after what they couldn't attain in Dressrosa, the flare fruit. Izuku. It's clear to see that they lost though. Sabo. Yeah. Heh, it's really laughable, an older brother being saved by his little brother. Ace would probably laugh at me. Although, I'm glad. It's not only me but Luffy as well. We both refused to lose another brother. Yamato. Such a strong bond between brothers. Nami. We were just glad to be there for Luffy for once. Pudding. Still, that fated meeting between those two was seriously underwhelming. Chopper. Yeah. Izuku. Between who? Sabo. Between Luffy and Dragon-san. All Might. Dragon, who's that? Sabo. Dragon-san is known as the world's worst criminal and is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He also happens to be Luffy's father. Izuku and All Might. Coughing up blood. Really? Sabo. You didn't know that either. Izuku. Luffy-san never talks about his family and there wasn't any mention about that in the ship's logbook. Nami. I guess I left that out by mistake. Sabo. Despite meeting his father for the first time in his life, Luffy couldn't care less about him. Though I guess that's how Luffy's always been. If he were really interested in his family he would have asked his grandpa about them. Midnight. So the father is the leader of a radical group opposing the government while the son is the most wanted pirate in the world. That's one hell of a family. Nami. You have no idea. Sabo. By the way, Nami, have you been keeping in contact with Vivi and Cobra? Nami. No, not recently. We really should though. Izuku. Vivi, that's the Princess of Alabasta if I remember correctly. She sailed with the crew before too. Did something happen with her? Nami. Well, sort of. I don't really know myself. Sabo told us that something happened between her and some guys called the Gorosei. Sabo. I can feel something bad might happen to Vivi soon. And I know Luffy will be determined to protect her if something were to happen. Izuku. Fourth. Something terrible is coming. Izuku. What is happening in the world? Sabo. Yosh, now that I've reattached my leg, I should be on my way. Izuku. Before you go, there's something I want to ask you. Sabo. What is it? Izuku hackifies his arm and formats his fingers into the dragon claw position. Izuku. From watching you fight in Dressrosa's Colosseum, I was able to mimic your dragon claw technique. But I've been unable to comprehend that other technique you used to destroy the stadium. If you could just tell me what you did, I'd really appreciate. Sabo. I can tell you're really observant. But what I did can't be caught by the eyes. Tell me, have you heard of Ryuo? Izuku. Ryuo. Yamato. It's what we in the land of Wano call Haki. Sabo. I'm sure you're already aware of armament Haki and its advanced form, hardening. But, there are more advanced forms. Sabo says as he walks up to Izuku. He thrusts his palm forward and stops inches away from Izuku's face. An invisible force however still hits him in the face causing him to stumble back. Izuku. Ow, what was that? Sabo. The first step beyond hardening, emission. This technique is the projection of the user's Haki flow outside their body without a medium. It allows you to attack and/or repel the target without making physical contact. In order to use it, you must transfer all the Haki from within your body to your hands. This makes use of the excess Haki within and surrounding your body that goes unused. You can't force the Haki though, you must let it flow. You can use it in conjunction with hardening and imbue it into your weapon as well. Enki. Far out man. Itsuki. You've gotta be shitting me, just when I thought I had this under complete control, you're telling me there's still more. Izuku. Wait, this reminds me of something. Izuku flashes back to when he fought against Luffy the day he returned from his world. The moment he remembers specifically is when Luffy knocked him back by shoving his palm in Izuku's face. Izuku. That's what Luffy senpai used back then. Sabo. Yeah, Luffy can use emission as well. Further than that, Luffy can use the next step beyond that. Sabo says as he picks up a medium-sized rock and holds it in his palm. Sabo. Whereas emission can damage and repel. Sabo says as he hakifies his other hand and uses emission Haki to push the rock. Sabo. Internal destruction causes your Haki to flow into the target and destroy them from the inside. Sabo says as the rock suddenly explodes into pieces. Hiroshima. Whoa. Sen. That's some videogame finishing move shit right there. Sabo. And it's this internal destruction that makes that move, Ryusuken. Ryu no Ibuki, possible. You find the core of the target and strike there. Pour your Haki into the core and you'll be able to destroy anything. Izuku. Amazing. Sabo. I hope you'll get the hang of it. Shoto. I'd like some advice too. I can use flames as well, so I was hoping you could teach me some moves. Sabo. Sure, anything to help Luffy's Kree. Pound you. Sabo's face suddenly goes pale as a female voice is heard by everyone. Before anyone can even blink, Sabo gets his head punched into the ground by an orange-haired woman. Sabo. Ow, what was that for, Koala? Koala. You know exactly what that was for. You ran off without telling any of us where you were going, again. Sabo. How can you just hit someone with one leg over something small like that? Koala. Punch, don't go calling it something small every time you disappear. You end up making all of us worry a lot about you, even more so now after we lost you. Sabo. Ow, I'm sorry, okay. Koala. Sigh, geez. You're causing us a lot of trouble lately. Smile, but I'm glad you're fine. Sabo. Oh, is that a tear in your eye? Koala. Blush, and no it isn't, you idiot. Pony. Who are you? Sabo. This is Koala. She's a member of the revolutionary and an old friend of mine. Isetsu. These brothers sure like their redeeds. Koala. Whoa, so these are the quirk holders Robin-san told you about. Some of you guys look really weird. Izawa. So even these guys know about the existence of quirks. Surprised you could tell on first glance though. Sabo. Well, you guys are traveling with Izuku, so that was a dead giveaway that at least some of you had those powers. Lad. Okay, fair enough, that makes sense. Koala. You should keep your powers secret. If it gets out that you have natural superpowers, people will be hunting you for your abilities. Sabo. Don't worry though, we won't say anything. Izuku. Thank you, Sabo-san. Sabo. Don't mention it. It's the least I can do for Luffy's son, or I guess my nephew. Still can't believe I'm gonna be an uncle. Aw. Everyone looks up to see a Chikoro bird circling above. Izuku. Sabo-san, you said they tasted pretty good, right? Sabo. If they're prepared right. Think you can do it? Izuku. Smile, I might as well try. The next day, at a weapons shop in town. Izuku. Stop trying to rip me off, there's no way this thing is worth that much. Shop owner. It's a fair price, you little prick, this Kanabo club is made from the finest iron this side of the red line. Izuku. Lies, I could probably bend the iron club with my bare hands. I'm not paying 5,000 beeli for a chunk of cheap iron that wouldn't last after one swing. Shop owner. Then hit the road, there are plenty of others who'd want a weapon of this caliber. Izuku. If it hasn't been bought by now then it isn't worth buying. And another thing, Izuku looks behind the shop owner to see a silver club hanging on the wall behind him. Izuku. Oi, how much for the club on the wall? Shop owner. That piece of junk. I've had that thing returned more times than this island has seen rain. Everyone who buys it ends up breaking their wrists after one day. Izuku. I'll take it. Shop owner. You're one crazy brat. 400 beeli. Izuku. 370. Shop owner. 440. Izuku. 340. Shop owner. 450. Izuku. 360 and I'll trade you 3 Chikoro eggs. Shop owner. Fine, deal. After giving the shop owner the Beely and 3 Chikoro eggs, Izuku exits the shop with his new club and walks into the scorching hot desert city. He takes his arms out of his coat and lets it hang loose. Using Black Whip, he secures his new club on his back. Izuku. Alright, I managed to save some money there. Still, it's crazy that people can't see the power within this weapon. What a waste. Izuku's stomach starts grumbling as he's walking, causing him to sigh. Izuku. I'm hungry. I was hoping to put some of the money aside to buy weapons for the others, but I guess I'll put something in my stomach first. Izuku finds a nearby restaurant and decides to head in. He takes a seat on a bar seat. Izuku. Sorry, can I get something to eat? Anything's fine as long as it's a lot. Chef. Got it. Anything to drink? Izuku. Cola please. The chef takes Izuku's orders and gets to cooking. After a minute, Izuku is brought a mug of cola. Soon after he's brought a large plate of extra large drumsticks. Chef. Here you go, an extra large helping of Chikoro bird drumsticks. These ought to fill you up. Izuku. Thanks, these look pretty good. I better eat these quick since the repairs to the ship are probably done by now. Izuku says before proceeding to gorge down on the bountiful pieces of meat in front of him. In less than a minute, half the plate is gone. While he's still eating, the chef brings him another plate full. Chef. It's been a while since I saw someone eat with such spirit. This plate's on the house. Izuku. Smile thanks. Izuku continues to eat like a man who'd been starved for days. Nothing, not even bones, remain on the first plate. As Izuku's busy finishing off the second plate, he suddenly starts choking on his food. A mug of water gets placed down in front of him which he immediately grabs and chugs. Izuku. Whew, that was close. You're gonna end up dead if you eat like that, you know. Izuku looks to his right to hear the voice coming from the person sitting on the bar stool next to him. The stranger is wearing a large cloak that prevents Izuku from seeing their face. Izuku. Oh, was this your cup? Thanks for the water. Izuku says as he holds the cup to the stranger. The stranger grabs the cup by the handle with his right hand and places it down in front of him. Using the same hand, he grabs a corked bottle of wine and pops it open with his thumb. He pours some into the mug and places the bottle back down. Want some? Izuku. And no, I can't drink alcohol yet. That's so? The stranger picks up his mug and drinks some. Izuku does the same with his mug of cola. Izuku is the first to place his mug back down and finishes off the rest of the meat. The stranger finishes his wine and puts his mug back down to refill it. While he does, he gets a glimpse of Izuku's tattoo. You're part of the Straw Hat Pirates, aren't you? Izuku. Yeah I am. You've heard of us. There's rarely anyone nowadays who doesn't recognize that mark on your back. Izuku. Oh, right. Guess we are kinda famous now. Do you enjoy being a pirate? Izuku. Smile yeah. Sailing with this crew has been the time of my life. Sure we've had our ups and downs, but never once did I ever regret joining. You've been able to see the world while on sea, haven't you? Tell me, how does it look through your eyes? Izuku looks confused at the man's words for a few seconds. From the tone of his voice, Izuku could tell the man was asking a serious question beyond how the world physically looked like. Izuku. I haven't seen much of the world. I haven't really seen anything outside of the new world, and I'll admit my view of the world is an ignorant one. But, I can tell that this world on the surface level looks rather peaceful. On the contrary, the world has a hidden dark side. I've seen it. Children used as experiments, people losing their humanity and being turned into what is essentially a slave, and the world government turning a blind eye to the actions of a monster they allied with. I feel as I've only scratched the surface of what the world is hiding. Izuku. But, there are truly good things and people in this world. There are those who fight for freedom, pirates and marines who'd work together to save innocent kids, and even a captain who'd be willing to risk his life for someone who gave him something to eat. Though I haven't seen all of the world and there are probably a lot worse things out there to discover, I know that there'll be good things out there too. You're awfully naive. Not only are you optimistic, you've got childish enthusiasm, but I kinda like that. Sometimes I miss when I was like that. The stranger stands up from his bar seat and reaches into his coat with his right hand. He pulls out a bag full of Beely and places it on the counter before grabbing the bottle of wine and turning around. That should cover both our costs. Feel free to keep the change for yourself. Izuku. EA? Really? You told me something interesting today, it's the least I can give you. See you. The stranger says as he walks out of the restaurant. He steps into a nearby dark alley and takes a swig. There you are. The stranger looks up to see something fall from up above. It lands in front of him and he is able to see it as a person with an unusually large face. Oh, it's just you Iva. Ivankov. Don't give me that, we have been looking all over for Vayu, the ship's been ready to depart for hours now, what were Vayu thinking? I needed a drink before we set sail. Ivankov. How would that take Vayu an hour? What were Vayu really doing? The stranger walks past Ivankov while taking a swig. He stops just before the end of the alley. I was just spending time with my grandson. Ivankov. VV Vayu have got a grandson. Kind of. Ivankov. What kind of? Geez, sometimes I don't get Vayu. Ivankov says while the stranger walks out of the alley. The desert winds blow the hood of the cloak off of the stranger's head to reveal their face. Ivankov. Dragon. Meanwhile, Izuku is walking back to the ship after having settled the bill at the restaurant. Izuku. Where did that guy go? I wanted to thank him for paying back there. He was nice, but they're off about him. Strangely enough, he seemed pretty strong too. Oh well, no use thinking about it now. Izuku reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sucker. He unwraps it and pops it into his mouth while he continues walking to the ship. After a while, the ship comes into sight. As he approaches, Izuku sees a male bird up in the air. Izuku flips a coin up in the air that the bird catches. In return, the bird drops a newspaper which Izuku catches and begins reading. Izuku reads the newspaper and uses skywalk to make his way onto the ship where the others are waiting for him. Izuku. I'm back. Itsuki. Took you long enough. Yamato. You find one good enough, Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, and I got it for a real steal. Nami. Thumbs up, good job. Izuku. You can teach me some moves with this thing, right, Yamato-san? Yamato. Yep, it's gonna be pretty tough though. Izuku. I can take it. Anyways, we better get going. We got stalled on this island long enough. If we're lucky with currents and winds we can probably. Izuku suddenly goes silent. Everyone looks at him to see his eyes widen in shock. He grips the newspaper tightly to the point of almost ripping it. Ichako. Deku. Sai. Is something wrong? Chopper, hey Izuku. Izuku. I have to talk to Law-san. Izuku says as he drops the newspaper and quickly moves towards the helm where the transponder snail resides. Chopper picks up the paper and begins to read it. His eyes soon widen much like Izuku's. Chopper. What is this? Nami and Yamato peek over Chopper's shoulder to look at the paper, only to gain the same shocked expression. Nami. You're kidding. Yamato. This isn't good. Izuku picks up the receiver of the transponder snail without pushing any buttons so that he's connected to the snail on the Sunny. Almost immediately, the receiver on the other end is picked up. Law. So you read the paper. Izuku. Law-san, please tell me this was part of your plan. At the very least, tell me you considered the possibility and planned for it. Law. Yeah, you could say I was hoping for an outcome like this. Law on the Sunny says as he looks at a newspaper. Specifically the article given the title Big Mom invades Impel Down and causes massive jailbreak. Law. Why else do you think I gave the bodies of those 4 to the Marines instead of just tossing them in the ocean? Izuku. What were you hoping to accomplish with this? Law. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I started gathering allies to fight with us in the war against Blackbeard. Sometime before the clash with Big Mom, I heard that one of them was captured by the Marines and sent to Impel Down. I figured I could bait Big Mom into breaking them out for me. And it worked. Izuku. Who were you hoping would escape? Law. The former 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jozu. He'll be a key fighter in the war. Izuku. That's fine and all, Law-san, but what about him? Did you consider that he would break loose? Law. Of course I did. You should probably send some of your fleet to Dressrosa. We'll deal him when the time comes. I was never fine with him just being sent to prison anyways. He'd be better off dead. I'm sure your chef will agree after hearing what he's heard from Viola. Meanwhile, on an unknown island. A certain figure can be seen standing atop a hill and facing the sun. Walking up from behind him is a hunchback slimy looking man carrying a pink feather coat. What's the plan now that you're free? The slimy figure says as he hands the coat to the figure in the sunlight. The coat. We can't rush into things. First, we find Caesar and get the production of Smiles back on track. Then we get in contact with Kaido. And after that, we pay those 2 upstarts a visit. I like that plan, this'll be fun. Just wait. I'll take my time killing them, the enemies of the gods. 2 weeks later, on the Golden Deku. Shoto is standing at the back of the ship against the railings of the right side of the ship. He raises and cocks back his left fist. He ignites his fist and punches forward to launch a massive fireball. Shoto. Heiken. The ball of flame heads towards the other side of the ship where it gets sliced in half and extinguished. As the flames are extinguished, the person who sliced the flames can be seen as a tall man in a kimono holding two swords. Hinnaman. Was that good enough, Izuku Dono? Hinnaman says as he refers to Izuku watching on the sidelines and taking notes in a journal labeled sword techniques. Izuku. Yeah, that was great. I was able to get a great view of your movements. This should really help with my form. Shoto. Being able to slice flames in half with only a sword, it's impressive. Hinnaman sheathes his sword and walks towards Izuku. As Izuku finishes taking notes, a woman with green hair looks over his shoulder to get a peek of his notes. Wow, Izuku-san manages to take such detailed notes so quickly. It's quite impressive. Izuku. Oh thank you. Iori-sama, you are making him uncomfortable. Please be considerate and step back. Yeah, Izuku's trying to get stronger and you're just being distracting. Iori looks to see the one speaking to be a masculine person wearing rather feminine clothes and a small black-haired child. Behind them stood a much taller woman who wore a kimono and had only one arm. Iori. Oh, I suppose you're right. I apologize, Izuku-san. Izuku. And no, it's fine. I was just a little happy that you complimented my notes. Momonosuke. You haven't changed, Izuku. Izuku. I suppose I haven't. But, you've certainly grown, Momo. The Shogun of Wano himself is my friend, I couldn't be happier. Momo. Smile. I couldn't do it on my own though. I owe it all to the Akazuya 9 and Luffy. Hinnaman. It's been our pleasure to serve under you, Momonosuke-sama. We will ensure that Odin-sama's legacy shall live on through you and the new land of Wano reborn in his vision. Right, Izo, oh Kiku. Izo. Yeah. Kiku. Of course. Momonosuke. You guys. Izuku. I still have to see it for myself, the new land of Wano. You'll show it to me, won't you? Momonosuke. I will. Izuku. That's what I was hoping to hear. Now then, let's get back to training, Kin-san. I still have to master Kitsunebi Ryu. Hinnaman. True, your form is good, but you still have much room for improvement. Izuku. I can use some of the techniques, but I still can't manifest flames like you can. Hinnaman. At the rate Izuku Dono is able to grow and develop, you'll be able to master it soon enough. All it takes is training. Izuku. I see. By the way, I heard that Okiku-sen was a masterful swordsman as well. Deku. Yes, I was one of the Akazuya 9 as well. I would show you my skills, but I'm afraid my ability isn't as good as it once was. Izuku. And no, it's fine. I was just hoping you could explain your techniques for me. A description and overseeing my attempts would be appreciated. Hinnaman. If notes can be useful to you, then I have something for you. Hinnaman reaches into his kimono and pulls out a small red notebook. Hinnaman. This is for you. Izuku. What is this? Izuku says as he takes the notebook. Hinnaman. This notebook contains detailed explanations and drawings for each of us Akazuya 9 and our skills. I'm certain that the skills in here will be most useful. Izuku. This is incredible. When did you make this? Hinnaman. After Wano was freed from Kaido's reign. I made it for you if you were to return. Consider it my thanks for the help you've given us and for being so kind towards Momonosuke-sama. Izuku. Kin-san, thank you. I don't know if I'll be able to master all of these, but I'll try my best. Hinnaman. You shouldn't undermine yourself. With your skills and power, you'll be able to inherit the skills of all of the Akazuya 9 and more. Izo. Kinnaman and Momonosuke-sama sure seem to trust this kid a lot. Deku. Yeah, Kin-sama trusts him deeply and spoils him. Izuku. Ah, I almost forgot. Izo-san. Izo. Izuku. Law-san wanted me to ask you if you would take part in our war against Blackbeard. Please, we require your assistance. Izo. Deku. Ani-chan. Izo. I am a member of the Akazuya 9. My job is to serve and protect my lord Momonosuke-sama. But, I believe it's about time we avenge Pops. Alright, I'll join and make sure Teach gets paid his due. Izuku. Thank you. With this, we have 3 former commanders of the Whitebeard pirates on our side. Shoto. I wonder how much stronger our forces can get at this point. Hinnaman. Izuku Dono, if I may. Izuku. Something wrong, Kin-san. Hinnaman. No, I just wish to ask that I may join in your crusade. Izuku. You sure? Hinnaman. Luffy Dono and Law Dono saved the land of Wano from Kaido. The 9 of us were no match for Kaido, but they prevailed for our sake. I cannot call myself a man if I don't find some way to pay back the debt I owe. Please, let me fight for you. Izuku. I'll have to talk to Law-san, but I'm sure he'll welcome you on. Izuku says as he holds his hand out to Kinnaman. Kinnaman grabs Izuku's hand and grips it tightly. Kinemon. Thank you. Momonosuke. Izuku, can I sail with you too? Izo. Momonosuke-sama. Izuku. Do you realize what you're asking? Momonosuke. I know. I'm not strong enough to set sail on the seas, and I have my duties in the land of Wano. But, there's something I need to ask Luffy. I just want to stay on this ship until I can do so. Izuku. I suppose if it's only for a little while then I suppose it would be fine, but… Kinemon. Denjiro and the other Akazaya 9, along with the gifters, should be able to protect the land of Wano. And compared to Oden-sama, this isn't really that serious. Deku. If Momonosuke-sama and Kin-sama are staying, I'll stay for extra protection. Hiyori. I'll stay as well. Momonosuke. You can't fight either. You'd be in danger all the time. Hiyori. I'm sure I can handle myself better than you at least. And I want to know that my brother will stay safe. Izuku. That reminds me, why did you come, Hiyori-san? I understand Izo and Okiku coming to protect you and Momonosuke, but why did you come in the first place? Hiyori. Well, I thought I could see Zorojiro-san again. Izuku. Shoto. Zoro-sensei. Why? Momonosuke. You too. Izuku. Anyways, I suppose it's fine for her to stay. Shoto. Want to get back to training? Izuku. Yeah, I have to train my swordsmanship to reach the next level. Momonosuke. Hey Izuku. I have a sword I want you to. Izo. Speaking of swordsmanship, there's something we wanted to give you. Izo says as he reaches back and grabs a scroll that he tied to him. He kneels down next to Momonosuke and unrolls the scroll. Izo. Whisper, I know what you want to give him, Momonosuke-sama, but I don't think the timing is right. From the unrolled scroll, the hilt of a sword rises out from. Izo grabs the hilt and pulls out a sword with an orange sheath. Deku. This was the sword I used as a samurai. It was shattered when we were fighting against Kaido. It has been reforged by a master swordsmith. I've since acquired a new sword and would be happy if you were to use it. Okiku says as Izo hands Izuku the blade by the sheath. Izuku grabs the hilt of the sword and looks quite surprised. Izuku. It's ice cold. Izuku grabs the sheath and removes it to get a good look at the sword. Izuku. Amazing. You wouldn't be able to tell this was reforged. Thank you, I'll be sure to put this sword to good use. Momo. So this is where you are, Midoriya-kun, Todoroki-kun. Izuku. Yayoi Rozu-san. What's wrong? Momo. We're being invaded by a pirate ship. Shoto. Nani? Izuku. Where are they? Momo. At the front of the ship. Izuku. Let's go. Shoto. Right. Kinemon. Okiku, Izo, protect Hiyori-sama and Momonosuke-sama. I&K. Got it. Izuku, Momo, Shoto and Kinemon run towards the front of the deck. Izuku. Where did they come from? Momo. We were sailing nearby an island when they came out from a hidden rock formation. I assume they were waiting to ambush us. Izuku. Where are Nami-san and the kids? Momo. They've hidden in the barracks. Shoto. Up ahead. Ahead of the four of them, they can see the others fighting against a group of pirates. Shoto and Izuku both proceed to draw 3 swords, while Momo and Kinemon both draw 2 swords. Shoto runs ahead of the 4 of them and crosses his swords. He lunges forward and uncrosses the blades to slash a large number of pirates. Shoto. Onigiri. Izuku jumps into the air and holds his swords over his shoulders. He then does a circular swing and launches a compressed blast of air into a crowd of pirates that knocks them off the ship. Izuku. Hyakuhachi pound ho. Izuku lands back on the deck and blocks some pirates trying to slash him. Momo and Kinemon come in and slash the pirates to free Izuku. Izuku. Is everyone alright? Sato. Yeah, we're good. Perwaro. These pirates ain't that tough. Mirio. Makes for a pretty good workout actually. Izuku. You guys may be right. These guys don't appear strong even with observation Haki. Bernon. More an annoyance really. Amajiki. They're still as scary looking. Mount L. And they just keep coming. Izuku. Perhaps if I take down their captain, they'll stop. I'll be right back. Izuku says as he jumps on board the deck of the other ship. The opposing pirates try to surround him, but they all fall unconscious when Izuku unleashes a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Izuku. These guys are really weak. Who are you? Coming out of the what appears to be a circus tent in the middle of the ship is a moderately obese man riding an also moderately obese lion and a man riding a unicycle. Izuku. Either of you two the captain? Humming after the captain's head, You're crazy if you think you can take him on. He's a former warlord, you know. Izuku. A former warlord. This just got interesting. He's not getting the point. Whatever, let's just cut him up. Izuku. I've already cut you up. Izuku says as he reappears behind the both of them. He sheathes his sword and all three of them, including the lion, fall to the ground unconscious from slash wounds. Izuku. Are these guys really Warlord's crewmates? Izuku says as he walks into the circus tent. Once inside, he notices a balcony high up. He jumps up and lands there to find a man with his hair tied into a three and a dark-haired woman sitting around a round table. Looks like one of them made it past Kabaji and Moji. Those two got lazy, so it's no wonder they lost. And now we have to clean up after them. Izuku. You two don't look strong, so I assume neither of you are the captain either. You know, this kid looks familiar. I'm surprised you haven't fallen for my charm yet, boy. Looks like I'll need to be a bit more physical with you. Izuku. I'm not really one for hitting women, but… Izuku reaches into his bag and pulls out his violin. Izuku. Knocking you out doesn't have to be a physical action. Now I remember where I saw him. Who is he then? He's a member of Straw Hat's crew. Not to mention his bounty is over 900,000,000. A member of Luffy's crew? Hey, child. Where is Luffy? That's not a question you should ask, Alvida. Alvida. Shut up, 3 Where's Luffy? Izuku. What do you want with Luffy senpai? If you're looking to claim his bounty, you're out of luck. Alvida. Don't be ridiculous. I want to make him my husband. Izuku. What? Alvida. He was the first man to lay his hands on me. I'll never forget that passionate punch of his. Just touching the spot where his fist made contact with my face gives me a tingly feeling all over my body. Izuku. This woman, she's just as bad as Hancock's and well, maybe not that bad. Boy, where's the brat who's been ruining the party? From behind the curtains that are behind the round table, a human head wearing some sort of cloak floats in. A pair of hands and feet appear in 4 corners of the cloak and form a sort of giant body. So you're the captains of that ship, do you know who you're messing with? I'm Buggy, the genius jester. You'd best get on your way before the great Buggy sends you crying back to your mama. Izuku. Buggy. Oh, that makes sense of the crew's strength. Mr. 3. Hey, Buggy, you shouldn't mess with this kid. Buggy. He's just a kid. Watch, I'll scare him off like a baby. Buggy looks back to Izuku to find him inches away from his face. Buggy. Oh. Izuku. Bell. Izuku yells as he headbutts Buggy with his hackified forehead into the floor. Buggy simply lies there dazed as Izuku lands. Izuku. Seriously, how could Luffy-senpai have struggled against you? I get it was back when he first started his journey, but geez, even now you're weak. Buggy. Damn it, what's with this kid? Mr. 3. That's what I've been trying to tell you, he's part of Straw Hat's crew and he's got a near billion Beely bounty. Buggy. Straw Hat. Even if he's nowhere near me, his damn crew finds a way to screw me over. Izuku. Well, this turned out to be less dangerous than I thought. At least the others got a good workout from this. Wait, that gives me an idea. Hey, clown. Buggy. It's Buggy, you little snot. Izuku. You sell weapons, right? Buggy. Yeah, what about it? Izuku. Smile, let's make a deal. Some time later. Ioka. Whoa, this is a fine blade. Ioka says as she unsheathes a rapier to get a good look at the blade. Okoyami. Indeed. This dark blade will slash through the evils that hide within the light. Monoma. Not a bad rapier. Although this low quality should be expected from a pitiful pirate crew. Bigeru. Whoa, this katana is so freaking sharp. Pony. Yeah, and so long too. Shoto. It's about time I got some new katanas. I was tired of borrowing Bakugos. Izuku. Shishi, I'm glad you guys like them. Shoji. So he just gave these to you? Izuku. Yeah, in exchange for letting him say he beat me though. Not that bad a trade-off, I'd say. Izawa. What about your pride? Izuku. Helping my friends is more important than my pride. All Might. Well said. Amajiki. I wonder if I can use this sword for larger fish. Najire. I didn't know you were interested in swords, Amajiki. Amajiki. Well, I figured I'd try it at least once. It could help me with preparing larger animals. Mirio. Good for you, buddy. Way to mix it up. Amajiki. Smile T thanks. The next day. Izuku is locked in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Mirio, Maruko, Najire, Inasa and Tiger. The 5 of them rush at him with kicks and punches. Izuku manages to dodge and deflect each of their attacks, but he is being forced back in the process. Behind him, Shoji is standing with 6 swords pointed outwards, with the top pair pointing diagonally upwards, the bottom pair pointing diagonally downwards, and the middle pair being horizontal. Shoji. Rakutoryu Ogi. Kurosu Chimiram. Shoji leaps forward and brings all his blades together in the center to try and slash Izuku. Izuku hakifies his back to block the blades. He then unleashes a wave of Conqueror's Haki to give himself some space. The 5 who attacked him from the front immediately recover and try to attack him again. The Gyre tries a kick from above, Maruko tries a low sweep to the legs, and Mirio, Tiger and Inasa try for punches to the gut and the face. The appendages they use to attack all turn metallic black. Izuku smiles before pushing his palms against each other. Izuku. Ninja art. Awoken steel body hardening. Izuku hakifies his whole body and flexes his muscles to harden them. The 5 of them all clash against Izuku's body, only to seemingly make no impact. Izuku. Mutoryu. Kakujo o Tatsumaki. Izuku spins and creates a twister that blows all of them back. Izuku unhakifies his body and stops flexing. Izuku. Whew, you guys are getting pretty good. Mirio. Still not good enough though. Tiger. I'm sure we'll get better with time. Inasa. Alright, I'm getting fired up, let's go again. Maruko. Yeah. Izuku. Nah, that's enough for now. Let's take a break for now. Maruko. Already? Izuku. It can't be helped. We're sailing through pretty thick fog right now. It's best to stay on alert since we can be easily ambushed here. Tiger. Yeah, you're right. Izuku. Anyways, as a reward for your effort, I'll cook you guys your favorites. Najire. Yay. Shoji. Sounds good. Maruko. Alright, sweet. Maruko says as she walks up to Izuku, who looks at him confused. She stands on her toes and bites his ear. Maruko. Garchu. Izuku. Blushao and Maruko-san, what are you doing? Maruko. Thanking you. You like it when Carrot does this, right? Izuku. No, I just understand that it's Carrot's way of showing affection. And even still, I'm still a bit bothered since it hurts a bit. Besides, she does it to Luffy-senpai more than me. Maruko. Oh, that's so. My bad. Izuku. Sigh, by the way, where is Carrot? Mirio. She went to give a status report to Luffy and Law. Izuku. Oh yeah, that's right. It's time for the weekly update. Meanwhile, Koda and Momonosuke were watching the training from nearby the railings. Koda. Whoa, big bro, so cool. Momonosuke. Yeah. Say those two have pretty big boobs, don't they? Koda. Blush, why I guess. Kinemon. Their lower halves are also quite appealing. Koda. EA. Enki. Yeah. Mineta. Agreed, but I'm more of a boob man. Koda. Where'd you guys come from? Momonosuke. Hey, with our age, we could easily get into a bath with them. What do you say? Koda. I don't really. Mineta. Dude, you brat, it's already too late for me, but you still have a chance to get some boobs. Suddenly the 4 of them got punched on the head by Tiger, who puts his hand on Koda's shoulder. Tiger. I won't let you turn him into one of you. Koda, never listen to anything they tell you to do. Koda. Oh okay. Back to Izuku, he's standing by the helm next to Nami and Melissa, who's sailing. Izuku. I seriously can't see an inch within this fog. Melissa. Me neither. I hope we don't crash into any other ships. Izuku. I think we'll be fine since a few of us have observation Haki. Anyways, we're almost at the island. Just 2 more weeks. Nami. Yeah, 2 more weeks. Nami says as she gently rubs her stomach with a smile on her face. Nami. Smile, I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Izuku. Smile, Nami-san, before we reach the island, I'll send you to someplace safe like Dressrosa. I don't want you near the battlefield. Nami, thanks Izuku. Sigh, people keep looking at me as if I can't fend for myself lately. Izuku. Shishi, we're just being protective of our crewmate. Izuku says while giving a Luffy reminiscent smile. His expression quickly changes as his eyes glow red and narrow. He shifts his gaze to the mist ahead of them. Nami. Izuku. Melissa. Is there something there? Izuku. I don't know, but I sense a faint life force. Izuku continues to look into the mist with his glowing red eyes. They widen and lose their red glow. Izuku grabs the helm and proceeds to steer the ship to the left. The ship, however, grinds against the side of another sea vehicle. Everyone on deck can feel the shaking caused by the collision. Mount L. W.O. Ragdoll. What's going on? Amy. I think we crashed into something. Izuku. Melissa, drop anchor. Izuku says as he runs to the center of the ship where they clashed with the other one. Izuku. Hey, is everyone alright over there? We're sorry. Izuku yells only to get no response. He waits to hear a voice as everyone else gathers around him. Izuku. Hey. Hiyori. Is this ship possibly abandoned? Aizo. We can't be sure for certain. Stay on guard. From the other ship a figure covered by the darkness of the mist can be seen walking towards them. Are you the one who crashed into our ship? Parrot. Huh. Chopper. Oi. Nami. That voice. Izuku. Yeah, I'm sorry. We couldn't see you due to the thick mist. Are any of you injured? The figure remains completely silent and stands there. Without so much as a warning, the figure leaps forward straight at Izuku with a punch ready. Izuku reacts quickly and counters with a punch of his own. As Izuku and the figure remain in the clash, Izuku feels a sharp pain in his side. Nami. May, turn on the lights. May. Okay. May says as she flips a switch attached to the mast. Lights on the side of the ship and on the mast turn on and illuminate the surroundings. Now that the lights are on, the other ship can clearly be seen to be a giant snail of sorts. Izuku can also now see that the one he's clashing with bears a striking resemblance to Sanji. Nami. I knew, it is you, Yanji. Yanji. Love struck. Oh, it's the pretty lady from Whole Cake Island. Aw, geez, looks like someone else already got to take her. All Might. Who is this person? Enki. And is it just me, or does he look a lot like Sanji-sensei? Chopper. That's cause he's Sanji's younger brother, Yanji. Pixie Bob. Younger brother. This joke. Oh, Yanji. I get it, that's kinda funny. Izuku. You're Sanji-san's brother? Yanji. Biologically yes. So you're a part of that failure's crew. Izuku. What did you just call Sanji-san? Yanji. Same thing we've always called him, a failure. What, does that make you mad? Yanji says as he begins pushing Izuku's fist back. Yanji. Ever since we were kids, he's been a weakling. Honestly, it's embarrassing. Izuku. No way you. Yanji confidently smirks as he continuously pushes back Izuku's fist. Much to his surprise though, Izuku suddenly pulls back his fist causing Yanji to fall forward. Izuku then punches Yanji in the face with all his strength. Izuku. Are so much weaker than Sanji-san. Izuku yells as he proceeds to launch Yanji straight into the side of the giant snail, causing it to tilt to the side slightly. Izuku then stands up straight with his fist clenched. Izuku. I don't care if you're part of his family or not, I won't tolerate anyone who dares to insult my crew. Yanji pulls himself out of the crater he created by crashing into the side of the snail. He hovers in the air and wipes away the blood from his mouth. Yanji. Not bad for Sanji's friend. You might actually make for a good punching bag. Bring it. Izuku. Sure, I'll give you a hug. Izuku coughs up blood and he grips his chest above his heart. His head starts pounding to the rhythm of his heartbeat and his vision starts to blur. Izuku with his bloodshot eyes looks down at his hand to see his skin turning purple. Izuku. What is this? Izuku falls on his back while still pressing his fist against his heart. Everyone. Deku Izuku Midoriya. Everyone gathers around Izuku to find him unconscious with parts of his body turning purple. Ichako. Deku. Sai. What's wrong with him? Chopper. I don't know, he's not responding. Parrot. Wait, what's that? Parrot says as she points to a large needle with a wooden cylindrical barrel stuck in Izuku's side. Yanji. TCH, that explains it. Oi, your buddy's been poisoned. He'll be dead in a minute or two. Ibara. What? Ichako. Crying Deku, no. Itsuki. Damn it Deku, you can't die from something like this. Nami. Chopper, can you save him? Chopper, I can't, I don't know what type of poison it is. Even if I did, there's no way I could treat him that quickly. Crying I'm sorry Izuku. Kinemon. Damn it, is there not some way we can save Izuku? Dono. Shoto. Wait, what about Eri? Itsuka. That's right, she could reverse the effect of the poison. Eri-chan. The group turned to Eri to see her with tears dripping down her face. Eri. Crying Deku. Izawa. It's not an option. If she tried to use her quirk now, she wouldn't be able to control it and might completely erase him. I hate to say this, but there's no chance of saving him. Sorry Midoriya. Denya. Crying damn it. Melissa. Crying no Deku. Sai. Crying Izuku-kun. All Might. Crying young Midoriya. Yanji. Oi, who gave permission to shoot? Sorry, that was my call. From the large snail ship, another figure jumps down onto the deck of the ship. The figure is dressed in pink with the same curly eyebrows as Yanji. Nami. Ryuju. Ryuju, I'm sorry Nami. I couldn't recognize the flag the ship flew in this mist and I assumed we were being attacked because my idiot brother got himself in a fight. Nami. That's fine, but more importantly, you can save Izuku, right? Like when you saved Luffy, right? Ryuju. Of course. It's no problem. Ichako. Crying really? Thank you. Ryuju. You're welcome. Now then. Ryuju walks closer to Izuku and bends down to pull out the needle from his side. Ryuju. Make yourself useful and dispose of this, Yanji. Ryuju says as she tosses the needle to Yanji, who catches it in his hands. Ryuju gets on her knees in front of Izuku. The purple coloration had spread to cover his body up until his neck. Ryuju. Impressive, most people would be dead by now. You're a fighter just like Luffy-kun. Seemingly randomly, Nami covers Yuri's eyes, Carrot covers Tama's, and Chopper in his heavy point covers Kota and Momonosuke's eyes. Yuri? Huh? Tama? What's going on? Nami? If she's gonna cure Izuku like she cured Luffy, then you kids shouldn't see this. Ichako? Huh? What do you mean by that? Ryuju? Now then, I did Akamasu. Ryuju says as before everyone's, she proceeds to seemingly kiss Izuku. All Might coughs up blood, Aizawa widens his eyes from shock, the male's jaws collectively drop, and many of the girls start blushing. Kinemon. What is this? Aizawa. My god. Aizo. Oh my. Melissa. SS she just KK kissed Deku. Mineta. And she's getting into it too, damn it Midoriya, you lucky bastard. Itsuka. Is this what they call a FF French kiss? Benki. Dang, that's Midoriya's first kiss whisper, as long as you don't count Recovery Girl. Sayu. Rii. Denya. Asui-san. Sayu. Rii. Zero. What's she doing? Sayu. Rii. Kota. That's the cry of a threatened frog. Sato. If not for your quirk, I would have questioned how you knew that. Sayu. Rii. Momo. Tsu-chan, please try to calm down. Ichako. Blush why is she doing that to Deku? Nami. Trust me, it'll all make sense in a minute. As the lip lock continues, the purple coloring on Izuku's skin starts receding towards Izuku's mouth. Momo. The poison. Bajiro. It's vanishing. Mirio. Is she eating it? The purple color continues to recede where it's at the point that it only covers his necks and shoulders. Izuku's eyes slowly open and immediately widen when he sees the predicament he's in. He turns an extremely bright red and he starts flailing his arms around in a panic before passing out again from shock. Enki. He couldn't handle the surprise. The purple color reaches to the area surrounding Izuku's mouth. A few seconds pass before Ryuju breaks away from Izuku. Everyone immediately runs up to Izuku. Chopper. His heartbeat is stable and his rash is gone, he's cured. Ichako. Crying hug Deku. Bernon. Amazing. She saved him from the brink of death just like that. Vlad. What kind of ability is this? Ryuju. Not bad. But, lip lick his old man was tastier. Mineta. I kinda wish I'd got poisoned instead. Nami. Thank you so much, Ryuju. Ryuju. No need to thank me, I was the cause of the problem after all. Anyways, I should take my leave now. Nami. What, are you really going without us properly thanking you? Ryuju. We promised we wouldn't interfere with Sanji's life anymore. Bringing harm to his friends counts as interfering, don't you think? I have a feeling we'll meet again though. Ryuju says as she floats back up to the snail ship. Moments later, the snail ship sails off. Izuku stirs awake once more and sits up. Izuku. Ugh, my head. What happened? Ichako. Deku. Sayu. Izuku-kun. Iida. Midoriya-kun. Chopper. Izuku. Iri. Deku. The five of them hug Izuku tightly while crying their eyes out. Izuku. Huh? Seriously, what happened? Nami. We'll explain it to you. Just remember not to mention it to Sanji. Meanwhile, on the Germa ship. Yanji can be seen sitting in a lab of sorts staring at the needle used to poison Izuku. Ryuju walks in causing him to smirk. Yanji. Sure it took your time. Ryuju. That wasn't part of the plan. That poison was meant to be fake. Yanji. I figured it'd be easier to make a more convincing performance that way. Besides, you would have pretended to cure him anyways. Ryuju. That's besides the point. Did you get it? Yanji. Yeah. Yanji says as he opens the barrel of the needle to reveal a chamber. Inside the small chamber are two capsules that appear to be interchangeable. The capsule connected to the needle is open with traces of a purple substance inside it. The other disconnected capsule seems to be filled with a red liquid. Yanji takes the capsule out and raises it up to get a good look at it. Yanji. This is the blood of the kid with that strength-boosting quirk. I managed to confirm that quirk nonsense that clown told us about was real in this fight. With this, Germa's military might will be unstoppable. And thanks to that gas bastard, all we need to do is wait a year at most. Ha 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 ha. Ryuju. I'm sorry, Sanji, Luffy-kun, Izuku. 2 weeks later. Izuku can be seen standing at the front of the ship. As the sun rises, an island comes into view. Izuku. There it is. We're so close now. On that island, the prologue to the war against the Blackbeard pirates will take place. Chapter 15. It is the morning of the fated battle between the allied forces of the worst generation and first and second ships of the Blackbeard pirates. Right now, Izuku, fully geared up, is standing outside the kitchen with Nami, Pudding, Ragdoll, Hiyori, Kota, Eri, Tama and Momonosuke. He draws his black sword and slices open a portal in the air. Izuku. This portal will take you all to Dressrosa. Bardo, Cavendish and Hadrian will be there to make sure all of you will remain safe. Hiyori. Is this really okay? You all are going to be risking your lives in this battle after all. Kota. Yeah, why can't we fight too? Tama. As a Kunoichi, I have to fight. Big bro Luffy is counting on us winning this battle too. Izuku. You know you kids aren't ready for battle yet. Hiyori-san and Ragdoll-san have no means of fighting, and Nami-san can't put herself in danger in her condition. Eri. But. Izuku. Besides, I couldn't forgive myself if any of you got hurt in a battle like this. Ragdoll. Come now you little kittens, you know he's right. Momonosuke. Yeah, we aren't strong enough. Momonosuke says as he grips fists tightly in frustration and his expression turns serious. He lightens up however when Izuku bends down and pats him on the head. Izuku. Don't feel bad about it. You kids are gonna get stronger and one day, you'll fight with us. Izuku stands back up and gives the kids a smile. Izuku. You don't need to worry, we'll all come back just fine. Nami. I hope you intend to keep that promise. Don't push yourself, remember Yamato and Chopper are there to help. Izuku. Yeah, I'll be careful. Now you guys better go now. Pudding. Yeah, you don't have to tell us twice. Just get this over with quickly, I want to get back to the Sunny as soon as possible. Izuku. Trust me, this won't take long. The others have all grown tremendously stronger, they should be able to stand up against the Blackbeard pirates. This will be over before you know it. Nami. Just don't be too full of yourself. Come on you four, let's go. Izuku. Oh, before you go Nami-san, please take this. Izuku holds up his black sword and its scabbard for Nami. Nami. Why are you giving this to me? Izuku. I thought about this and in the case something serious happens, I might not be able to keep this sword safe. This blade is our main means of transport not only on the Grand Line, but between worlds. We'd be in a bit of trouble if it broke and weren't able to get our hands on the reincarnated fruit. That's why I want you to keep it away from the battle. Nami. I see. Okay, you can leave it to me. Just make sure to contact us once the battle is over. Izuku. You got it. And so, the 8 of them walk through the portal. Once they all cross over, Nami sheathes Izuku's sword and closes the portal. Izuku. Down to 4 swords, I'm sure there'll be enough. Izuku turns around and ties his hair into a wolf tail. He walks towards the front of the ship where the others are waiting for him. He pulls his arms out of his coat and grabs his club from Yamato. He uses his black whips to secure it to his back. Izuku. Any signs of the enemy spotting us? May. No, I haven't seen anyone in the surrounding area. We're safe. Izuku. Good, where's Bonnie-san? Iraj. She said she had something to take care of. It sounds like it will be long before she can join us. Izuku. That's so. We can't afford to waste any more time, so we'll have to go on without her. Izuku says as he walks ahead of the others and stands at the front of the ship. Hitsuki. Forget her, we've got all the power we need to win this. Shoto. Don't get overconfident. We're dealing with an emperor's crew after all. Izuku. Alright, sound off swordsman squad, fencer squad. On his left, Shoji, Momo, Pony, Tamaki, Tageru all wielding katanas are grouped together and led by Shoto. Shoto is wearing his red and blue coat along with a skin-tight black tank top that has a red-yellow T-pattern reaching from his waist to his armpits on the front, his hero pants and white boots, his armored armbands. His V2 utility belt in place of a sash and his V2 temperature-regulating vest strapped on. Grouped behind his group, Kyoka, Monoma, Manga, Yui are all sporting rapiers and are led by Tokoyami. Shoto. Ready. Tokoyami. We will cut down the enemy that lay before us. Izuku. Black Leg Squad, Martial Arts Squad. On his right, Tsu, Denki, Tenya, Nijaira are grouped together and led by Kitsuki. Kitsuki is wearing his black suit with an orange X embroidered across the front, his metallic neck brace, his knee pads, combat boots, grenade gauntlets, grenade belt and hero mask. Grouped behind his group, Hajiro, Sato, Hiryu, Itsuka, Kirishima, Tetsutetsu, Achako and Mina are led by Mirio and Chopper. Kitsuki. Bring it on. Mirio. All set and ready to rock. Chopper. Let's give it to them. Izuku. Sniper unit. Standing directly behind Izuku and in between the other groups, Aoyama, Mineta, Ryuko, Niranjeki and Satsuna are equipped with slingshots and goggles and are led by Mei and Melissa. Mei. Backup is ready to lend its support. Melissa. You can count on us. Izuku. Everyone else. Behind Izuku and the 5 groups are the others who have not fully devoted themselves to one of the Straw Hat styles yet, along with Bonnie and Yurige's crews. They're led by Aizawa, Vlad, Maruko, Izo, Kinemon, Okiku, Midnight, Ms. Joke, Mount Lady, Yamato, Bernon, Carrot, the Hussycats minus Ragdoll and Urauge. Aizawa. Armed and ready. Izuku. Remember that it's necessary to use the skills you learned in order to win the battle, but stick to what you know best if you don't have complete mastery of your techniques. Everyone. Yes. Izuku. Alright. Izuku activates full cowling and raises his fist up in the air. Izuku. Let's go. Everyone. Yeah. Izuku jumps off the ship and sets foot on the island. It is a dry wasteland island covered with several hills. Using his observation Haki, Izuku can sense a large accumulation of human life forces. He dashes full speed in that direction. The groups jump off the ship and follow after Izuku, with the swordsman and black leg squads directly behind him and the sniper unit covering the rear. Running between the hills, the groups start to spread out so they can cover more ground. As they get closer, the intensity of the life forces grows stronger and stronger. Izuku takes notice of this and increases his full cal percentage from 50 to 63. He runs ahead and starts running up a large hill. Once he reaches the top, he gains a clear view of the area in front of him. He can see a large circle of pirates. He reaches into his bag and pulls out his green goggles. He takes off his eye patch, puts on his goggles and can see clearer in the circle. In the center is a relatively big man wearing a brown cloak that covers his head, and across from him is the captain of first ship of the Blackbeard pirates, Jesus Burgess. Burgess snaps his fingers, and one of the members of his crew steps forward carrying a large chest. He drops the chest, and it opens up to reveal it full of gold and gems. The cloaked figure nods and takes his arm out of his cloak. He holds out his hand to reveal a small wooden chest. Seeing the wooden chest, Izuku reaches into his bag and pulls out his slingshot. Izuku throws his left fist and raises 5 fingers before making the shape of a bird's head with them. Seeing his signal, the 7 members of the sniper unit all raise 1 finger in response. They all take aim and pull back on their slingshots. Izuku hakifies his slingshot along with the ammunition. He takes aim between Burgess and the other person and pulls back. Izuku. Special attack. Kurum no Mure. Izuku lets go and shoots out a giant black bird of flames. The other 7 let go and shoot out 7 flame birds that follow Izuku's. The pirates and the cloaked figure notice the attacks and jump out of the way. The flame birds crash into the ground and create a huge explosion. From the smoke of the explosion, a black hand comes out and grabs the wooden chest from the cloaked figure's hand. The black hand retracts with the wooden chest until it reaches Izuku and dissipates with the chest in Izuku's hand. Izuku. I'll be taking this. Burgess. Huh. Who the hell are you? Izuku. Straw Hat Emperor, strategist and first son of Pirate King Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate hero, Deku, Izuku Midoriya, that's who I am. Burgess. Straw Hat's crew. Oh, I remember you now, you're that brat who tried to fight with the captain, Weehahaha, what are you doing here, 1 beating not enough for you? Sorry but the captain's not here to put you in your place again, but I'll do it if you want. Izuku. Sorry but the only ones here getting taken down are you and your crew. Consider this a declaration of war. The pirates of the worst generation are going to take down you Blackbeard pirates, and it starts today. Izuku raises the hand holding the chest up in the air for the opposing pirates to see. Izuku. And as for this, we'll be taking it for ourselves. The last thing we want is for you guys to get more power under your belt. But don't worry, we'll make good use of it. Burgess. You scurvy dog, I'll pry that devil fruit out of your cold dead hands if I have to. Izuku. Heh, I'd like to see you try. Izuku says as he opens his bag and tries to put the chest inside his pocket dimension. Before he can though, the chest inexplicably flies out of his hand and goes straight into the hand of the cloaked figure. Izuku. What the? My, this is a problem. I didn't expect an interference such as this. Izuku. Huh. That voice. The cloaked figure uses their free hand to toss their cloak aside. Izuku's eyes widen from getting the full view of the man underneath the cloak. He appears to be a tall old man with scars going over both his eyes, wearing Jetta sandals, white bandages wrapped on his forearms with white handguards, a purple yukata, purple cloak with a white cloak over it, and what looks like a wooden stick. Izuku. Fujitora. Fujitora. How unfortunate for us to meet again in this manner, young pirate hero. Burgess. You were a Navy admiral. What the hell? Izuku. What the hell is a marine admiral doing selling devil fruits to an emperor's crew? Fujitora. This may seem confusing to you, I'm sure. But rest assured, our goals here are similar. Fujitora says as he plants his wooden stick onto the ground, making a loud resounding thud. The ground starts to vibrate, much to the surprise of everyone aside from Fujitora. Out of nowhere, multiple large segments of the seems to erupt into giant dust clouds, and several of the large hills explode into pieces. The dust clears and a rather frightening sight lays before Izuku's crew and the Blackbeard pirates. A literal army of marines consisting of captains, vice admirals and even pacifistas stands in front of them. Urges. What the hell? Fujitora. Taking into account the Blackbeard pirates' thirst for power, Sakazuki decided to use it as a means to lure them into a trap and destroy them. The balance of power in the world has shifted enough recently, it's time to tilt it in the side seeking peace. And now that you and your crew have decided to interfere, I'm afraid we'll be taking you in. Urges. We've been had. Bitsuki. Oh, for buck's sake, we fell into a trap that wasn't even set for us. Shoto. This explains a lot. I wondered what person for what reason would offer a devil fruit to an emperor's crew. It's quite an ingenious strategy seeing as it worked. Izuku. Well, this went in a completely different direction as predicted. Izuku says as he removes his goggles and draws Nidai Kitetsu, Ger plus Ndorgan no Kiba and Okiku's sword. He hackifies all of them and places Ger plus Ndorgan no Kiba in his mouth. Izuku. No backing out now though. Urges. We're not getting taken down here and we're not leaving without that devil fruit. Go men, send em to hell. Blackbeard pirates. Yeah. Fujitora. Advance men. Apprehend them in the name of peace. Marines, yes sir. The Marines and Blackbeard pirates unleashed their battle cries, charge at each other, and clash in battle. Some of the Marines and pirates who hadn't clashed charged straight towards Izuku and the others. Izuku. This may be harder than we initially thought, but that doesn't change anything. We're taking down the Blackbeard pirates, even if we have to fight through the Marines as well, let's take them down. Everyone. Let's go. The squads charge forward with the sniper unit covering them from behind. Izuku standing on top of the hill holds his arms out to the side. Izuku. Ichi gorilla. Izuku's left bicep bulks up to balloon-like proportions. Izuku. Nai gorilla. Izuku's right bicep proceeds to bulk up to balloon-like proportions well. Izuku jumps forward off of the hill and twists his body in the air so the sword in his mouth is pointing vertically to the sky. He crosses his other blades over the sword like an X. Izuku. Santoryu. Yashigarasu. Izuku starts spinning rapidly and lands on the inclined hill. He continues rolling down the hill, leaving sets of 3 slash marks in the shape of crow's feet cut into the ground behind him. Izuku rolls into the army of marines and pirates slashing straight through them. Several marines try to stop him with their blades, but they get shattered by Izuku's. Izuku. Kitsunebi Ryu. Izuku pushes his blades against the ground and launches himself up into the air. He lands in the middle of a group of marines and crosses his 2 swords across his chest. His 3 swords then ignite in black flames. Izuku. Shakinetsu no Ringoku Onigiri. Izuku lunges forward and uncrosses his swords. This attack slashes the marines in front of him and sends blazing slashes at the surrounding marines as well. He twirls his blades in the air to extinguish them and sheathes the 3 of them. He then takes Raijin no Ha and draws it with a reverse grip. A group of pirates gathers in front of him and tries to charge. Izuku. Out of my way. He hackifies the blade and widens his legs to take a stance. He narrows his eyes and widens them before lunging forward. Izuku. Akazuya 9 Samurai Arts. 10th chapter Kappa Ryu. Izuku spins creating a small whirlwind surrounding him. The pirates in front of him find themselves drawn in by the fierce winds generated. Izuku brings his blade forward with full force and cuts down the pirates. Izuku. Minamugawa. Izuku lands back on the ground and immediately takes up stance once again. He raises his sword above his head and brings it down for a vertical flying slash attack. He follows up the attack with a horizontal flying slash attack that wipes out a good deal of the enemies in front of him. Izuku. Akazuya 9 Samurai Arts. 4th chapter Akuma no T, Seijin no Kokoro. Jakuna Zanjeki no Nami. Izuku breathes out and stops flexing his biceps. He sheathes the sword and reaches into his bag. He pulls out 2 red metallic armbands and proceeds to detach his gauntlets. His observation is triggered by his danger sense, detecting some pirates trying to attack him from behind. He's about to turn around and kick them, but stops and smirks once he senses 2 other individuals. Aizo. Danjurigan. Deku. Zansetsugama. The pirates are cut and shot down by flying slash attacks and bullets sent their way by Okiku and Aizo. Izuku. Thanks for the cover, you two. Deku. Don't mention it. Although, you should be able to watch your own back. Izuku. Yeah, sorry. Aizo. I'm impressed. You've already picked up on Kawamatsu and Kiku's skills. Izuku. Well, I'm still learning the techniques of the Akazuya 9, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Speaking of which. Izuku equips the 2 metallic armbands around his wrists. He punches his fists against each other and the armbands seem to glow. The bands unravel and cover Izuku's hands forming sharp claws. Izuku. It's about time I put these new claws of mine into practice. Rip and tear. Izo. HMPH, it'll probably take every skill in your arsenal to plow through an army this large. Kinemon. Perhaps we can be of help then. Izuku looks behind Izo and Okiku to see Kinemon, Maruko and Carrot running towards them. Kinemon leaps forward with one of his swords raised above his head. Kinemon. Kitsunebi Ryu. Karyuisen. Kinemon slashes forward and creates a path of flames between the marines and pirates. Kinemon. We'll create a path straight towards the enemy leaders for Izuku Dono. Izo, Kiku, cover us from behind. Orumi, Carrot, please lend us your help. Izo. Got it. Kiku. Understood, Kin-chan. Carrot. Leave it to us. Maruko. We'll plow straight through M. Izuku. Thanks, you guys. Let's go. With Kinemon taking the lead, the group charge forward straight to Fujitora and Burgess, all the while attacking any marines and pirates that dare to try and attack them. Meanwhile, Katsuki is fighting against a bunch of marines that have surrounded him. Marine 1. Kaken Katsuki of the Straw Hat Pirates, you are hereby under arrest, surrender now or we will be forced to fire. Katsuki's eye twitches angrily and a vein bulges on his forehead. Explosions ignite in his palms and he grits his teeth hard. Katsuki. Angry the buck did you call me? You dipshits. Katsuki launches forward extremely fast using explosions and knees one of the marines right in the center of his face. He quickly follows up by planting his foot on the marine's face and jump flipping off. He lands on a handstand and flips back on his feet. He holds his left palm in front of him and forms a circle on it with his right hand. Katsuki. AP shot. Vulcan. Katsuki fires a barrage of explosive shots at the marines in front of him. The marines are left helpless and are mowed down wave after wave by the explosions. Katsuki narrows his eyes as he senses more marines trying to attack him from behind. He then starts spinning rapidly firing shots in every direction. The marines take blast after blast until a unit of marines carrying steel riot shields makes their way to the front line and cover those behind them. They defend from the explosive shots until Katsuki decides to stop spinning. He proceeds to hold his hands up in a boxing manner and raises his now glowing blazing leg. Katsuki. I hate that bucking moniker. The marines fire at Katsuki through small spaces between the shields. Katsuki quickly ducks to avoid the first wave of shots. He uses explosions to then launch himself up in the air. He dodges the attacks mid-air and lands on the head of one of the marines behind the shield in a handstand with both his legs outstretched. Katsuki. Party table kick course. Katsuki spins and kicks the surrounding marines with his blazing leg. The marines foolishly try to get closer only to get blazing kicks right to the face. The marines stop coming closer to him making Katsuki stop spinning. He dismounts the marine he's on and fires an explosion to his face. He then draws two swords and blocks two marines trying to attack him from his sides. Katsuki. Saikuru. Katsuki spins creating a small cyclone that blows the two of them back. He sheathes his swords and uses his explosions to rise high into the air. Some marines try to follow him into the air using Geppo. Once he reaches a high enough height, Katsuki points his gauntlet down to the marines below him and takes hold of the pin. Katsuki. Go to hell. Katsuki screeches as he pulls the pin. Meanwhile, Tenya and Denki are nearby fighting against the marines. Denki. Bakugo was surrounded by a bunch of marines by himself. Think we should go give him a hand. Right when he says that, the two of them hear a massive explosion, followed by the screams of many marines. Coupled with the explosion and screams is the shaking of the ground and fierce winds blowing against their backs. Tenya. I would take that as a definite no. The smoke from the explosion clears and the ground is seen to be glowing red from the heat of the explosion. Katsuki lands back on the ground with his unignited boot sizzling upon contact with the hot earth. Katsuki. TCH, these bunch of weaklings aren't worth my time. If I want to up my bounty, I need to take on the big shots and kick their ass. If that's what you want, I might be able to help you then. Katsuki. Floating down from above, Katsuki comes in contact with a floating ear, a floating eye surrounded by part of a purple mask and half a floating mouth. Katsuki. What the wait, you're that lizard chick from those B-listers. Satsuna. It's Satsuna. I'd think you'd remember my name by now considering we share a cabin. Katsuki. How the hell are you talking with just half a mouth? Satsuna. There are many things that I can do with just half a mouth, even more with a whole mouth, wink wink. See, I have to say wink cause I've only got one eye here. Katsuki. Ugh. I don't have time for this bit. You're gonna get in my way so just buzz the hell off. Satsuna. You want me to leave? That's a shame. And here I was thinking I could take you straight to the admiral. Itsuki. Wait, what was that? Satsuna. Then again, Midoriya is already on his way there. The admiral won't really be a problem with him there, so I guess we can leave it in his hands. Itsuki. The hell, I will take me to that damn admiral, I'll take him down before Deku can. Satsuna. Thank God that worked. Midoriya's gonna need all the help he can get, and Bakugo will be a big assist, alright. I'll get a bird's eye view and lead the way. I'll make sure to snipe any enemies coming our way too. We have to be fast though, I can't maintain these segments for long. Let's go. The two of them take off in the direction of Fujitora and Burgess, with Satsuna's pieces leading the way. They aren't able to get far though, as Katsuki senses something coming their way with his observation Haki. He quickly grabs Satsuna's pieces and bends backwards. He narrowly avoids an air slice which cuts the tips of his hair. He stands back up and lets Satsuna's pieces float free. Satsuna. Geez, that was close. Thanks for the save there. Katsuki. The hell was that? Not bad, but you won't be so lucky next time, Dara. Itsuki and Satsuna see someone coming into their field of vision. The person is rather tall with unruly orange hair and chains attached to his coat. He has a horn mask with holes in it and wields a large shark cleaver. Itsuki. You the ass who sent that flying straight at us? It's Vice Admiral Bastille, you pirate scum. I'm gonna pay you back for what you just did to my men, Dara. Itsuki. Bring it on, you bull-looking hick. Satsuna. Hey, we don't have time for this, remember? I've got a limit here. Itsuki. Relax, this'll be over in a second. Satsuna. No, it won't, this guy's a vice admiral, he's no pushover. Itsuki. Will you shut up? You're more annoying than that fairy from that old video game about that guy in the green hat. Aizawa. Let it go, Bakugo. We'll take care of him. Satsuna. Huh. Aizawa-sensei and… Itsuki turns around to find Aizawa walking towards them. Walking next to him is Shinso. He's wearing a black coat and has a single katana strapped to his side. Shinso. You're one of the strongest amongst us, you can't get caught up on setbacks like him. Shinso and Aizawa step in front of Katsuki and Satsuna to face Bastille. In the next instance, Shino grips his sword and Aizawa's eyes glow red with his scar floating in the air. Aizawa. We'll take care of this guy. You go on ahead and help take care of the admiral. Satsuna. EA. Are you guys sure about this? Shinso. Trust me, we're stronger than we look. We can handle him. Itsuki. You two better not go dying on me. Let's go, Lizardi. Satsuna. Oh okay. Itsuki and Satsuna attempt to try and run around Bastille in order to avoid him. Bastille. Hold it right there, I'm not letting you two get away, Dara. Bastille raises his shark cleaver for another flying slash attack. He brings it down, but the blade gets blocked by Shinso's katana and Aizawa's leg. Aizawa. It's about time you show me those new skills you learned, Shinso. Shinso. I was gonna say the same thing to you. As the two of them clash with Bastille, another skirmish is breaking out nearby. Shoto is busy fending off a bunch of marines. One marine lunges at him and tries to slice him with a sword. Shoto blocks the attack with the katana in his left hand. Some more marines try to shoot from behind him. Shoto quickly responds by creating an ice wall to block their bullets. He hackifies his katanas and sets his left one on fire using his quirk. This causes the marine clashing against his blade to back off. Shoto takes the opening he's given and drops down to his side in a one-handed handstand. He then delivers a strong kick to the ribs with his right foot. Shoto. Kotelet. The marine coughs up blood as Shoto's foot digs into his sides. Using his quirk, Shoto freezes the marine starting from his sides. He turns and switches hands so he can kick the marine with his other foot, which he ignites in flames. The kick burns his sides and sends him flying. Shoto springs back onto his feet and puts his third blade in his mouth. The marines break through his ice wall and try to charge him. Shoto simply closes his eyes and crosses his blades across his chest. Shoto. Santoryu. The marines close in on Shoto and are about to stab him in the back. Shoto opens his eyes, which glow red, and turns around to face the marines. Shoto leaps forward and slashes through all of them, with the marines being hurled up into the air. Shoto. Ringoku Onigiri. The marines drop to the ground unconscious from their injuries. Shoto is given no time to rest though, as he's forced to block another marine, trying to strike him down with a massive hammer. Momo. Baki. Momo runs in and slashes the marine's back with her katana. She sheathes her sword and the marine collapses to the ground unconscious. Momo. Are you okay, Todoroki-kun? Shoto. Yeah, thanks for the assist, Yaoi Rozu. Higaru. Hey, you guys good? Oni. Need a hand or sword? Shoto. Seeing as how many of them there are, we need all the help we can get. Hyoka. There's a hell of a lot of them and they just keep coming. We haven't even moved an inch. Manga. The regular soldiers aren't really a problem, but the captains and vice admirals are pretty tough. Yui. We're not being useful if we can't move forward. Toppling the leaders are more important. If they fall, the rest will surely follow. We need to find a way to break through the crowd. Manga. I'm on a kaboom bang blam bonk. Manga yells and creates huge solid letters that crash through the sea of marines and pirates. Manga. Let's climb and run over these. We can avoid the opposition down below that way. Shoto. Smart thinking. Let's go. The group climb up on the letters and start running on them with Shoto running at the rear. Marines and pirates try climbing up the letters to follow them. Shoto sees this and uses his quirk to freeze those climbing on the walls. They continue to run undisturbed until something crashes onto the wall ahead of them. In front of them, Shoto and the others can see a Pacifista standing tall. Pony. Huge. Bigeru. Who the hell is this guy? Shoto. That's not a person, it's a Pacifista, it's a human weapon. The Pacifista opens its mouth and a laser starts charging. Hyoka. Crap, that can't be good dodge. Bigeru. Where? There's a sea of marines and pirates below us. Yui. He's going to fire. Shoto. Shit. Shoto is about to create an ice wall to block the Pacifista's beam, but stops when Tokoyami, Shoji and Monoma come in out of nowhere and tackle the Pacifista off the wall of words. Shoto. Tokoyami. Monoma. Shoji. Tokoyami. Go. Shoji. Hurry. Monoma. This robo-tool is no match for me, get the hell out of here. The four of them land on the ground and the Pacifista misfires, creating an explosion that envelopes a group of marines. Pony. Should we go help them? Shoto. I want to help, but another Pacifista might show up to block our path. Let's just hope they can manage. With a heavy heart, Shoto and the others move forward, leaving Tokoyami, Shoji and Monoma with the Pacifista. Shoto uses his quirk to cover the path in ice so they can move quicker. As the battle unfolds, the sniper unit maintains support from the top of a hill. Satsuna. Alright, I've got Bakugo on his way to back up Midoriya. Niranjeki. Nice work, Tokiji-chan. Hatsum-san, can you see Todoroki-kun from here? Mei. Yeah, he's making his way to Midoriya too. Niranjeki. That's good news. The strongest three among us are on their way to take down the big bosses. Now all we have to do is focus on keeping the small fries at bay. Ryuko. Speaking of which, it seems the enemy has grown tired of our existence. Niranjeki. Huh? Ryuko. Look down. Looking down the hill, Niranjeki can see several pirates running up the hill towards them. Niranjeki. Ah, when did they get here? Satsuna, who cares, we gotta take them down. Mineta. I'm on it. Niranjeki. You are? Mineta steps ahead of the group and grabs one of his purple balls and loads it into the slingshot. Mineta. Thank you Usopp-sensei for this special material sling. Special attack. Sticky purple star. Mineta fires his purple ball, which sticks to the hill down below. A pirate grabs onto the ball and his hand gets stuck to it. Pirate 1. What the hell is this? I can't get free from it. Mineta. Here's a quadruple. Mineta fires 4 more balls all at once that get stuck to the hill and some of the pirates. Mineta. And have some more. Mineta yells as he proceeds to fire a barrage of purple balls down on the pirates, effectively immobilizing them all. Mineta. Haha, how's that? I'm pretty tough, aren't I? Melissa. Wow, amazing Mineta-kun. Ryuko. I've got to admit, you're not half bad. Mineta. Yes, seems my spring has finally come. Niranjeki. Hey, they're still coming. Mineta. What? The group look down the hill to see the pirates climbing over their stuck comrades. Mineta. Okay, didn't think they'd find a way over that. Satsuna. Any more bright ideas? Yuga. Did someone say Dazzling? Yuga yells proudly as he runs down the hill and heads towards the pirates. Satsuna. No one said that. Mineta. What are you doing, Aoyama? Yuga looks back while running down the hill and winks with a sparkle at the others. Yuga. Sparkling, it's time I show these pirates what it truly means to dazzle. Yuga proceeds to draw a long sword about the same length as him. Yuga. Naval saber buffet. Yuga emits small little laser blades from all of the lenses on his body. He leaps forward into the air above the pirates and starts spinning, firing laser bullets down on the pirates. While he's spinning, a certain memory flashes through his brain. 2 months ago, Riskana. The day before Izuku woke up was a misty one. Luffy and the others who fought against Big Mom had just returned and were busy recovering. Yuga had just finished checking up on Izuku in his room and left for the ship to get some cheese snacks. Once he boards the Sunny, he enters the kitchen. In there he finds Cavendish sitting at the kitchen table drinking rose tea with a single rose resting on a teacup in front of him. His hat is resting next to the teacup and reveals the bandages wrapped around the top of his head. Cavendish looks up from drinking his tea and notices Yuga standing in the door. Cavendish. Oh, you're one of those children Straw Hat is training, aren't you? What are you doing here? Yuga seems to notice something in the way Cavendish speaks and takes interest in it. Yuga. Je suis venu chercher un peu de fromage après avoir rendu visite à mon camarade de classe en convalescence. I came for some cheese after visiting my recovering classmate. Cavendish seems surprised in hearing Yuga answer in French. Cavendish. Oh. Vous parlez la langue maternelle de la royaume bourgeois. You speak the mother tongue of the bourgeois kingdom. Yuga. De retour dans mon monde, cette langue est parlée dans le pays de la France, qui se trouve être ma patrie. Back in my world, this language is spoken in the country of France, which happens to be my homeland. Cavendish. Il y a donc un pays qui parle la même langue que mon royaume. C'est assez intéressant. Ah, où sont mes manières? Je suis l'ancien prince du royaume bourgeois, Cavendish. Quel pourrait être votre nom? So there is a country that speaks the same language as my kingdom. It is quite interesting. Ah, where are my manners? I am the former prince of the bourgeois kingdom, Cavendish. What could your name be? Yuga. Je suis né dans le pays de la France et réside actuellement au Japon. Je suis connu sous le nom de Shining Hero. Can't stop twinkling, Yuga Aoyama. I was born in the country of France and currently reside in Japan. I'm known as the Shining Hero. Can't stop twinkling, Yuga Aoyama. Cavendish. Shining Hero. Can't stop twinkling. Smile say un nom intéressant. Cela vous convient certainement compte tenu de la façon dont vous brillez devant moi. It's an interesting name. It certainly suits you considering how brightly you shine in front of me. Cavendish stands up and grabs another teacup and saucer along with the teapot. Cavendish. Vous joindre moi pour un the. Would you like to join me for tea? Yuga. Si serait un honneur de boire du thé avec un vrai prince. It would be an honor to drink tea with a real prince. Yuga says as he sits down across from Cavendish. Cavendish places the teacup and saucer down in front of him and pours some tea for him. He sits down back in his seat and takes a sip from his tea. Cavendish. It's been a while since I was able to speak to someone in my home tongue like that. I'm quite grateful for that. Yuga. I am as well. I can't usually speak so naturally either. Cavendish. Would you care to try a rose petal? I know you came in for cheese, but it's nice to try something new every now and then. Cavendish plucks a petal from the rose and holds it out for Yuga. Curious, Yuga takes the petal and eats it. Yuga. It's quite delicious. It has hints of green apple and strawberry. Cavendish. Isn't it? I love roses. Cavendish says as he eats the rest of the rose petals in one bite. Cavendish. So, what did Trafalgar say about Straw Hat's son? Yuga. It's likely that he'll be able to wake up tomorrow or the day after. Cavendish. I suppose that's good news then. Yuga. Yeah. Cavendish. What's wrong? You seem kind of down. Yuga. It's not that. I consider Midoriya a friend. We both seemed so similar at the start. Our bodies weren't compatible with our quirks. My body is incompatible with my quirk to the point where I don't have a lot of control over it and I have to use the support belt to compensate for it. If I use it for too long too, I get a stomachache. Midoriya's quirk used to be too much for him to control and he'd end up breaking his bones from the power. But he's been able to control it and use it freely recently. I can control my navel laser now too. I can use it for longer and even use it during my stomach aches. Cavendish. Is that so? Yuga. But now he's done it again. He's gotten stronger again and much greater than before. It's almost unreal. Even though I've been training too, I can't use Haki yet. I haven't made the kind of progress he has. Cavendish. I suppose he must be feeling left behind. That's understandable though it must be pretty frustrating for you. Yuga. Yes. But I feel more determined than frustrated. Cavendish. Determined. Yuga. I want to be able to sparkle brighter than anyone else. Midoriya has taken the center stage for himself, but I'll still be the one shining the brightest and grabbing everyone's attention in the sidelines. I'll be the side character who outshines the star. And I can't do that as I am now. Yuga raises his head to look Cavendish in the eye. Cavendish looks astounded to see a determined smile on his face. Yuga. I want to get stronger and sparkle bright enough for everyone to see. Cavendish maintains an astounded expression on his face. The sparkle in Yuga's eyes seem to keep his attention. He suddenly smiles and places his teacup down on the saucer. He then picks up his hat and places it on his head. He stands up and holds his hand out to Yuga. Cavendish. In that case, would you like me to train you? Yuga. Train me? Cavendish. I can't stand having anyone else be the center of attention. All eyes should be on me. But I like you. I see myself in you and I'm willing to share the spotlight. Take my hand and I'll turn you into a star. Yuga, will you come under my wing? Yuga is hesitant for a moment. He stares at Cavendish for a moment before confidently grabbing his hand. Yuga? Yes. Current day. Yuga is still spinning and firing laser bullets down on the pirates. Yuga. Cavendish, I owe a lot to you. Tell me, can you see me twinkling now? Am I bright enough to reach you across the seas? I can see you. You're shining like a star. Yuga grips his saber's hilt tightly and smiles. He stops firing his lasers and starts swinging his saber. As he falls down the hill, he slices each and every pirate on it. He lands on the ground with his saber pointing outwards. Yuga. Baiken. Swan Lake. The pirates all fall unconscious from the slashing, and those who climbed over their comrades fall to the bottom of the hill. Yuga sheathes his saber and smiles while looking up to the sky. Yuga. Cavendish, when we see each other again, let's shine bright enough for everyone to see. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa. Cavendish is sitting outdoors at a small table with a red rose in his hand. Suleiman is standing next to him calmly and quietly. Cavendish appears to be looking quietly at the rose. He looks past the rose at the ocean and decides to speak up. Cavendish. Suleiman, tell me, can you see it? Suleiman. See what? Cavendish. That bright shining light on the horizon. Suleiman. Shining light? What are you talking about? The sun's already up. Cavendish. I'm not talking about the sun. What I see, smile is much more dazzling. Back to Yuga. Yuga is still smiling up to the sky. His smile however goes south as he feels a pain in his stomach. He clutches his gut unaware of a marine that's running towards him. The marine tries to slice his head off, but luckily Yuga gets pulled back up the hill by Satsuna's hands just in time. Satsuna carefully lowers him behind her and the others, and Mineta walks up to him. Satsuna. Easy there, bud. Mineta reaches into a small bag and pulls out a small container of pills. Mineta. Here, these should help. Yuga. Thanks. Melissa. Aoyama-kun, that was so amazing. I didn't know you could use a sword like that. Yuga. You can't be a star if you stick to one trick only. Mineta. Good job, buddy. Although you totally stole all the ladies' attention. I'll let it slide this time. Ryuko. Seems they'll be hesitant to try that again. Well done, Sparkly One. May. Niranjeki, how much time has passed? Niranjeki. About 20 minutes. May. Alright, it's time we switch up the plan. May says as she puts two fingers in her mouth and whistles loudly. After a few moments, loud cawing is heard behind them. The sniper unit turn around and see Kuro flying towards them. The bird lands next to them and May scratches her neck much to the bird's delight. May. Good girl. Now turn into a bike for mommy. Kuro nods her head and turns into her motorcycle form. Melissa hops on and takes hold of the handlebars. May hops on top of the seat and puts on her goggles. May. Think you guys can handle the support by yourselves? Niranjeki. Huh. Where are you two going? May. Ain't it obvious? May says as she holds up her slingshot. Melissa in turn puts on a pair of goggles and riding gloves. Melissa. We're gonna deliver the arsenal to the front line. Melissa says as she revs the engine before driving off the hill. She lands on the ground and drives through the crowd of marines and pirates, hitting anyone in her way. All the while May is firing at the opposing forces with her slingshot. May. Yihosu Pierre. Further ahead, Giroda is thrashing through an army of pirates. The pirates are unable to fight back as they keep getting caught off guard by giant mushrooms that appear out of nowhere and knock them away. On Giroda's back, Kanoko is seen spreading spores with her shroom shooter. Hiryu is firing scales down on everyone, Kasei is blocking bullets and cannonballs fired at them with his air wall. Kawaro is busy with a slingshot and Abara is holding onto all of them and Giroda with her vines. Kawaro. Shishida's gotten a lot bigger. What was in that stuff the doc gave him? Kanoko. Sorry Bakuri Kanoko-kun, I know this dry place isn't good for your growth, but we really need your help. Hiryu. Keep them coming Komori-chan. Suburaba-kun, how are you holding up? Kasei gives a thumbs up as he's unable to speak due to having to continuously maintain and repair the air wall. Abara. Such violent brutes. They clearly enjoy trying to kill their enemies. Hiryu. Well, they are pirates. Kanoko. Kawaro-kun, are you ready yet? Kawaro. Why yeah, but I haven't really done this before so don't expect much. Kawaro reaches into a small black bag laid down in front of him and pulls out a pellet. He focuses and tries hard to concentrate on the pellet. The pellet turns black much to Kawaro's delight. He smirks and merges into the pellet that falls into the slingshot sling. Hiryu stops firing his scales and picks up the slingshot. He points it to the sky and pulls the sling. Hiryu. You ready for this? Kawaro. As I'll ever be. Hearing Kaworu's answer, Hiryu fires the pellet straight up into the sky. The pellet bursts into black flames that take the shape of a bird. Suddenly, a pair of eyes and a mouth appears on the dark flaming bird. Kaworu. Yes, it worked. The black flaming bird, now controlled by Kaworu, descends down and starts circling the area around the others. Kaworu. This is pretty fun. I can see why Tokoyami likes flying so much. Kaworu speeds up and circles around the others even faster. He burns any pirates that try to attack him. The pirates try to shoot him down, but the bullets just go straight through him. He stops circling the area and flies in the direction away from his friends. He keeps flying away from them before suddenly shooting up high into the sky. He turns at a 90-degree angle flying upside down. He looks down to see the others coming up fast. He dives down at a 45-degree angle. Once he's directly above the others, he slips out of the black flame bird and gets caught by a bar's vines. The black bird crashes into a group of pirates and explodes into a mass of black flames. Kaworu. Haha, they're gonna feel that one. The bar lowers Kaworu back down and secures him with her vines. Hiryu. Nice work, Kaworu. You blew a lot of them away. Kaworu. Thanks. Learning Haki extra fast turned out to be worth the hell the captain put me through. I may just make that a special move of mine. I've always wanted to call a move Black Bomb. Pinoko. Wow, Kaworu. That was a really cool special move. Kaworu. Blush oh, thanks K. Komori. Hiryu. You wanna go again? Kaworu. Heck yeah. While they're busy getting ready for another attack, the others are wreaking havoc on the battlefield. A large portion of the marines and pirates seem to be fighting invisible enemies. They were in fact under the effect of Kami's hypnotic pink mist. Seeing as how her mist was working, Kami gave a thumbs up to Inasa who was behind her. Inasa smirks and creates a massive whirlwind in his hand. He slams down the twister and blasts the hypnotized marines and pirates away. The two high-five at a job well done. Midnight. Not bad, you two. Midnight says as she approaches the two of them from behind, seemingly ignoring the literal army of marines and pirates chasing after her. Midnight. But. Midnight smirks as she tears a large part of her clothing. She turns around and uses her hand fan to spread a wave of violet mist over the marines and pirates. They all fall asleep mid-run and drop to the ground. Midnight. You've still got a lot to learn. The two heroes in training look at Midnight amazed while covering their mouths and noses from the mist. The marines and pirates who were out of range of the mist are gazing at the battlefield completely gobsmacked. Marine Captain. What the hell are these pirates? It's like all of them have eaten devil fruits. Marine Commodore. Don't be cowards, switch to sea prism rounds. Irate Elite. Weapons at the ready, men, it's a devil fruit gold mine, try to capture as many as you can alive. The marines and pirates try to charge at Midnight, Kami and Inasa. They're stopped in their place however, as a strange slime-like substance drops on them from behind and hardens. Marine soldier. What is this? It's as hard as a rock. Irate Elite. Damn it, where the hell did this come from? Irate Thug. Ah, look up in the sky. The pirates and marines look up to see a yellow figure with an unusual head skywalking in the air above them. Vajiro. Ah, I got spotted. Bernon. You noticed him too late, you hotheads. The pirates and marines turn their attention to Bernon, who now stands in front of them. She pulls two copper flame green balls of fire out her flaming hair and grins menacingly. Her hands turn black and her fireballs turn a blackish green. Bernon. I'll torch your assess. Bernon yells as she unleashes a barrage of black-green fireballs onto the enemy. The marines and pirates are unable to do anything except scream as they receive the pelting of fireballs. Bernon ceases throwing the fireballs for a moment to pull off an extra large one which she holds in one hand. She pulls off another extra large fireball and combines the two into a massive ball of flames. She chucks the ball of flames at them and it erupts into a massive explosion. Bernon. Whistle smirk, I've really upped my firepower. I bet I'd give even the boss a run for his money. Bernon says, completely unaware of the fact that a marine had snuck behind her and is about to stab her in the back. The blade however gets blocked at the last minute by a hackified blood shield made by Vlad. Vlad pushes the marine back and knocks him out cold with a hackified punch to the head. It is only now that Bernon turns around to notice what happened. Bernon. Oh, what happened here? Vlad. Learn to watch your own back. Bernon. Whoa, sorry. Thanks for the assist there, Vladdy. Vlad. Nice work up there, Playmo. I can see training your legs paid off when it comes to surprise traps, keep them coming. Pajiro. Thanks, sensei. Vlad. You earned the praise, now get to helping your classmates. Pajiro. Yes. Pajiro proceeds to skywalk in the direction of more of his classmates. Vlad. Let's not get left behind. Bernon. Yeah. The duo charge straight into another group of marines and pirates. Further ahead in the group, the martial arts and black leg squads are already dropping the enemies like flies. Sato and Chopper are fighting back to back and knocking back enemies with their combination of fishman karate and kung fu. While the enemies are distracted by the two of them, Yusetsu manages to sneak up behind them and weld them to either the ground or each other. As the Marines and pirates try to charge Chopper and Sato, they find themselves unable to pull apart from each other or fall flat on their faces while injuring their ankles. Yusetsu. You guys aren't as tough as you look if you can't even sense me right behind you. Sato. Nice work, man. Chopper. Don't go taking this easy, you hear? Sato. Yes, sensei. Chopper. Blush. He, being called sensei doesn't make me happy, you jerks. Yusetsu. There he goes again. While the three of them are busy with their antics, Ejiro is knocking Marines and pirates down left and right. He skillfully dodges sword slashes and punches from all directions. A pirate runs up to him from his right and tries to bludgeon him with a giant club. Ejiro narrows his eyes and hackifies his right arm. He raises his arm and effortlessly blocks the club. Ejiro. I've had Haki beaten into me for the past 5 months now. It's gonna take a lot more than a wooden stick to even scratch me. Ejiro says as he pushes the pirate's club off him. He hackifies his tail and slams it into the pirate's side, sending him flying into a bunch of Marines and pirates. Ejiro proceeds to then close his eyes and breathe out slowly. He spreads his legs and cocks his arm to the side. He can sense Marines and pirates charging at him, but remains calm and unmoving. As a result, he receives a punch to the face, kick to the ribs, club to the knees and a warhammer to the cranium, yet he doesn't even flinch. Ejiro. Gaijin Karate. Samahata Shite. Ejiro thrusts his right hand forward with an open palm and sends a shockwave through the air. The force of the thrust sends all the nearby Marines and pirates flying. He gets out of his stance and lets his arms rest by his sides. Using observation Haki, he senses a Marine coming at him from behind. Right as the Marine's about to attack him, Ejiro spins around and roundhouse kicks him in the head with his hackified right foot. Ejiro. Ninasan Megawara Mawashijeri. The Marine is knocked away to reveal another Marine with a steel riot shield charging at Ejiro. Luckily for Ejiro, Sen jumps in front of him. He hackifies his arm and starts spinning it like a drill. He drills straight through the shield and drill punches the Marine in the gut. He pulls his fist back and the Marine collapses to the ground. Sen turns around to look Ejiro in the eye. Sen. We never did finish that one-on-one match. Don't go dying on me before we do, you hear? Sen says with a smirk as he holds out his hand for Ejiro. Ejiro smirks back and grabs his hand. Ejiro. Same goes to you. While the two of them are having their moment, a Marine lunges at them from the side and tries to slice their hands off. He's however shot down by a water bullet hitting him in the forehead. Ejiro and Sen look to see the source of the water bullet and find Tsuyu sitting atop a pile of unconscious Marines. She has what appears to be a large water droplet hanging from her hand. Ejiro. Geez, you really went to town. Sen. Thanks for the assist, Asui. Tsuyu. Call me Tsu. Mina-chan, do you need some help over there? Mina. Actually, I could use a lift. Mina says while she's spinning upside down and launching acid everywhere. Those with shields manage to stay safe, unlike those who are fighting bare-handed or with weapons. In the midst of spinning, Tsuyu wraps her tongue around Mina and tosses her up in the air. While in the air, Mina produces a large amount of acid to create some sort of acid creature surrounding her body. Mina. Acidman. Mina lands on the ground, creating a small acid wave on impact. The wave of acid melts through the steel shields and leaves many of the surrounding foes with acid burns. Mina stands back up and shakes herself dry from the acid. Mina. Hey, where's Bakugo? I can't see him anywhere. Denki? I dunno. Last we saw of him, he was busy fighting some Marines by himself. Denki says before fending off a Marine with an electrified kick. Tenya finishes the Marine off with a turbo-boosted kick to the skull. Tenya. Do you perhaps think he went to take on the enemy leaders by himself? Itsuka. Knowing Bakugo, I'd say that's probably the case. Ichako. That's really dangerous though. Even if Deku's there to help him, it'll be a really close battle. What do we do? Despite being lost in her thoughts, Ichako manages punch a Marine square in the face and send him straight to Itsuka, who slaps him away with her huge hands. Tsuyu. Should we go help them? Denki. We should, but how do we get past all these guys? Itsuka. I think I might have an idea. Tsu, Uraraka, Kaminari, Iida, come closer. Skeptical, the four of them walk closer to Itsuka. Itsuka. Alright, Uraraka. I want you to make the four of you weightless. Ichako complies and makes the four of them weightless with her quirk. They all grab hold of Itsuka to stop them from floating away. Ichako. Okay, now what? Itsuka. Now. Itsuka suddenly increases the size of her hands and grabs pairs of two in each. Itsuka. I send you guys straight to the front line. Enki. Wait, what's the plan here? Itsuka. Problem is, I can't tell where Midoriya and Bakugo are since my observation Haki isn't that refined yet. Enki. Seriously, what's the plan here? Itsuka. Wait a minute, I know who can help. Hey Mount Lady. Itsuka yells to Mount Lady who at the moment is holding a Pacifista in her hand like an action figure. Mount L. What do you kids want? Itsuka. Send these guys to Midoriya and Bakugo for me, will ya? Itsuka tosses them up to Mount Lady, with the four of them screaming from the shock. Mount Lady quickly tosses the Pacifista away and catches them all in one hand. Mount L. Got it. Enki. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Ichako. Me too. Mount Lady narrows her eyes and looks over the battlefield. In a matter of seconds, her eyes land on Izuku's group making their way to Fujitora and Burgess. Mount L. Found them alright, you little brats, hold on tight. Enki. Wait, at least give us a minute too. Mount L. Canyon catapult. Without even a second to rest, the four young heroes are tossed at full speed in the direction of Izuku's group. Marine Commander. They're trying to get to Fujitora and chase after them. The Marines try to run after the group while some of them use Geppo to try and chase them in the air. They don't make it that far before they're all shot down by massive yellow blasts of energy. Those who weren't hit look back to see Najire floating up in the air. Najire. Sorry, but I can't let you hurt my friends. Don't worry, I'll play with you, smile K. Marine Commander. Damn, going into the sky is too reckless if we can't follow after them, we'll shoot them down fire. The Marine gunmen take aim at the four heroes soaring through the sky. Suddenly, they all appear to either fall to the ground or trip on something mid-fire, causing them to miss all of their shots. Marine Commander. What are you fools doing? You all had clear shots. Marine 1. Apologies Commander but there was an interference. Marine 2. I felt something pull on my legs just now. Marine 3. Me too what's going on? The Marines look down to the ground to see what made them fall down. To their surprise, a very familiar cartoonish face peeking out from the ground. The face smiles and a whole person jumps out of the ground to knock them all away. Mirio. Power. Mirio rises up in the air and lands near Najire. He holds up his fists and hackifies them. Mirio. It's good to be back. Najire. You're looking as lively as ever, Mirio Iri-chan, really brought your spirits back. Yesterday. Mirio is sitting on a bar stool in the aquarium cafe built in Izuku's ship. Tamaki is sitting in a bar stool next to him while Izawa, Bonnie, Izuku, Najire, Echako, Tsuyu, Koda and Iri are sitting across from him on a bar couch. Mirio. The battle between the Blackbeard pirates is tomorrow. I can use Haki now, but that's not enough to last in a fight like this. I want to be useful. I've been closely watching Iri's progress in mastering her quirk over the past 2 months, training her abilities on birds, lizards and Mineta. Mirio gets up from his stool and steps up to Iri. He drops to his knees and places his head down on the floor in front of her. Mirio. Iri-chan, I'm sorry if it feels like I'm using you just for your quirk, but could you please test your rewind out on me? Mirio presses his head down harder on the floor. Iri turns around to look at Bonnie and Izawa, as if to ask for their permission. Izawa simply raises his hand as if he's telling her to go ahead, and Bonnie nods her head. Seeing the two of them respond, Iri stands up from the couch. She gently places her hands on Mirio's face. Feeling her touch, Mirio looks up to see her warm smile and small tears of joy in her eyes. Iri. Don't apologize. This is what I trained for after all. Present day. Mirio. Iri-chan, thank you. Because of you, I can once again be Lemillion. It's been about over half a year since I was last in action. Najire, mind lending me a hand? Najire. Yeah, you can count on me. On the sidelines, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu are seen smirking at their seniors. Kirishima. Not bad. They're really something else, but that doesn't mean we can just let them have all of the action. Tetsutetsu. Couldn't have said it better myself. We gotta show them what we're made of too. Kirishima hardens his body and Tetsutetsu turns his to steel. They both then proceed to hackify their arms and legs. They bump the back of their wrists against each other and smirk. They both yell and charge headfirst into a group of enemies. Marines and pirates open fire, but the bullets just bounce off them. The two of them press the back of the forearms together so their fists are pressed against each other. The two of them leap forward and punch with all their strength. They crash through the enemy forces, blowing away anyone and everyone in their path. D&K. Crimson Crash. Marine Commander. TCH, more freaks cannon units, blow them to bits. Marines holding hand cannons step forward and aim at the durable duo. The two raise their arms ready to defend. The Marines are ready to fire, but shift their attention when they see someone jump up from behind the duo. The person in the air then seems to turn into a giant clam and roll into the cannon holders, knocking them all out. Marine Commander. What happened? Marine Cannoneer. Sir, he turned himself into a clam. Marine Commander. God damn it, that's hilarious, but a clam shell won't protect him, crack him wide open. Marines and pirates alike charge the giant clam ready to take down whoever's in it. The clam shell opens slightly to reveal a pair of sharp eyes. In a split second, the clam shell disappears and a large portion of the Marines and pirates surrounding it are cut down, while the rest are engulfed in flames. Marine Commander. Nani. Standing where the clam once was, the Marines and pirates see a hooded figure. He had an orange bird beak for mouth, arms covered in a lobster-like carapace with what looked like tomahawks for hands, and purple reptilian legs complete with a scaly tail. Tamaki. This world has so many unique and strong creatures. Chikoro birds, tomahawk spiny lobsters and the Midsaurus. They all have such incredible traits on their own. Now that I've eaten them, I've created a powerful new form combining all of their skills. Vast hybrid. Chimera cockatrice, I'm the one who eats even the sun, Sun Eater. Hiroshima. Whoa. Tetsu. Senpai's amazing. Mirio. Looking good, Tamaki, you're really living up to your name. Mirio says as he walks up to Tamaki and stands next to him. Nijire descends down and lands next to Mirio. Nijire. Hey, doesn't this mean what I think it means? Tamaki. Why yeah, I think it might. Mirio. You better believe it. Mirio holds arm in front of him with a smirk. Tamaki turns one of his hands back to normal and places it over Mirio's along with Nijire's hand. Mirio. The big three are back. The trio all hackify their hands and throw them up into the air. Tamaki turns his back into an axe, Nijire emits sparks of energy from hers, and Mirio punches his into his other palm. Mirio. And better than ever, we'll tear down anyone in our path and carve the way for our junior's future. Tian. Yeah. Back with Izuku. Izuku and his group are steadily making their way battlefield and are nearing Fujitora and Burgess. A group of Marines with shields gather ahead of them to try and block their path. Seeing this, Izuku speeds up to the front of the group and draws his snow sword. He snaps off part of the blade which immediately regenerates using snow. He places the blade shard on his tongue and takes a deep breath. He breathes out a blast of cold air that freezes the shield-bearing Marines. Izuku. Ice Bowl Kinsan. Kinemon. I've got it. Kinemon draws his other blade and hackifies both his katanas. He ignites them and launches a blazing flying slash attack that shatters the ice into pieces and sends the frozen shield-bearing Marines flying. Seeing his job done, Kinemon sheathes his swords and continues running. Immediately after, a large oversized human pirate wielding a large sword steps in and readies a slash. Izuku. Let's go, Carrot. Carrot. You got it, Izuku. Izuku and Carrot dash ahead of the group and head straight for the giant pirate. Izuku charges his claw gauntlets with green electricity, while Carrot puts on her clawed paw gauntlets and charges them with electro. Izuku. Think you can reach his head from here? Carrot. No problem. The pirate brings his sword down and tries to slash them. The two of them jump into the air to avoid the slash with Izuku going left while Carrot goes right. While in the air, the two of them jump mid-air and head straight to the pirate's face. They bring their claws forward and deliver electrocuted slashes to the pirate's face. C&I. Thunder Cross. Izuku finishes off the attack by pushing the pirate's face with enough force that makes him fall on his back. He lies there unconscious as Kinemon and the others run over him. Carrot and Izuku land back on the ground and continue running with the others. Boruko. They just keep on coming, don't they? Piku. But their numbers have begun thinned quite a bit, haven't they? Izuku. That just means we're getting closer to Fujitora. No one wants to be around him when he's fighting after all. Izo. Alright, just a little farther, then we should be him. The group all send something coming their way using observation Haki. Izo suddenly leaps forward and hackifies his arm. With his arm, he blocks a hackified Jit attack from Smoker who came in out of nowhere. Smoker. You're not going anywhere. Izuku. Crap, it's Smoker. Izo. Not on my watch. From behind Smoker, Toshigi jumps up and tries to slash Izo. Her attack manages to get blocked by Kiku who jumps in to save her brother. Kiku. I will not allow you to get in Ani-chan's way. Izo. You lot go ahead, we'll join up with you once we take care of these two. Izuku. Okay, stay safe. Izuku, Kinemon, Carrot and Maruko quickly continue on their path to Fujitora. Izo pushes Smoker off of him and knocks Toshigi off Kiku with a kick. He pulls out his pistols and hackifies them. Izo. With Kin being a devil fruit eater, you have an advantage against him because of that Jit. This fight is a much easier victory for me. Smoker. You're awfully full of yourself for a former member of Whitebeard's crew. Izo. No, I'm just confident we're going to win. Smoker. Confidence alone will get you nowhere. Izo. I know. Kiku, don't push yourself. Leave the heavy work to me. Deku. I can take care of myself, Ani-chan. Izo. I almost lost you back in Onigashima and I don't plan on seeing you that close to death again. I'm making sure you stay alive no matter what. Smoker. You'd better focus on keeping yourself alive first. Smoker yells while charging at Izo using his devil fruit. Izo points his 2 pistols at him and fires 2 hackified rounds. Boruko. Do you think they'll be alright dealing with them? Izuku. Izo-sen was part of Whitebeard's crew, I know he and Kiku can handle Smoker and Toshigi. Anyways, we need to focus on moving forward. Love-struck Ms. Carrot. Izuku. Huh. Looking ahead of them, the group can see skinny marine with 2 swords on his back wearing pink furry socks, a violet coat and pants running at them with hearts in his eyes. I missed you so much. Izuku. Carrot, do you know this guy? Parrot. I don't know him. Ah, so cold, but my blazing love for you burns through the cold, it's me Zappa, remember? Garchu. Parrot. Oh, that's right, you gave me carrots. Zappa. That's right, you remember me, I'm so happy, amor. Boruko. This guy kinda reminds me of Sanji. Zappa. Oh, another beautiful woman is before my eyes miss, please tell me your name. Boruko. It's Rumi. Zappa. Ms. Rumi, your beauty is overwhelming me, I can barely stand seeing both you and Ms. Carrot in front of me, please, can you both marry me? Izuku. What? Boruko. Screw that, I ain't getting married, especially to some marine I don't even know. Zappa. Ah, such fierce love. Izuku. This guy just proposed to 2 pirate women at once, he's definitely got a few screws loose. Kinemon. Agreed. Zappa's expression suddenly changes and he draws his sword. He angrily points it at Izuku. Zappa. You. Izuku. Me. Zappa. You're part of the Straw Hat Pirates, aren't you? Izuku. Well, duh. Didn't you hear me say that I was his son on top of that hill back there? There's also this tattoo on my back if you wanna see it. Zappa. Once I kill you and all of the other men of the crew, I can have all the beautiful female members as my wives, and it all starts with you dying here today. Izuku. I think your motivation as a marine needs some adjusting. Zappa. Enough talk. Zappa draws his other sword and starts jumping in the air using Geppo. Both his blades ignite into flames while he's in the air. Izuku follows his movements using observation Haki. He narrows his eyes and uses future vision to see what he's planning to do. With his opponent's next attack in his sight, Izuku cocks back his right fist. Zappa. Take this burning blow. Zappa swings his blazing blades and launches a large fireball at Izuku. Izuku. Detroit smash. Izuku punches and creates a blast of wind that dissipates the fireball and knocks Zappa out of the air. Izuku. Looks like 63% is more than enough for you. Zappa. You can't stop the love between us. Izuku. I'll make this quick. Izuku dashes and quickly appears in front of Zappa with his fist cocked back. He's about to punch him in the face, but his danger sense kicks in. Izuku jumps back to avoid a large finger trying to stab him. Standing next to Zappa is a large, rather round man with dreadlocks and long arms that have 2 elbows. Betting a bit ahead of yourself, aren't you, Zappa? Zappa. This is a matter of the heart, Bonham. I don't need your help. Bonham. Well, too bad, cause you're getting it. Izuku. These 2 are an odd pair. Boruko. They're a pair of obstacles is what they are. Let's just kick their asses and be done with them. Out of my way, slowpokes. From between the 2 young marines, a red blur rushes past them and heads straight to Izuku. The blur jumps into the air, revealing it to be Navy Captain Ground. He takes out his 2 daggers and descends upon Izuku. Izuku hackifies his head and tanks 2 slashes to the face. He unleashes a small burst of Conqueror's Haki to blow Ground back. Ground. Not bad. Izuku. I remember you from Dressrosa. Ground. Name's all Hunt Ground. Izuku. What's the deal trying to pick a fight with me head on? There are tons of the Blackbeard pirates here for you to beat. Ground. They won't put up a decent fight. To be honest, I'd rather be fighting against Straw Hat. But I'll make do with you. Izuku. I think you're underestimating both me and Luffy senpai. Unless you're serious, you're not gonna last long. Ground. That's so. Ground says with a smirk as steam comes out of the gauntlet covering his left arm. Ground. This ought to be fun then. Ground says as he charges at Izuku with his fist cocked back. Izuku cocks back his fist for a counterattack. Before Ground can strike, he gets punched in the face and knocked back into Zappa and Bonham by Kinemon. Bonham. Ground, you okay? Ground. Ow, the hell you doing, getting in the way of our fight, you prick. Izuku. Kin-san. Kinemon. We need to focus on moving forward. That is what you had said, Izuku Dono. And move forward you shall. I shall keep these three at bay. Izuku. But Kin-san. Kinemon. If Fujitora or the Blackbeard captain escape, then this whole battle will have been for naught. Do you think you can look Luffy Dono in the eye if you failed this mission? Izuku. Of course not. Kinemon. Then go, these three are no match for an Akazaya 9 samurai. Izuku. Fine, just make sure you show them what Wano swordsmanship looks like. Let's go, Maruko-san. Oh okay. Maruko. This kinda pisses me off, but I guess we don't have a choice. The three of them begrudgingly run away from the battle. They pass the trio of marines without them so much as even looking their way. On 'em. We're not gonna chase after them. Brownt. No. This guy pissed me off, so I'm dealing with him first. Besides, that other captain is gonna be targeting that pirate. Hey, Topknot, you're gonna be facing hell on earth, so I suggest you say your last words while you have the chance. Kinemon simply maintains a narrow gaze at the three of them. He draws his katanas and hackifies them both. He ignites them in flames and points them at the fledglings. Kinemon. Come. Izuku. Raya move. Izuku charges through, punching all marines and pirates out of his path. And Maruko assist by keeping the pirates trying to attack them at bay. Seeing the vast number of enemies ahead of him, Izuku grits his teeth and throws his left arm back. He emits an extremely large amount of black whips and starts grabbing marines and pirates behind him. After attaching the black whips to enough pirates and marines, Izuku pulls them all together. The black whips cluster together and hackify into a giant black ball with all the captured targets inside it. Seeing what he's about to do, Maruko and Carrot stick to the right of Izuku. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Wrecking Ball. Izuku brings his arm forward and launches the massive black ball at the enemies in front of him. The black ball plows through everyone in its path, tearing up the ground itself in the process. Izuku detaches from the black ball and lets it continue down its destructive path. While they're running after the black ball, the trio can see some sort of light growing in the center of it. Suddenly, a laser blasts through the ball, causing it to break apart and release all the now unconscious marines and pirates. The one firing the laser can be seen to be a pacifista. Parrot. It's a pacifista. Maruko. What now? Parrot. I think Zoro called it a robot. Izuku. I have had enough of things getting in our way. I'm not wasting time on a mere pacifista gear. Second. Izuku's body bulks up, his hair starts spiking up and glowing a lighter shade of green, his green-tinted Haki markings cover his body and gear. He turns his claws back into their armband form and reaches into his bag to reattach his Air Force gauntlets. He squeezes his right fist, making a black liquid flow from the wristband and coat his fist. He creates a black whip fist from his left arm and throws it far back. Green sparks start flying from the black fist as Izuku closes in on the pacifista. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. The pacifista charges lasers in its hands and mouth. It fires 3 beams at Izuku. Using his observation Haki and extreme speed, Izuku dodges the 3 laser blasts and reaches the pacifista. The green sparks coming from the black fist surge into what looks like lightning itself. Izuku. Green Crew. Izuku slams his black fist into the pacifista's chest. The electricity discharges into an electric explosion large enough that everyone on the entire battlefield can see. The pacifista tries to keep its ground but keeps getting pushed back. Izuku. I'm not done yet. Izuku creates another black whip with his right arm and throws it back with his gauntlet attached to it. Green sparks fly from the black whip and ignite the oil covering Izuku's gauntlet. Izuku retracts the black whip and punches the blazing gauntlet into the pacifista's chest as well. Izuku. Red Hayayuk. The flames pierce through the pacifista's body. The pacifista loses all its strength and stops resisting. With one final scream and push, Izuku sends the pacifista flying through the air. The bot into a group of marines in the distance and explodes into a ball of flames. Maruko. Wow. Parrot. Amazing, Izuku. Izuku throws his right arm to the side and white steam comes out from the band around his wrist to extinguish the flames. He then pulls back on the band and a small empty metal capsule falls out. Izuku. 2 shots left. The path is clear now, let's go. Parrot. Okay. Maruko. Bunny boy, look out. Izuku. Izuku quickly looks back to the front of him and is met with a fist to the face. The power behind the punch is enough to knock Izuku back into Maruko and Carrot. Parrot. Izuku. Maruko. Are you okay? Izuku sits back up and covers his nose which got hit. He looks at his hand to see blood. Izuku. Blood. Wow, you took that better than I thought. Izuku stands up to get a good look at the one who punched him. He appears to be a marine round about the same age him. He's wearing a marine jacket with a merit on it, along with captain's coat over it and a scarf. He has a floral pattern bandana tied across his forehead and has a pair of glasses over it. He has shaggy pink hair and a scar on his forehead. I'd expect nothing less from Luffy-san's crewmate. Izuku wipes the blood from his nose and spits out some blood. Izuku? And who might you be? I'm a marine captain and a friend of Luffy-san. You can call me Kobe. Izuku? Smile. Even though you're a marine, you didn't hesitate to call yourself a friend of Luffy-senpai. I'll believe that. So, since you're a friend of my captain, would you mind doing me a favor and letting us go past? Kobe? I'm afraid I can't do that. Kobe says as he gets into a fighting stance. Izuku? That's what I was afraid of. Izuku says as he too gets into a fighting stance. Izuku? Maruko-san, stay out of this fight. Maruko? Huh? No way, I haven't gotten a single decent fight in this war. Izuku? I'm sorry to say that you probably can't beat him. He's much stronger than the Pacifista. And speaking frankly, I'm stronger than a top 5 hero now. Maruko? You don't know that we still need to have a rematch. Rumi, calm down a bit. Kobe? I remember your wanted poster gave you the title of false hero. Sorry about that. Were you a marine or anyone other than a pirate, you would have been labeled an actual hero. Izuku? I really don't care what the Navy thinks of me. Even as a pirate, I can be a hero. Pirate hero, Deku. That's a name Luffy-senpai gave me and one I'm proud of. Kobe? You're a real interesting guy. The two stare each other down. Neither of them are moving so much as a muscle. After about 10 seconds, they both dash at each at equal speeds and clash fists. The clash between them creates a small shockwave. They both push their fists harder trying to overpower the other. The clash ends with them both pulling back and trying to kick each other. Their legs clash against each other, creating small sparks from their colliding Haki. Izuku punches forward and tries to hit Kobe with a black whip fist. Kobe uses Soro and dodges the attack. Izuku immediately dashes after Kobe. He throws a punch, but jumps into the air to avoid and uses Geppo to stay afloat. Izuku chases after him using Skywalk. The two enter an intense exchange, trading blow for blow. Izuku kicks Kobe in the ribs, making him cough up a bit of blood. Kobe delivers an uppercut to Izuku's jaw, making him cough up blood as well. They both then punch each other hard in the face and send each other flying. They both catch their bearings mid-air, and Kobe starts running higher in the sky. Seeing as he wasn't getting anywhere, Izuku yells and builds up power in his arms. His arms bulk up and his Haki spreads to cover his eyes and chest. Izuku? United smash fists. Kobe? Whistle, getting serious, eh? Guess I'd better step things up then. Kobe says as he throws his coat aside. Izuku squeezes his right fist, making oil coat his gauntlet again. He throws both his arms back and creates two massive black whips with his right gauntlet attached to the right whip. The left whip becomes completely covered in green electricity, while the right becomes engulfed in flames along with the gauntlet. Izuku uses Skywalk to head for Kobe up in the air with his black whip arms trailing after him. Kobe smirks and swings his arm. The force of the swing sends a blade of compressed air straight at Izuku. Izuku steps out of the way using Skywalk, while Kobe proceeds to send more air blades at Izuku. Izuku manages to dodge most of them, however one manages to slice his chest and make him bleed. Izuku grits his teeth and pushes through the pain. With one final kick, he launches himself up so he's right above Kobe. Kobe looks up to see Izuku with his eyes red and veins bulging. Izuku? Yellow can do or. Izuku yells as he brings his sparking and blazing black whips forward. Kobe coats his arms in Haki and crosses them to block the oncoming attack. Izuku's fists clash against Kobe's arms. Despite his best efforts to hold his ground, the flames and electricity combined with Izuku's gear second strength are proving too much for Kobe to handle. Izuku roars and with one final surge of strength, Izuku breaks through Kobe's defense and sends him straight to the ground, leaving a smoke trail in the air. Kobe crashes, making the ground itself shake beneath everyone's feet. Izuku lands back on the ground and his arms return to normal size with his Haki receding as well. White steam extinguishes his flames and another small metal capsule falls out. Kobe. Ow, 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 that's gonna leave a mark. Kobe stands up from the crater created by the crash. He steps out of the smoke cloud that was formed to reveal his heavily damaged body. The sleeves of his jacket are completely incinerated and his arms are badly burned. Kobe. Aw man, that was my favorite jacket. Izuku. You're pretty tough for just a marine captain. Kobe. Well, I was trained by the hero of the Navy himself. It'd be something else if I was weaker than a vice admiral. Now, ready for round 2. Izuku. I don't really have an option here. But I am interested in seeing who's stronger. The one trained by the hero of the navy or the one trained by the pirate king? Izuku dashes at Kobe and cocks his arm back. He stops a bit ahead of him and punches the ground. The ground splits open causing Kobe to jump up in the air. Black whip spikes emerge from the cracks in the ground and try to stab Kobe. Izuku. Ninja art. Demon caltrops. Kobe is caught off guard by the sudden spikes and tries his best to dodge mid-air. He manages to dodge the majority of the spikes successfully, but one pierces through his foot. He flinches before pulling his foot free and sending an air slash at Izuku. Izuku pulls his arm out of the ground and rolls out of the way while grabbing hold of his club on his back. He hackifies his club and stomps on the ground to launch a piece of rock up in the air. Izuku. Advanced armament may be out of my reach for now, but I can find ways to make do. Narikabura. Izuku swings his club and smacks the rock while simultaneously hackifying it. He sends the rock straight at Kobe. Kobe punches the rock and shatters it. Izuku places his sword back on his back and ignites his legs in black flames. Izuku. Diable jam. Frights a sorties. Izuku delivers 3 flaming kicks simultaneously that create black spiraling flames at Kobe. Kobe blocks the attack and narrows his eyes as he senses something coming from his sides. He uses Geppo to quickly descend and dodge kicks from Carrot and Maruko. Parrot. We missed. Izuku. I thought I told you two to stay out of this. Maruko. You need the help and besides, I'm pretty damn bored watching on the sidelines. Izuku. This isn't some game pull a fryer. Spectre. Izuku jumps up and starts kicking downwards at Kobe rapidly. Kobe uses his observation haki and speed to dodge Izuku's blazing kicks. He follows the movement of Izuku's legs and grabs hold of Izuku's blazing right leg. He slams him down onto the ground before tossing to the side. Izuku rolls on the ground until he regains his bearings and launches a black fist at Kobe. Kobe sidesteps out of the way, seemingly dodging the attack. Izuku. Smash shotgun. The fist suddenly bursts into several more fists that catch Kobe by surprise. He ends up getting hit in the ribs, thigh and face. Kobe coughs up blood and holds his ribs. Izuku stands back up and suddenly coughs up blood as well. Izuku. Damn it, not now. Kobe. What's the matter? Where you coughing up blood? I'm the one who just got hit in the ribs after all. Izuku. It's nothing. Just something that happens from time to time. Anyways, I can still keep going. Kobe. Same here. Izuku. What? Kobe. Do you hear that? Izuku looks at Kobe confused until he hears what sounds like screaming in the distance. He turns around and looks up to see Tenya, Sai, Denki and Ichako flying straight at him. Denki. Help. Izuku. Guys. Ichako. Deku-kun, help, we can't stop. Izuku. Crap, smash net. Izuku creates a large net using his black whips and catches his 4 flying friends. He lowers them all and Ichako releases them from the effect of her quirk. Izuku. Are you okay? Tenya. Ugh, I'm used to the coup de burst, so I assumed being flung wouldn't be a problem. I was wrong. Ichako. I'm gonna barf. Kobe. Heh, ha 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 ha. Izuku. What's so funny? Kobe. Sorry, them falling just reminded me of something Luffy-san did a few years ago. Now, let's get back to our fight, shall we? Izuku. This guy's relentless. Yellow Condor did the most damage so far, but I've only got 1 Red Hawk capsule left and I can only use United Smash Fist one more time for both my arms without breaking them. I really should save them for Fujitora and Burgess. Plus, I can't maintain gear second forever, I'm in a hurry, so I'll finish this now. Izuku says as he draws his snow sword and places the blade between his teeth. He's about to bite down, but stops when he hears someone call out to him. Melissa. Deku-san. May. Midoriya, we brought back up. Izuku turns around to see May and Melissa riding towards him on Kuro. Hitching a ride with them at the front of Kuro is Urauge. He jumps off the bike and tries to attack Kobe with his giant metal pillar. Kobe jumps back and Izuku removes his sword from his mouth. Izuku. Urauge. Melissa. We picked him up on the way here. He seemed pretty eager to fight. Urauge. The objective here is to retrieve the devil fruit and defeat Burgess, yes. I'd much rather fight this man. He'll put up a bigger fight than Burgess. Denki. He wants to fight. I say we let him. Sai. Izuku-kun, we need to keep moving forward. Izuku. I'm actually kinda disappointed we can't finish this fight, Kobe. Smile, what do you say we finish this one day? Kobe. Smile, I'll be looking forward to it. Izuku jumps onto the rhino figurehead of Kuro. The others follow suit and hop onto the barrels of the bike. Izuku. Kick it. Melissa revs the engine and takes off, leaving Urauge alone with Kobe. Urauge. Now, let's have some fun, shall we? Kobe. Taking on someone from the same generation as Luffy-san with a 770 million Beely Berry, I'm excited. I wonder if Omepo is having as much fun as me. Kobe leaps forward with his fist cocked. Urauge spins his pillar above his head a few times before running at Kobe with it. His pillar and Kobe's fist clash, putting the two of them in a power struggle. Meanwhile, Izuku and the others are quickly nearing Fujitora. At this point, Tenya notices Izuku's injuries. Tenya. Midoriya-kun, that person was really powerful, wasn't he? Izuku. Kobe. Yeah, he was. He's ridiculously strong even without a devil fruit or a quirk. Gave me a few serious hits there. Tenya. Sorry. Had we gotten to you faster, you wouldn't have gotten injured so needlessly. Izuku. No, don't worry about it. It was a pretty fun fight after all. Sigh. Izuku-kun, you sound a lot like Luffy-kun right now. Parrot. Yeah, Luffy would have said the same thing. Izuku. Shishi, I'm happy to hear that. Tenya. He just keeps on fighting and smiling, doesn't he? May. Heads up Admiral and enemy captain at 12 o'clock. In the near distance, the group can see Fujitora and Burgess clashing. Izuku smirks and removes his club from his back while simultaneously hackifying it. Izuku. Yosh, this is where the real fight starts. Fujitora Aya. Fujitora and Burgess turn their attention to Izuku and the others quickly approaching them. Izuku leaps forward with electricity flowing through his club. Izuku. Raime Haki. Izuku swings his club horizontally with both hands and clashes against Fujitora's katana. The force of the clash creates a shockwave that knocks Burgess back. Sparks fly from the clash of hackified weapons. Fujitora keeps a stern expression while Izuku stares at him with an excited grin. Going back in the battle a bit, Shinso and Izawa had just clashed with Bastille. Bastille pushes down harder on his shark cleaver, causing Izawa to lift his leg with more force and Shinso to put more power into pushing his sword. Shinso and Izawa's combined power manages to surpass Bastille's, pushing his blade off of them. Bastille. What the hell? Izawa quickly delivers a kick to Bastille's gut that knocks him back. Shinso. Should I put him under hypnosis? Izawa. No, he may look pretty strange, but he's a vice admiral. We can't take him down with a single strike. Wait to use hypnosis until he's worn down to the point where we can finish him. Shinso. Got it. Bastille. You little shits. Bastille recovers from being kicked and readies another sword slash. Shinso. Duck. Bastille slashes horizontally at the duo who duck out of the way. The attack creates an air slash that slices through a hill behind the two of them, as well as some surrounding pirates. Shinso. Even though he's a swordsman, he's got incredible range. Izawa. Yeah, distance between us is the last thing we want here. Shinso. Then maybe you shouldn't have knocked him back with that kick. Izawa. Don't question my method. Bastille. Have another one, Dara. Bastille sends another slash flying at the two of them. They jump over the attack and start running towards him. Shinso. Let's start by closing the distance between us and him. Izawa. Yeah. Bastille. I'll cut you both down. Bastille launches two diagonal flying slashes at the two of them. Shinso rolls out of the way while Izawa jumps over the point where the two slashes cross. Shinso stops rolling and sends out his scarf. He wraps it around Bastille's leg and pulls it, causing him to fall on his back. Izawa takes the opportunity to run up to Bastille. He jumps in the air and delivers an axe kick to Bastille's stomach. Bastille coughs up a little blood and tries to grab Izawa's leg. Izawa jumps off him, allowing Bastille to get back up. Shinso runs up to him with his sword in hand. He and Bastille try to slash each other and clash blades. Shinso struggles, holding his own against Bastille's power, as evident by Bastille's blade pushing Shinso down. Shinso suddenly drops lower, catching Bastille by surprise, and sweeps his legs. Bastille loses his balance, freeing Shinso from the pressure of his blade. Bastille is stopped from falling by Izawa's scarf wrapping around his face. Izawa launches himself at Bastille and knees him in the jaw. Izawa places his feet on Bastille's shoulders and jumps back while his scarf is still wrapped around his head. Shinso follows up with a straight punch to the gut and a right hook to the ribs. Izawa returns and delivers a devastating axe kick to Bastille's cranium. Shinso suddenly appears behind Bastille while sheathing his sword. Shinso. Hinata Sancho. Yahazujiri. Shinso sheathes his sword and a slash appears on Bastille's chest. Bastille. Ugh, you pirate scum, that hurt, Dara. Bastille starts thrashing around wildly, making Izawa release him from his scarf. He tries to slice Shinso behind him with his sword. Shinso jumps up and lands on the blade. Before Shinso can jump away, Bastille grabs him by the ankle. He swings him around in the air like a ragdoll before tossing him up. While he's in the air, Shinso sends his scarf at Bastille and wraps it around his blade. Before he can pull on it, he feels something pierce his leg. Shinso flinches from pain and looks down to see a marine with a gun aimed at him. Shinso. Damn it. Aizawa. Shinso. Shinso's scarf retracts and he falls down to the ground. Luckily, he's caught by Aizawa. He immediately pushes himself off Aizawa and stands back on his own feet. Aizawa. Don't push yourself, Shinso. Shinso. I'm fine. Midoriya was able to fight with a hole in chest. Compared to that, a bullet is nothing. It just caught me off guard is all. Aizawa. I thought Marines were the type to fight honorably. A sneak attack from the sidelines isn't exactly honorable, is it? Bastille. Do you really think we'll give pirates such a luxury, Dara? Even if you don't have bounties, it's our duty to bring you in no matter the cost. Even if we have to break every bone in your bodies to do so, Dara, capture the men. Marines suddenly move in and surround the two of them. Shinso readies his sword and prepares for the incoming fight. His attention shifts to Aizawa however when he sees his hair and scarf floating. He raises his head and stares down the Marines with his red eyes. The Marines can feel the bloodlust coming from him and stiffen up. His eyes land on the Marine who shot Shinso. Aizawa. You're the one who shot my student. The Marine can feel his soul drop from Aizawa's gaze. Aizawa's scarf wraps around the Marine's body, ensnaring him. Aizawa. Sorry. I can't just let that go. Aizawa pulls the Marine towards him and knees him in the face, knocking him out. He kicks him back and swings him into two other Marines. The two Marines get knocked unconscious on impact and fall to the ground. The Marines surrounding Aizawa and Shinso seem hesitant on attacking now. Bastille. What are you fools doing, Dara? They're just a couple of no-name pirates. The Marines swallow their hesitance and charge at the two of them. Aizawa. Can you still fight, Shinso? Shinso. Of course. Aizawa. Let's go then. Shinso and Aizawa yell out a battle cry and run to clash with a Marine. Shinso blocks a Marine's axe swing with his sword and Aizawa blocks a punch from a Marine with his leg. Aizawa notices another Marine coming at him from the side. Aizawa pushes the Marine's fist away and dodges a slice from the other Marine's sword. Aizawa grabs the swordsman Marine by the arm and throws him over his shoulder. He dodges a punch from the other Marine and grabs his hand. He then elbows the Marine with his free arm, breaking and bending the Marine's arm. Shinso pushes the axe of the Marine off him and slashes his chest. He steps back to dodge a spear thrust from another Marine. He slashes the spear in half before slashing the Marine too. He and Aizawa then stand back to each other. The Marines charge at them. They both duck, causing the two Marines to punch each other in the face and knock each other out. Another Marine tries to charge Shinso. Shinso jump flips over Aizawa, allowing Aizawa to kick the approaching Marine. Shinso lands in front of Aizawa and spins around to slice another oncoming Marine. Shinso. That's all of them. All that's left is Bullhorn over there. Bastille. You sure about that, Dara? Shinso looks at Bastille confused before suddenly sensing a life signature behind him. Shinso. Sensei. Shinso quickly turns around and pushes Aizawa's side. He slashes a Marine that tried to stab Aizawa in the back. The pain from his bullet injury causes him to lose his footing and fall on one knee. Bastille. I've got you now, Dara. Bastille yells as he fires a large diagonal air slash at Shinso. Shinso tries to get up and dodge, but flinches from the bullet pain in his leg. Aizawa quickly grabs him and tosses him out of the way. This however causes him to get hit by the air slash. Aizawa's blood splatters as Shinso lands on the ground. Shinso. Aizawa-sensei. Shinso quickly crawls to Aizawa to see him gritting his teeth. Blood can be seen squirting from the tear in his shirt. Bastille. How's that, you pirate squirts? Shinso. Sensei, are you okay? Aizawa. You're about 10 years too early to worry about me. Shinso. But you're seriously bleeding here. Aizawa. I can handle a cut and a little bleeding. Shinso. But. Aizawa. You should be more worried about yourself. A bullet is nothing, huh? It's not good manners to lie to your teacher. Aizawa takes off his now torn up overshirt and tosses it to the ground. This reveals the now large open wound on his chest. Aizawa. I'll be fine with a few bandages. But first, there's something we need to take care of first. Aizawa says as he stares down Bastille. Shinso. You're not being honest about your injuries. You're gonna bleed out if you don't treat that wound. Let's fall back now. Aizawa. Shinso. This is our first real fight since coming to this world and your first real fight as a hero. But more importantly, it's your first real fight as a pirate. And I'm going to make sure it's your first victory. It'd be a shame for you to lose to someone like him after all the training you went through. Aizawa turns to Shinso and holds out his hand for him. He smiles as his hands and scarf turn a metallic black. Aizawa. The fruits of your training, let me see it. Shinso looks up to Aizawa and chuckles before grabbing his hand and pulling himself up on his feet. He points his blade at Bastille and hackifies it along with his scarf. Shinso. Like I said earlier, only if you show me yours. Bastille. You fools are awfully optimistic for pirates. Bastille yells as he sends another diagonal slash flying at Shinso and Izawa. The two jumps to the sides to avoid the attack. Izawa. Let's finish this. Shinso. Yeah. Izawa dashes straight to Bastille with Shinso not far behind him. Izawa speeds up and lunges right at Bastille. Bastille. You moron, you left yourself open, Dara. Bastille tries to horizontally slash Izawa while he's in the air. Before Bastille's cleaver can even get near Izawa, Izawa dodges by jumping mid-air and flying past Bastille diagonally. Bastille. What? Izawa. Skywalk. Izawa flips mid-air and skywalks back to Bastille. He delivers a front kick to the back of Bastille's head that makes him fall forward a bit. Shinso comes in and punches Bastille hard in the gut. He's sent flying back a bit from Shinso's punch. Izawa uses skywalk to quickly descend down to the ground and land on a handstand behind Bastille. He spins and kicks Bastille with the tip of his boot and cancels his momentum. Izawa flips back on his feet while Shinso runs up with his sword ready. Izawa proceeds to deliver a barrage of kicks to Bastille's back with his right leg, while Shinso simultaneously unleashes a barrage of slashes to his chest. The screams of the sensei and student duo grow louder as their attacks become fiercer and faster. Izawa is the first to stop attacking as he jumps out from behind Bastille. Shinso quickly sheathes his sword and delivers a punch to the gut. Izawa immediately follows with a roundhouse kick to the chest. Bastille is sent flying and stabs his cleaver into the ground to bring himself to a stop. Bastille. No way, I'm not going down like this, I'll be taking you both down. Shinso. You sure about that? You're the one who looks like he's on the ropes. You're the one losing today. Bastille. You cocky brat, Dara, I'm going to. Bastille suddenly becomes dead silent and lets go of his blade. He stands up straight with his mouth hanging open. Shinso. Heh, got him. Izawa. Nice. Let's give this next one our everything. Shinso. Right. They both charge side by side at Bastille. Shinso stops at his right and Izawa stops at his left. Shinso raises his right leg and Izawa raises his left leg. They both deliver a kick to Bastille's face with the front of their feet and send him flying. Bastille snaps out of his hypnosis but is unable to do anything as he quickly gets wrapped up by Shinso and Izawa's scarves. They pull him back to them for Shinso and Izawa to deliver an right and left hook to his face respectively. He's punched free from the scarves and sent flying again. He's caught yet again by Shinso's scarf wrapping around him. Shinso. Sensei. Izawa. I'm on it. Izawa lunges forward and delivers a hard kick to Bastille's gut. Shinso pulls on his scarf to prevent Bastille from being knocked back or breaking free. Izawa kicks rapidly at Bastille's face with both his legs. His quick barrage ends with a strong kick to the throat and a backflip off the large man. Shinso smirks and pulls on his scarf to make Bastille fall forward. While he's falling, Izawa does a vertical kick straight into his gut. Shinso pulls his scarf loose and Bastille gets launched up into the air from the kick. Izawa follows after him using skywalk and takes the chance to fly higher up than him. Once he reaches a suitable height, he flips in the air and uses skywalk to quickly descend. He rockets downwards to Bastille and delivers a heavy punch to his back. Izawa. Shinso. Izawa yells before launching Bastille back down. On the ground, Shinso can be seen running towards the falling Bastille. Shinso. Itoryu II. Shinso clutches his sheathed sword and stops when he's directly under Bastille. He looks straight up and jumps towards Bastille. Time seems to stand still when Shinso is just below Bastille. In the blink of an eye, their positions are switched. Shinso is above Bastille with his blade completely drawn and blood can be seen gushing from a large new slash on his chest. Shinso. Rising Fang. Bastille crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. He lays there unmoving as his blood spreads on the ground. Shinso and Izawa then land on the ground next to him. Shinso sheathes his sword before falling down to one knee and clutching his leg. Shinso. Ow, that was hell on my leg. But at least we won, right, Eraserhead. Izawa. Yeah, good job, Shinso. Izawa says as he picks Shinso up by the collar and helps him stand. Izawa. Come on, let's go get that bullet out of your leg. Izawa and Shinso slowly make their back to the hill where the snipers are stationed. All the while, Marines on the sidelines who watch the whole thing are watching them shamble along. Marine 1. V Vice Admiral Bastille was defeated. Marine 2. No way, those two pirates just beat him. Marine Rear Admiral. This is inexcusable. Oi, someone go retrieve the Vice Admiral, the rest of you, go capture those two. Following the Rear Admiral's orders, a group of Marines go to retrieve Bastille, while another pursue Izawa and Shinso. Sensing the group coming from behind, the duo turns around and both get in a fighting stance. Aizawa. Should have seen this coming. Hope you can still stand on that leg, Shinso. Shinso. I can manage for a while. The Marines try to fire, but their guns get snatched away by strands of tape. The Marines follow their weapons to find the source of the tape coming from a nearby Zero. Zero. Not today, Navy. Aizawa. Zero. Rear Admiral. Another devil fruit user. Charge fight barehanded if you have to. The Marine group splits up into two groups that head for both Zero and Aizawa. While running though, they all sink into the ground and get trapped. Marine 1. I can't move. Marine 2. The ground suddenly got soft. Rear Admiral. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? From the softened quicksand-like ground, a helmet-wearing figure crawls out and stands next to Zero. Zero. Nice work, helmet buddy. Juzo. Thanks. You did a pretty good job, yourself. Shinso. Juzo, too. Looks like we lucked out. Mandalay. Heads up. Zero. Huh, you guys hear that? Aizawa. That sounded like Mandalay. The four stand there confused until they suddenly feel the ground beneath them vibrate. Out of nowhere, a giant stone wall rises from the ground. The wall encircles them and cuts them off from the surrounding Marines and pirates. Shinso. What just happened? Juzo. I'm not quite sure. Pixie Bob. Yeesh, you're bleeding all over, Aizawa. Aizawa and Shinso turn around to find Pixie Bob, Mandalay and the sniper unit. Aizawa. What are you lot doing here? The sniper unit shouldn't be in the middle of the battlefield. Mandalay. Well, we Hussycats decided we'd help the injured to retreat and take care of their wounds. And since the snipers are also the med team, we figured it'd be easier to take them to the wounded. Besides, they're just beginners, we can't expect their range as snipers to reach all over the place. We can keep moving the stone tower so they can keep raining down fire on the armies, even if they try to get out of range. Aizawa. Not a bad idea, pretty brilliant actually. Pixie Bob. Thanks. Oh, that reminds me. Pixie Bob places her hands on the ground beneath her. Using her quirk, she manipulates the ground everyone is standing and raises it so that it's level to the top of the stone tower. Pixie Bob. Alright kiddos, get to firing. Mineta, Niranjeki, you two treat Aizawa and Shinso. Sniper unit, yes ma'am. Mineta and Niranjeki get to treating Aizawa and Shinso's wounds while the others start firing at the Marines and pirates. Aizawa. Ow. By the way, where's Tiger? Mandalay. He took off a while ago. He said he'd be getting an aerial view of the battlefield. Whatever that means. While Aizawa and Shinso are busy recovering from their fight, another fight is already broken out. Far out nearby, the giant letters left by Todoroki's team, Tokoyami, Monoma and Shoji, are struggling against the Pacifista. Shoji can be seen bleeding from 3 of his tentacles, Tokoyami has a hole blasted through his shoulder, Nito is bleeding from his head, and all 3 of them are visibly exhausted. The Pacifista in front of them seems relatively untouched, with only its surface clothing being a little scratched. Shoji. Pant, we're not making any progress here. Tokoyami. This thing certainly portrays the weapon and human weapon well. Though I fail to see the humanity in it. Monoma. Crap, this shitty quality rapier of mine is starting to crack a bit. He really is a robot, his steel body is too tough for a regular sword to pierce. The Pacifista stares the 3 of them down silently. It scans them for possible bounties using its electronic scope with no results turning up. It opens its mouth and a laser starts charging inside it. 2 lasers are also seen charging in its palms. Shoji. It's gonna fire again, move. The 3 young heroes quickly jump out of the way. The Pacifista fires its 3 lasers, barely missing the 3 of them. The resulting explosion upon impact with the ground, however, manages to engulf all 3 of them. They're blown back from the force of the explosion and land on the ground badly injured. Shoji quickly gets back up and runs towards the Pacifista. He holds his arms out to the sides and starts spinning his swords like saw blades. While they're spinning, his swords get coated in Haki and turn pitch black. Shoji. Rakutoryu. Shikushu Nakajireha. The Pacifista swings its arm to try and knock Shoji away. Shoji jumps over its arm and brings his blades forward. All 6 of his blades cut into the Pacifista's arms. The human weapon bleeds but doesn't respond at all. Shoji finds himself unable to cut deeper into the weapon's arms. The Pacifista shakes furiously, throwing Shoji off along with his blades. Monoma and Tokoyami take the opportunity and lunge at the Pacifista. They slash its face with their blades simultaneously. The Pacifista's iron face proves too hard for them though as their blades shatter. Monoma. Oh, you've gotta be freaking kidding me. Tokoyami. My dark blade, it couldn't slash through the evil steel of this beast. The Pacifista quickly swats the 2 of them away. They crash on the ground but quickly recover and stand up. Shoji. This isn't good. We're down 2 weapons and can't do anything without using Haki. Monoma. Well, armament isn't exactly my strong suite and I can't just bring it forth like you do. Tokoyami. The same is true with me. Shoji. We can't just keep attacking randomly like this. There's gotta be some sort of weak point on this thing that we can exploit. Monoma. If you can find it, I'll gladly scream from the top of my lungs that 1A is superior to 1B in every way. Tokoyami. I may have an idea. Monoma. I immediately take back what I just said. Shoji. If you have a plan then tell it to us already. Tokoyami. There's no guarantee that it'll actually work, but it's worth a shot. He's maybe a robotic monster, but he's still human. And that's something we can exploit. Distract him for me. I need to wait for the right moment. Dark Shadow. Fallen Black Angel. Dark Shadow. Sure thing. Dark Shadow wraps itself in Tokoyami's cloak and grabs hold of him. The duo then fly high up into the air. Monoma. Distract him, he says. He still hasn't explained what the plan is. Shoji. Let's just go along with him for now and see where this goes. Shoji says as he readies his swords and faces the Pacifista. He charges at it head-on with Monoma shaking his head and sighing before charging with him. The Pacifista charges lasers in both its palms and suddenly rushes at the two of them. Shoji and Monoma are caught off guard by the cyborg's sudden forward approach and come to a stop. The Pacifista fires 2 lasers that hit the ground behind Shoji and Monoma. The two of them roll forward to evade the explosions that follow. They then get slapped to the side by the Pacifista since they were now in close proximity to it. They roll on the ground for a moment before getting back up. Shoji looks around and his eyes land on a nearby marine. He creates a pseudo fist that stretches to knock out the marine. He grabs the marine's saber and retracts the pseudo fist so he can hand the blade to Monoma. The duo split off in 2 different directions. The Pacifista charges up lasers and fires at the two of them. They both manage to dodge and close in on the robot. Monoma jumps and stabs the saber in its left shoulder while Shoji slashes its right side. The Pacifista calmly begins charging another laser in its right palm and points it at Monoma. Shoji quickly creates a pseudo-limb to pull Monoma out of the way before the laser hits. The Pacifista lowers its arm and looks at the two in front of it. It opens its mouth and begins charging another laser. At that moment, Tokoyami floating up in the air above narrows his eyes. Tokoyami. There it is, the time to strike is now, Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Roger that, partner. Dark Shadow dives down incredibly fast straight at the Pacifista. Tokoyami. Black Abyss. Dark Shadow covers Tokoyami's head and arms. Tokoyami looks down at his right arm while falling and concentrates. He closes his eyes and focuses solely on his shadow armored arm. The shadowy mass surrounding his arm intensifies and forms an even larger shadow fist. Tokoyami opens his eyes and cocks back his enlarged fist. He looks at the quickly approaching Pacifista below him. He brings his fist forward and slams it onto the Pacifista's head, causing its mouth to slam shut. Tokoyami. Warhammer of the Dark God. The charged-up laser explodes inside the mouth of the Pacifista, causing severe internal damage. Tokoyami lands on the ground as smoke exhausts from the Pacifista's mouth. Tokoyami. Underneath all of those cybernetic enhancements are still flesh and blood. It only makes sense that attacking from the inside is the most effective. So I decided to use its own laser against it. Shoji. Not bad, Tokoyami. But did it work? The smoke from the Pacifista's mouth clears to reveal its mouth severely damaged with blood coming out of it. Its head twitches with electricity discharging in short bursts. It then fires a laser in a random direction, hitting a group of marines. It proceeds to spin around in circles while lasers at varying angles and directions. Monoma. That definitely worked, but it wasn't enough. It's making him go crazy. The Pacifista fires a laser at the trio, making them jump out of the way. Shoji. It may be going crazy, but at least it's not targeting us directly anymore. We need to finish this while we can. Tokoyami. The same attack might not be able to end him. Is there something else we can attack? Monoma. His neck. If we break his neck, it might just do the job. Shoji. His neck, huh? Sounds like a plan, Tokoyami. Tokoyami. I read you. Shoji sheathes his 6 blades, whereas Tokoyami increases the size of his other shadow fist to match his enlarged one. They both then run up to Monoma and each grab one of his hands. He stands there somewhat stunned at the two's gesture. They let go of his hands and turn around to charge at the Pacifista. Tokoyami. We'll hold him down while you deliver the finishing blow. Shoji. We've got more power, so it'll be easier for us to restrain him. The two say as they reach the Pacifista. They both extend their arms and each grab one of the Pacifista's arms. They pull on the Pacifista's arms and manage to hold it still. Monoma stands there still stunned a bit with his mouth agape. Shoji. What are you doing? Hurry up. Okoyami. We're counting on you, Monoma. Monoma, hearing the two's words, clenches his fist tightly. He grits his teeth before his expression suddenly mellows and turns into a smirk. Monoma. Fine, but if this doesn't work out, the blame will be on your heads. Monoma says as he throws his arms to the sides. A dark mass accumulates in his stomach. A shadowy figure reminiscent of Monoma sprouts from the dark mass and floats in front of him. Monoma. Shadow me, you better be ready for action, give me a boost so I can take out this robot freak. Shadow Monoma. Yes, Millard. Monoma and his shadow double charge towards the Pacifista. His shadow double floats in front of him and clasps its two hands together. Monoma jumps forward and lands on the hands of his floating buddy. The shadow proceeds to hurl him and send flying at the Pacifista. The shadow double disappears and two tentacles burst out of his coat on both sides. The tentacles sprout hands at the ends and clasp them together along with Monoma's actual hands. Monoma reaches the Pacifista and slams all 6 clasped fists against the left side of its face. The Pacifista clearly takes some damage but manages to tank the heavy hit. The Pacifista shakes and turns, managing to shake off the 3 heroes. Monoma. Damn it, it wasn't enough. The Pacifista opens its mouth and charges another laser aimed at the 3 of them lying on the ground. Okoyami. Shit. Shoji. Brace yourselves. The 3 ready themselves to take the blast head on. Before the Pacifista can fire its blast, it gets engulfed in flames that rain down from above. Monoma. What the? Shoji. Where in the? Okoyami. Look, above us. The trio look up to the sky above them and can see what looks to be a chikoro bird flying in the sky. From the back of the bird, a figure jumps down and lands in front of them. The figure in question is revealed to in fact be Tiger. Monoma. Tiger. Tiger. Don't go giving up so easily, you cubs. Tiger says as he grabs all 3 of them and pulls them onto their feet. He dashes towards the Pacifista, which is in the middle of charging a laser. It fires, but he jumps over the blast and the Pacifista landing behind it. He stretches his arms and grabs hold of the Pacifista's arms. Tiger. Finish this, all 3 of you, and put some of that plus ultra into it. The 3 young heroes look at Tiger for a moment before they all smirk together. Shoji and Tokoyami proceed to charge straight at the Pacifista. Shoji. You heard him, you know what we have to do. Tokoyami. Clear as day. Monoma. Yeah. Monoma sprouts 4 tentacles on the right side of his body and stretches them along with his actual arm to form 5 elongated arms. He then proceeds to intertwine the 5 arms together to form a thicker large limb. His eye twitches and body tenses up before his giant limb gets covered in the dark mass of his shadow double. He then charges at the Pacifista with his giant limb being dragged behind him. Tokoyami jumps up at the Pacifista and cocks his large fist. Tokoyami. Go. Tokoyami delivers a heavy punch to the side of the Pacifista's face. The blow is strong enough to push the Pacifista back, though Tiger manages to keep it in place. Shoji jumps in as well and cocks 3 fists back. Shoji. Beyond. Shoji punches the Pacifista hard in the side of the face with all 3 of his fists. Him and Tokoyami's combined power is strong enough that they can hear the Pacifista's neck cracking from it. Seeing as they've taken their attacks as far as they can, Tokoyami and Shoji jump off the Pacifista to make way for Monoma. Monoma. Plus ultra. Monoma yells as he punches the Pacifista in the face with his massive limb. Tiger tries his best to hold the Pacifista in place against the extreme amount of force pushing at it from the front. Monoma can feel his arms going but pushes through with a scream. The Pacifista tries its best to withstand the power of the punch. That is until. Crack. A loud audible crack is heard from the Pacifista's neck, followed by sparks starting to fly from its head. Monoma's eyes widen as seeing this makes him put all his remaining strength into his limb. With this final burst of strength, Monoma's punch breaks the Pacifista's neck. Hearing the crack of the Pacifista's neck, Tiger lets go of its arms and jumps out from behind it. With it now being unrestrained, the Pacifista is sent flying. Monoma lands on the ground just as the Pacifista explodes in the distance. His body returns to normal and he falls on his back unable to move. Monoma. We won. I've never pushed myself this far before. Combining quirks is something I thought was impossible. Heh, guess I really did go beyond plus ultra there. Shoji. You sure did. Okoyami. No argument here. Tiger. You 3 really proved yourselves just now. Especially you, Phantom Thief. Monoma. Of course, I'm a conqueror's Haki candidate after all. Tiger. The battle's not over yet. But you're in no shape to keep on fighting. Let's get you lot patched up. Tiger says as he waves to the Chikoro bird flying up in the air. The bird descends to the ground and lands next to them, revealing Kota riding on its back. Koda. Guys, are you okay? Shoji. Koda. Tokoyami. What are you doing riding this feathered fighter? Koda. I asked Midoriya if he could take me to one of these birds yesterday. I thought they'd be a great asset for us. Before the battle started, Tiger-sen asked me to help him monitor the battlefield and look for people in need of help from above. Tiger picks up Monoma and places him on the back of the bird. Tiger. We'll take you to the med team so you can get back to the battlefield. Tokoyami and Shoji nod before climbing on the bird's back. Tiger hops on the bird's back as well, letting the bird take off into the air. Koda scans the surroundings until he notices the giant stone tower the sniper squad are located on. He points in the direction of the tower and the bird starts flying that way. While they're flying, they can feel a shockwave in the distance and see sparks flying in that direction. Monoma. What's that? Shoji. I'll give you one guess. Tokoyami. Midoriya must have finally made it to the leaders of the enemy armies. The most crucial fight in this war has begun. Monoma. Let's hope this goes well. Back to Izuku. Izuku's Raime Haki is currently clashing against Fujitora's blade. Many soldiers and pirates find themselves unable to get closer due to the immense pressure coming from the clash of Haki between the two. Izuku can feel his current output of power is only keeping an unequal stalemate. Therefore, he increases his 1 for all gear second percentage from 63 to 71. His body bulks up even further and his skin starts to glow with sparks discharging from his body. Izuku's club starts to push Fujitora's blade back. Fujitora can feel the sudden shift in power and decides to retaliate. Izuku's body suddenly feels heavier and he falls to the ground while still in the clash. His body continues to grow heavier and heavier, with even the ground cracking beneath his feet. Unable to withstand the intense gravity for much longer, Izuku proceeds to release a wave of Conqueror's Haki. The blast of Haki knocks out the surrounding marines and pirates. The pressure proves to be strong enough to force Fujitora to back away, freeing Izuku from the intensified gravity. Fujitora. It seems you have learned to control your Conqueror's spirit. Izuku. Yeah, it's pretty easy when the Pirate King himself teaches you how to use it. Fujitora. Is that so? Izuku. You know, I never really did give you my thanks for saving me back in Dressrosa. So let me just say now that I appreciate what you did for me. Fujitora. He who risks his life to save civilians from a threat that we Navy were in fact partially responsible for creating, cannot be evil. I did nothing wrong by saving you. Izuku. Shishi, you're a good person. Something you don't see often in the Marines. Izuku places his club on his back and reaches into his bag. He pulls out his bandana and ties it on his head. Izuku. But that doesn't mean we can just get through this in a peaceful manner. Fujitora. I'm afraid not. As fate would have it, we are on opposing sides. And only one can be the victor. Burgess. And that's gonna be us. Burgess says as he charges out of nowhere straight to Izuku with a hackified fist ready. Izuku simply smirks and rolls his arms in front of him. Burgess throws his fist forward for a punch, but Izuku takes a short step out of the way and uses his left hand to divert Burgess's arm. He then delivers a hard hackified elbow to Burgess's gut with his right arm, knocking the wind out of him. Izuku spins in the air for a few seconds before hitting Burgess with a rolling kick to the face and sending him flying. Burgess lands on the ground and quickly gets back on his feet. Izuku. Sorry, but against the two of us, you're not only outnumbered, you're outclassed. Burgess. You see, Rat, I'll make you eat those words. Fujitora. It seems you both are unable to see the depth of the gap in power between us. Tenya. Midoriya. Tenya and the others ride in on Kuro and stop just behind Izuku. Ichako. Deku, how can we help? Izuku. Kaminari-kun, Tsu, Hatsum, Melissa-san, keep the marines and pirates at bay so they don't get in our way. Iida-kun, Ichako, Maruko, Carrot, I'm gonna need your help with this. If you understand, sign off. Everyone. Yeah. Izuku. Then hang on tight, this is gonna get rough. Izuku yells as he charges forward. Tenya, Ichako, Carrot and Maruko run after him while Tsu, Denki, Mei and Melissa take care of the marines and pirates trying to get closer. Burgess cocks back his hackified elbow and starts vibrating it. Burgess. Shockwave elbow. Burgess launches an elbow attack and creates a shockwave headed straight for Izuku and the others. Izuku punches forward and creates his own shockwave that nullifies Burgess's. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Izuku punches and sends a hackified black whip fist at Burgess. Burgess dodges the fist and smirks confidently. His smirk disappears quickly though when he gets surprised by a second fist hitting him in his gut. Izuku. Twin smash pistol. Izuku pulls his fists back and stops running. He places his wrists against each other and a large ball of condensed black whips in his palms. The ball explodes and launches a barrage of hackified black fists at Burgess. Izuku. smash storm. The hackified feet and fists repeatedly strike Burgess, leaving him unable to move or break free. Carrot and Maruko charge to Burgess using the opening Izuku grants them. They jump forward and drop kick him in the face. The man see. Comet Rabbit. Izuku's eyes glow red as his danger sense triggers his future vision. He looks at Fujitora to see him readying an attack with his blade. Izuku. Jumpin' high. Izuku says as he grabs hold of Ichako with his right hand and Tenya with his left. Fujitora. Gravito. Moko. Fujitora slices forward and sends a wave of horizontal gravity at the group. Izuku jumps up high into the air while carrying Ichako and Tenya, while Carrot and Maruko do the same. Pirates on the ground who are unable to dodge are sent flying from the gravity blast. Izuku. Fujitora's devil fruit ability allows him to manipulate gravity. It's got a massive range, so be extremely careful. Tenya. Got it. Ichako. Okay. Izuku. Alright then, you're up, Ida. Izuku tosses Tenya full force at Fujitora. Tenya concentrates and coats his legs in armament Haki. His exhaust pipes ignite and he accelerates towards Fujitora even faster. Tenya. Recipro extend. Tenya's leg clashes with Fujitora's blade. At the same time, Izuku and Ichako land on the ground. Ichako hackifies her hands and gets in a fighting stance along with Izuku. Izuku. Can you keep up, Ichako? Ichako. Yeah, let's do it, Deku. With that, the duo charge straight to Fujitora. Using his observation Haki, Fujitora can sense the two coming at him. He pushes Tenya aside and uses his sword to block the pair of Haki-coated fists. Izuku and Ichako proceed to unleash a barrage of blows against the blind admiral, which he proceeds to block using his sword. With the lack of progress evident, Izuku ignites his leg in black flames and aims a kick at the admiral's face. This makes Fujitora back away and give Izuku and Ichako some space. Izuku cocks his right fist to his side and Ichako cocks her left fist. They both breathe out slowly and tighten their fists. They then simultaneously punch forward and send a shockwave through the air. I and O. Samegawara Seiken. Unable to defend himself from the combined force of the two shockwaves, Fujitora takes the full force of the attack and gets blown back. There's no time to rest though as Izuku and Ichako sense Burgess coming at them from the side. Burgess. Galleon Lariat. Izuku grabs Ichako and jumps up into the air to avoid the air slash created from the shockwave of Burgess's lariat. Immediately after, Burgess gets shot in the face by a water bullet. He looks for the source of the bullet and finds Tsu back at the bike with Denki, Mei and Melissa. She forms another water bullet in her hand and hurls it at him. As soon as it leaves her hand, Denki fires a pointer that goes underneath it and releases electricity that travels through the water bubble and electrifies it. Burgess quickly ducks to avoid the electrified water bullet. He stands back up and the sound of something clashing against the air is heard above him. He looks up to see Izuku rapidly bouncing against the air like a bull using skywalk with Ichako hanging onto him. The two continue to bounce against the air faster and faster until the only trace of them is the sound. Green sparks start flying and light up the sky. Suddenly, the two of them crash down to the ground in front of Burgess like a lightning bolt. Burgess looks forward to see Izuku holding his sheathed Gur plus Norgan no Kiba on his right and Ichako holding the sheathed red katana she got from Izuku on her left. Both blades are hackified and completely covered in green electricity. Izuku. Itoryu. Ichako. Aye. Without anyone so much as blinking, Izuku and Ichako disappear and reappear behind Burgess, with their katanas slightly unsheathed. I and O. Raijin no Narao Redamon. The duo sheathes their swords simultaneously. Blood sprays from Burgess as a cross-shaped slash appears on his chest, with what looks like green lightning striking the slash. Burgess falls down to one knee with smoke coming from his chest. Izuku shifts his gaze to Fujitora, who's currently dealing with Carrot, Maruko and Tenya. He activates his future vision so he can plan his next move. He seems to then notice something with his observation Haki and smirks. He activates his Conqueror's Haki and charges at Fujitora while continuously releasing it. Fujitora immediately notices Izuku approaching him, backsteps to get some space between Tenya, Carrot and Maruko. He uses his devil fruit to send a wave of horizontal gravity to blow them all back. Izuku gets caught in the gravity wave as well, but manages to stay grounded. He slowly makes his forward with great difficulty. He grits his teeth and ups his percentage of power to 76%. He moves faster through the gravity wave and starts running. He jumps up into the air and raises his right leg up. Green electricity begins emitting in a large amount around his right leg. His leg bulks up with the Haki covering it, spreading to cover the right half of Izuku's torso, along with his scar. Izuku. United Smash Axe. Izuku brings down his enlarged leg and Fujitora raises his hackified sword. The two clash, creating a massive shockwave from their Haki. The ground cracks with the shards floating in the air due to Fujitora's devil fruit and Izuku's conqueror's Haki affecting the surrounding area. Fujitora. You indeed have incredible power that warrants a bounty as high as yours. But, if you continue to use your conquering spirit in such a manner alone, you will never surpass those that stand atop the pinnacle, let alone me. Izuku. In such a manner alone. I dunno what you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. I know at the moment there's no way I can beat you one-on-one. But right now, I don't have to. Fujitora. What do you mean by that? Izuku. Heh, like I thought, you haven't noticed. Fujitora. Fujitora suddenly realizes that his purple coat is lighter than before. Izuku. Smirk. It was a risky gamble, but it worked. Being blind, you rely on your observation Haki to sense the life forces of others. That being the case, I figured by using my conqueror's Haki to cover the entire area with my presence, I'd be able to mask the presence of others from you. Making it possible for a certain invisible individual to close in and retrieve the devil fruit completely undetected. Nearby, the chest containing the devil fruit can be seen floating towards the giant stone tower the sniper unit is stationed on. Toru. I've got to get this devil fruit to the sniper tower before I'm spotted. Midoriya's counting on me, and I can't let him down. Izuku. I really feel bad for tricking a blind man. But as they say, all's fair in love and war. Fujitora. I see the strategist of the Straw Hat crew has a bright and tactical mind to go along with his title. But I wonder if your plan will go as well as you think. Izuku. Izuku looks to Toru to see her running away with the chest in hand. Not far from her, Burgess is charging at her with another shockwave elbow charging up. Izuku. Hagakure, damn it. Izuku fires off a Detroit smash and uses the air pressure to back away. He uses skywalk with his enlarged leg and rockets towards Toru at extreme speeds. Izuku feels strain in his leg before returning it to normal. He reaches Toru and grabs her off her feet. He completely covers his back in Haki and turns in the air, so it's facing Burgess. Izuku tanks Burgess's attack and is sent flying. He turns in the air again so he lands on his back. He quickly jumps back on his feet while still carrying Toru in his arms. Toru. Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku. I'm fine, just keep that devil fruit safe. Izuku says as he tosses Toru in the air where she's caught by Maruko. He ignites his leg in black flames and ducks to avoid a punch from Burgess before kicking him hard in the gut and knocking him away. Maruko lands back on the ground and starts running to the stone tower with Toru. She senses something come from behind her and turns around to see an air slash from Fujitora heading her way. She tries to jump out of the way, but her foot gets cut making her wince a bit. Her foot then suddenly becomes heavier and causes them to fall back down to the ground. Maruko finds herself unable to lift her foot back up. Maruko. Froppy. Maruko tosses Toru up in the air. Sayu shoots her tongue out to try and grab Toru. A nearby marine however shoots a bullet that grazes her tongue, making her pull it back in her mouth. Izuku. Sue, you bastard. Izuku launches a black fist at the marine and knocks him out. He launches another black fist to grab Toru, but it gets cut down by an air slash from Fujitora. A large pirate with a dagger runs in and jumps at Toru. Pirate. Give me that fruit. Toru. Help. The pirate tries to stab Toru, only to be cut down by a blazing sword. Toru looks up to see Kinemon, who grabs her with one arm and lands on the ground with her. Kinemon. I apologize for taking so long. Izuku. Kin-san, you made it. Kinemon. I've been beaten to death by Kaido himself and managed to survive. It will take much more than those three to take me down. I shall guide Toru to the sniper unit along with the devil fruit. Toru. Thank you, Kin-san. Before Kinemon and Toru can move, the ground they're standing on suddenly floats up into the air. Fujitora. I will not allow you to leave. Fujitora yells as the ground starts floating higher. Before it can get too high though, it gets frozen to the ground by a pillar of ice. Everyone looks to the source of the ice where they find Shoto and his squad. Shoto. You can't stop us, even if you are an admiral. Izuku. Shoto. Fujitora. Reinforcements. Ho. Fujitora hackifies his sword and quickly raises it to block a flaming kick from Kitsuki, who flies in using explosions. Izuku. Kaken. Kitsuki. You're going down, you blind samurai. Satsuna. You finally made it. We'll be here soon, so keep holding on, K. The pieces of Satsuna say before falling to the ground and becoming unresponsive. Kitsuki pushes himself off Fujitora and lands next to Izuku. Kitsuki. You get the fruit yet? Izuku. Yeah, but I don't think we'll be able to get it to the sniper unit. It's better if I just put it in my pocket dimension. Kitsuki. Then get to it, I'll take the admiral down. Shoto. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Shoto and Kitsuki charge at the admiral. Izuku. Hagakure, throw me the devil fruit. Toru. Okay. Burgess. Not so fast. Burgess fires another shockwave that shatters the ice that's holding the ground Kinemon and Toru are standing on. The two start falling with Toru accidentally tossing the chest up in the air. Fujitora takes the chance to try and use his devil fruit to pull the chest towards him. Katsuki notices this and aims his palm at the chest. Katsuki. Nice try. Katsuki says as he fires an explosion at the chest, breaking it and revealing the devil fruit within. Izuku. The fruit. Burgess. It's mine. Burgess yells as he jumps into the air with his mouth wide open. He's inches away from biting into it. Izuku, Carrot and Sai reach to try and grab the devil fruit before he eats it, but they're too far out of reach. Burgess clenches his jaw and chomps down. However, instead of the devil fruit in his mouth, all he tastes is air. He opens his eyes and is met face to face with the giant raven known as Kuro. The bird proceeds to headbutt Burgess down to the ground before soaring up into the air. Once in the air, everyone can see the devil fruit in its beak. Izuku. Atta girl, Kuro now bring the fruit here without swallowing it. Kuro caws and descends down to Izuku. Fujitora tries to fire another gravity manipulating air slash to cut her down, but his blade gets blocked by Katsuki, Shoto, Momo, Tageru, Kyoka, Pony, Manga and Yui's blades. They all struggle to withstand the slash as the ground beneath them cracks. Pirates and Marines try to assault Kuro and Izuku and end up getting shot down by Mei, Melissa, Denki and Tsu. Snipers trying to shoot the bird down are blinded by Toru using her quirk to refract the light and finished off by Kinemon, Achako, Maruko, Carrot and Tenya. Thanks to all the extra cover, Kuro is able to successfully land in front of Izuku. Izuku quickly takes the devil fruit from her mouth and shoves it into his bag that connects to his pocket dimension. Izuku. Devil fruit secured. Yes, we've won. Burgess. You haven't won shit, all you've done is put the fruit in a bag. I can just pry it from your corpse after I'm done with you. Izuku. You know what? You're right. We only completed half of our goal in coming. Kaken, Shoto, can you guys keep Fujitora back a little bit longer? Katsuki. Bucking, hurry up and kick his ass already. Shoto. We can hold him but not for long. Izuku. That's alright. This won't take long. Izuku says as he starts walking towards Burgess. He punches his fists together and activates his claw gauntlets. His claw gauntlets unravel and cover his Air Force gauntlets. Achako, Kinemon, Tenya, Maruko and Carrot turn their attention to Burgess and step towards him. Izuku. In fact, it'll be over in a flash. Izuku says as he disappears in front of everyone's eyes. He reappears with his fist going straight into Burgess's gut. The punch sends him flying right through the Blackbeard pirates and Marines. Izuku disappears once more and appears a bit ahead of Burgess with one leg ignited. He kicks Burgess in the back and sends him flying back to where he was. Before Burgess can crash onto the ground, Izuku appears in front of him with 3 of his swords drawn. He spins and creates a twister that slashes Burgess and launches him up into the air. Izuku quickly sheathes his swords and jumps after him. He raises his blazing leg and kicks him in the gut, knocking him higher up into the air. While in the air, he's dealt 2 devastating axe kicks to the back by Tenya and Maruko. He's sent crashing down face first into the ground. He pushes himself up from the ground, only to be met with 2 Firebird stars to the face from Melissa and Mei. While he's blinded by the attack, Denki, Achako and Sai run up to him from the back and the front. Denki sweeps his legs with his electrified one from the back, and Sai lands a hard front kick to the face. Burgess is about to fall on his back, but starts levitating because of Achako using her quirk on him. Carrot and Kinemon lunge in with Kinemon flying over him and slashing his chest with both his blazing swords, and Carrot stabbing her electrified clawed paw gauntlet into his side. She pulls her gauntlet out, and together with an uppercut from Achako, she launches Burgess up into the air with a kick to his back. Injured though he may be, Burgess manages to open his eyes. They widen at the sight of Izuku in the air above him with his right arm thrown back. A twisted black whip is outstretched up into the air above him. Attached at the end of it is his oil-coated, claw gauntlet-covered Air Force gauntlet that has its fingers in the dragon claw positions. Izuku. Here comes the pain, more Ryusuken. Sparks fly from Izuku's black whip and ignite the oil. Izuku brings his flaming gauntlet down and stabs the claws into Burgess's chest. The black whip starts untwisting, making Burgess spin with as it descends to the ground. Izuku. Keen Ryo. The flames completely engulf the spinning Burgess, practically turning him into a falling fireball, leaving spiraling trails of flames behind it. Burgess crashes into the ground, but that doesn't stop him from spinning. Izuku's claw continues drilling him into the ground. After about a minute, the spinning stops. The dust and smoke settle with everyone looking at the scene intensely. At the side of Burgess's crash is a deep hole that had been drilled into the ground. At the very bottom is the unconscious, bloodied, beaten and burned body of Burgess. Izuku lands in front of the entrance to the hole. He pulls out his bloody claw gauntlet from Burgess's body and retracts it back to him. His claws return to their armband form and his Air Force gauntlet gets extinguished. He looks down the hole at Burgess and smirks. He raises his fist up in the air triumphantly for everyone to see. Izuku. Now, we've won. Irate Ugh. Captain Burgess. Irate Elite. No way one of the 10 Titanic captains was defeated. Irate Elite. Impossible, he's one of strongest members of the crew, his strength was recognized even by Admiral Blackbeard, which is why he was put in charge of the first ship. Hinneman. The morale of the enemy seems to be fleeing. Izuku. Topple the king and the rest will fall. We've accomplished what we came here to do. Somebody, get to Mandalay and tell her to relay the order to retreat to everyone. Parrot. I'm on it. Izuku. Good, now here comes the hard part. Izuku says as he turns to Fujitora, who's still being held back by Katsuki, Shoto and the others. He draws Okiku's sword, Nidai Kitetsu and Gur plus Ndorgan no Kiba and coats them all in Haki. He looks at the Haki covering his arms and can see it slowly receding. Izuku. I'm running on fumes here. Just then, Fujitora suddenly pulls back his blade. Using his blade and his devil fruit in conjunction, Fujitora knocks back the group that were restraining him. Katsuki and Shoto manage to gain their bearings mid-air and land next to Izuku. Izuku. Fujitora, this can end right here and now. Our sides have no reason to shed each other's blood. You can just take the Blackbeard pirates and leave, can't you? Fujitora remains calm and unmoving for a moment. To the surprise of Izuku and the other marines, Fujitora sheathes his blade. Skeptical, Izuku and the others lower their weapons. Fujitora opens his completely wide eyes with them seemingly fixated on Izuku. Fujitora. I'm afraid that is no longer an option. Fujitora says while quickly drawing his blade and performing a swift motion before sheathing it once more. Izuku and the others immediately go on high alert and get ready for battle. Fujitora. That devil fruit is property of the Navy. Allowing pirates to make off with it would be another strike to the Navy's name. Therefore, I'll be retrieving it and capturing you all as well. Katsuki. I'd like to see you try. Shoto. Watch your back. Izuku. That motion, I swear I've seen it somewhere before. What are you planning, Izuku notices a shadow on the ground beneath them. Sweat forms on his face as a sudden realization hits him. He slowly looks up and his eyes widen out of shock. Confused, Katsuki and Shoto look up to see what Izuku is looking. Their eyes widen from shock as well when they see a giant meteor falling from the sky. Katsuki. What the buck is that? Shoto. Is that a meteorite? Fujitora. I do wonder if you'll be able to avoid this one. Enki. How the hell are we supposed to avoid that? Manga. Run. Boruko. Where the buck to? Alyssa. Running to avoid getting hit head on is our only option. But are we fast enough to get out of the resulting blast? Izuku. Actually, we may have one more option. Katsuki. Huh. Well then why didn't you say so? Izuku. Because I don't know if it'll work. Shoto. If it gives us a chance of surviving this, I'd say it's worth a try. Tell us what you've got. Izuku nods at the two of them before bulking up his left leg and looking at the meteorite. Izuku. I planned for a situation like this after hearing about Zoro-sensei's fight against Fujitora at the pirate festival. Slice the meteor into bits and blow away the pieces, that's the plan. Izuku launches himself up high straight to the meteorite using his powered-up leg. Shoto. That plan's too simple. Katsuki. What makes you think you can break through it all on your own? Katsuki and Shoto follow after Izuku using their condensed flames and explosions to propel themselves. They quickly reach Izuku's altitude and proceed to equip 3 hackified blades like him. Izuku. You know how to do this, right, Kaken? Katsuki. I can't remember how many times I've told you this, but anything you can do, I can do 1,000 times better. Shoto. It's about time you put your money where your mouth is then. Izuku. Let's go. Izuku bulks up both his biceps to balloon-like proportions. Shoto follows suit and bulks up his as well. Katsuki grunts angrily in frustration before managing to bulk up his biceps as well. The three of them proceed to hold the 2 blades in their hands over their shoulders. Shoto. 1 life holds 36 worldly desires. Katsuki. 2 lives hold 72. Izuku. 3 lives hold 108 worldly desires. The 3 young swordsmen look up at the meteorite and tighten their grips on their swords. The aura of their Haki emanates from their already hackified blades. Katsuki. 30 lives hold 1080 worldly desires. Shoto. 60 lives hold 2160 worldly desires. Izuku. 90 lives hold 3240 worldly desires. They all simultaneously widen their eyes with their eyes glowing blood red. Hey, S.I. Santoryu. Completely in sync, the three of them perform circular swings and each fire 3 massive blasts of compressed air. The 9 slashes collide with each other and combine to form a massive slash of compressed air. The slash reaches the meteorite in no time and clashes with it. The meteorite remains seemingly unaffected for a few seconds before a loud crack is heard. The meteorite splits in half before shattering into tiny pieces. Hey, S.I. Sansenigaki Onju Pound Ho. The Marines and pirates look up astonished at the feat the 3 young pirates just achieved. They start trying to run away though when the meteorite pieces start falling. Luckily for everyone down below, the pieces are caught and blown out of the way by strong winds. Anasa. Since the pieces are only this big, I can carry them using the wind. Awesome work, you 3. Shoto. Same goes to you, Inasa. Inasa hurls the meteor debris in the direction of the ocean. Once done he lands on the ground next to the 3 who broke said meteor. Kitsuki and Shoto sheathe their swords and return their biceps to normal. Suddenly, Kitsuki can feel the muscles in his arms screaming out in pain. Kitsuki. Ah, my arms, what the buck. Shoto. You'll get used to it real soon, the strain from using Nai Gorilla I mean. Marine Commander. Admiral Isuku, our forces are being pushed back, half of our forces have already fallen. Fujitora. Is that so? This is not good. Izuku. Fujitora, you may be wise and a man who takes his opponent seriously, but like most marines and pirates I've met in this world, you made one fatal mistake. Izuku holds Nidai Kitetsu in his right hand horizontally in front of him. The aura of his Haki emanates from his entire body now like a dark flame. The aura intensifies and seems to take shape. 2 more heads and 4 more arms, all holding hakified blades, emerge from the aura connected to Izuku. Izuku. You underestimated the Straw Hat Pirates. Kiki Kayatoryu. Asurabake. Fujitora. Is that? Izuku. Let's see if you can take this one like it's nothing. Izuku disappears, causing Fujitora to raise his sword in defense. Everything and everyone remains completely still and quiet. Izuku then out of nowhere appears behind Fujitora with all his blades in a fixed position. There's a short silence with no one moving. Suddenly blood sprays from Fujitora's chest. The ground then all of a sudden shatters underneath them with pieces of it being shot into the air. Izuku. Moha no Tawamir. Marines. Admiral Fujitora. Kageru. W.O. Yui. That was incredible. Pony. Absolutely mad. Shoto. So that's the power of Asura. Izuku's extra limbs and heads disappear. A large amount of green electricity emits from his body and his Haki fades away. Izuku falls down to one knee while panting heavily. Izuku. Aftershock, it's been a while since I felt it, I lost my resistance. Fujitora. It seems you can use it in that way. Izuku. That again. I don't know what you're talking about. I just put everything I had into that assault. I was hoping it'd at least be enough to knock you down. Fujitora. I see. I suppose that's a shame then. Seeing as how I'm still standing. Still panting heavily, Izuku manages to push himself back up to his feet. He turns around and points Nidai Kitetsu at Fujitora. Izuku. I can still fight too. I'll be a little bit sloppy, but all I need is 5 minutes to recharge. After that, it's game over for you. Izuku sheathes his 3 drawn swords and draws his snow sword. He places the blade between his teeth and shatters it. The shattered pieces turn to snow and form a mound surrounding Izuku. The mound turns jet black before cracking and bursting into pieces with Izuku standing in the center. Izuku. I'll keep fighting until my crew can make it out of here safely. Gear 3rd. Machiman. Fujitora. The heart of a hero. It allows you to keep pushing yourself forward no matter how tired you may be and in spite of how much of your own blood you've shed. It is irrational, but righteous. Let us see which of our ideals proves to be stronger. Izuku gets into a fighting stance ready to be thrown right back into the ring. Kitsuki and Shoto step forward and stand next to him ready to fight as well. Kitsuki. You're burnt out right now, stay back until you're fully charged. Shoto. You only need 5 minutes now, right? We can manage that. Izuku. I appreciate the sentiment, but he's too strong for you two by yourselves. Nijire. Then it's a good thing they aren't on their own. Out of nowhere, Nijire lands in front of the group, Tamaki runs in at extreme speeds, and Mirio appears from the ground. The ground starts shaking as the sniper unit's tower approaches them using Pixie Bob's quirk. The Marines start falling back as everyone else runs in as well. Izuku. Everyone. I thought I sent the order for you all to retreat. Mandalay. You did, but I thought about the process of doing that. If we were to try and run back to the ships, that'd leave us open to attacks from the enemy. With that in mind, I thought of a better approach. We'd push through the army and converge together at the point where our leader is. Pixie Bob. We decided to send Tiger and Joke back to the ship using Koda's bird so they could avoid enemies. They'll contact Nami and get your warp sword. We've gathered our entire army here, aside from Urauge, Izo and Kiku since they're still fighting. With almost everyone in one place, it'll be easier for us to escape while fending off the enemy. Mandalay. You might be a pretty good hero in training, but you've still got a lot to learn about rescue. Izuku. I see. I guess that was careless thinking on my side. Sorry. And thanks. This really does make this last fight a lot easier. Fujitora. It seems you think numbers will be enough to overcome me. Izuku. Only one way to find out. We shift to an area completely hidden in darkness. All that's somewhat visible is the dirt ground. There is no sound whatsoever, not even the sound of wind. In the seemingly endless darkness, one lone figure opens their eyes. It's about time we get started. Back to the war. Both sides are ready to continue fighting in order to end the war. Before they can clash with each other, two large explosions in the distance catch everyone's attention. Everyone turns to look at the source to see two large smoke clouds. Chopper. What just happened? Denki. Looks like something blew up even though Bakugo's still here. Bakugo? The hell's that supposed to mean? Pirate Thug. Bad news, I just received a transmission that the ship had been destroyed by a sudden bombardment. Pirate Elite. What? Marine Vice Admiral. One of our ships was destroyed as well, Admiral Iso. Fujitora. That is quite alarming. Are there any casualties? Marine Vice Admiral. No, luckily there weren't any. Izuku. What's going on here? A simultaneous attack destroying ships on both sides. Were they both trying to prevent each other from escaping? Or maybe him? Izuku looks to the ground and can see pebbles vibrating. Soon enough, everyone can feel the ground shaking. Sato. What the? Denya. Is the ground shaking? Izuku. Is this your doing, Fujitora? Fujitora. I'm afraid it isn't. The intensity of the ground shaking increases, making many unstable on their feet. The ground then suddenly splits open, creating a massive chasm. The ground starts moving and flowing as if it were waves in the ocean. Everyone is thrown into the air by the flowing earth, and the stone tower of the sniper unit topples over. After a minute or two, the ground stops waving. Everyone stands back up and finds an alarming sight in front of him. The land has been reformed with spikes and large holes everywhere. Spread out on the large terraformed area in front of them is an army numbering over the thousands. Many of them are armed with weapons, and some have black horns on their head. Mineta. What the hell? Hear you? Where the heck did these guys come from? And who are they? Chopper. They are. Everyone turns to Chopper to see him sweating a bit. Chopper. Beast Pirates, Kaido's crew. Izuku's eyes suddenly widen and he turns to look at the army. Law. You see, a certain someone with a bounty worth 1 billion has recently been sighted near the island. Izuku. If these are beast pirates, then what Law-san said. Far behind the army of pirates is a massive figure. Getting a closer view, the figure in question appears to be a giant woolly mammoth with braided blonde hair and one tusk that appears to have been sliced off and reattached with a metal brace. Izuku. He really is here, Jack. Mineta. Oi, 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 what's happening? We were already dealing with Marines and one Emperor's crew. Why is another one's crew here too? Zero. And what's that thing way back there? Is that a mammoth? Momo. Is it possible were they waiting underground? Itsuka. Were they aware of the fighting happening on the island? Is it possible they hid underground in order to wait out the fighting and let both sides wear themselves down? Izuku. I'd say that's definitely the plan they were going for. After all, Jack was already defeated by Fujitora. The large woolly mammoth recognized to be Jack takes a step forward and raises his trunk. Jack. Navy, Blackbeard pirates, I, Jack the Drought, one of the Animal Kingdom pirates all-stars, have come to retrieve the devil fruit. Surrender it now and we may just let some of you live. Denki. He's a high ranker. Mina. Shoot, he's after the fruit. Midnight. He only called out the Navy and the Blackbeard pirates. He must not have realized we're here. Mandalay. He doesn't realize we have the fruit either. If he's focused on the other two groups, we can slip out of this unscathed. All we have to do is wait quietly for Tiger and Joke. Just as Mandalay says that, Izuku steps forward ahead of the group, leaving them all confused. He takes a deep breath and looks dead at Jack. Izuku. Hey, Jack, that devil fruit you're looking for is right here. Nearly everyone on Izuku's side chokes on their spit or has a mini heart attack. Everyone. What is he doing? Jack shifts his gaze and looks straight at Izuku. Jack. Who are you? Izuku. I'm the first son and strategist of Pirate King, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy, Izuku Midoriya, and I'm the one who just stole the devil fruit from the Blackbeard pirates and Navy. If you want it, come and get it. Jack widens his bloodshot eyes which shake angrily from hearing what Izuku just said. Jack. Straw Hat's crew. Mineta. Midoriya, have you lost it? Mount Lady. You really want us to fight in Inako's army after what we just went through? Izuku grips his fist and turns around to look at the others with his eyes glowing red from his haki. Izuku. I know this is completely stupid of me to do, but I already gave Loss and my word that I'd beat Jack if he showed his face. I've been waiting for a chance like this, a chance to really prove my mettle as a pirate. I'm not backing down now that what I've been given my chance. And there's one more thing I need to say. What are you all doing being afraid of an emperor's crew when you yourselves are members of the Pirate King's crew? Everyone can feel the pressure from Izuku's words flow over them and leave them paralyzed. Izuku. Are you going to just run and have our crew be remembered as cowards? Or are you going to fight and show them what Straw Hat pirates really are made of? He turns back to face the army of beast pirates. He points his snow-covered finger at Jack fiercely. Izuku. I'll take down Jack myself. Everyone who's uninjured or can at least still fight. I'm not asking you to take down a monster, just take care of the army for me. You can do that much, can't you? There's silence for a moment until a certain someone steps forward. Izuku is out of nowhere delivered an axe kick to the top of the head. Izuku. Ow. Izawa. There you go getting carried away all by yourself again. Izuku turns around to find his bandaged up teacher. Izuku. Izawa-sensei. Izawa. I don't understand how you think we all have the same thought here. Of course, there are some of us that want to retreat because they hadn't prepared for a situation like this, but there are also those of us that believe standing our ground and fighting is the better option. As heroes, making the safety of others is our top priority. That being said, we cannot just leave the Blackbeard pirates where our real adversaries here. Though the Marines here may be our enemies by circumstance, they've been weakened to the point where an army like this could kill them all. I don't know about you all, but it doesn't sit right with me to let people who fight to preserve the safety of the innocent die in front of me without doing anything to help. Izawa looks at Izuku and gives him a nod. Izuku looks back shocked for a moment before smiling. Izawa. Though I say that, it's not as if the Marines are gonna stop fighting against us. Izuku. Well, we are pirates. It doesn't change how they think of us. And as pirates, there's one thing to remember. When pirates meet on the sea, they fight. I'll ask this one more time, can those of you who can still fight handle an army like this? From the group of young straw hats, Inasa takes a step forward with a stiff expression on his face. He then punches himself in the face hard enough to give himself a bloody nose. Inasa. I'm practically uninjured and still have a lot of fight left in me. Izawa. You just injured yourself. Hiroshima. I was already fired up and ready to keep fighting the Marines, this just pumped me up even more. Waruko. Same here, I haven't gotten a decent fight in at all today. Chopper. Luffy wouldn't back down either. Besides, it'll take a while for the others to get here, so we might as well try fighting. Mirio. It's not exactly like pirates to back down from a fight, right? Najire. Yeah. Tamaki. I kinda wish that weren't true. Parrot. Jack seriously injured Zanesha and tried to destroy Zoo and everyone on it. It may be dangerous, but I wanna fight him too. Mineta. We're really gonna have to fight now, aren't we? Sato. You really thought things were gonna turn out differently? Aoyama. We've been given another chance to shine. I say we embrace it. Mandalay. Looks like majority wins here. Pixie Bob. Oh, whatever. Tiger would have wanted to fight too. Shoto. Seems everyone suddenly compelled to fight. Katsuki. Doesn't matter if they want to fight or not, I'm all the power we need. Izuku. Thanks, everyone. Now, let's get to wreaking havoc. Jack. This is perfect. Not only do we obtain the devil fruit, but we can deliver the heads of Fujitora and Straw Hat's crew to Kaido-sama as a gift. Kill them all. Jack commands, sending the army of beast pirate grunts at the worst generation and marine armies. Mineta. You know, despite everything you guys just said, we're still ridiculously outnumbered. Satsuna. We kinda got carried away and forgot about that, didn't we? Izuku. Kaken Shoto. Shoto. I understand. Katsuki. Don't give me orders. The trio take a step forward and face the army. They narrow their eyes as the army approaches them. Once they get close enough, the trio widen their eyes and all simultaneously release a wave of Conqueror's Haki. The massive blast of Conqueror's Haki knocks out over half of the beast pirates in front of them, making them fall to the ground mid-charge. The beast pirates who manage to remain conscious are instead now frozen with terror. Jack at the far back remains unfazed. Jack. Conqueror's Haki users, huh? Satsuna. Aw snap, I forgot they could do that. Kawaro. Makes you wonder why they didn't do it from the start. Itsuki. There, that should lighten the load for you babies. Niranjeki. Well it did, but we're still outnumbered and probably outmatched. Zero. Gonna have to agree. You guys are gonna be doing most of the fighting, but we're still gonna be fighting a somewhat large army when a lot of us aren't exactly in good shape. Mount Lady. Yeah. I mean it'd be at least a little bit more reassuring if we had a powerhouse like Zoro, Sanji or Luffy here. Chopper. Yeah. Luffy would totally blow through all of them and Jack like they were nothing. If you need a powerhouse, I've got what you need. Humming in east of the group is Jewelry Bonnie riding on a Midsaurus. The speedy lizard stops in front of Izuku and allows Bonnie to dismount. Izuku. Bonnie-san, where have you been? Bonnie. I've been on the ship. I've been busy with something. Izuku. Okay, well, where'd you get the Midsaurus? Bonnie. I aged up one of the eggs the samurais brought from Wano. Anyways, you guys wanted backup, right? It's on its way. Shoto. What do you mean by that? Bonnie. Look up. Everyone looks up to see a figure falling from the sky. Ishaya. The figure lands next to Izuku creating a large dust cloud. Ahaha, it's fine now why? Hearing those iconic words, everyone looks to the figure. The dust settles and they all smile from joy at the sight of the muscular caped figure. All Might. Because I am here. Enki. All Might. Midnight. More like Young Might. Shoto. Don't tell me that's something you were busy with. All Might. Yes, it's exactly what you think. I figured with all of you fighting at the risk of your lives, I should step out of retirement and lend you a hand. Bonnie. I heard from Bush Hair over here that this guy was the strongest hero or whatever back in his day. That being the case, I decided to send him back to his prime. Pitsuki. He may be back in his prime, but he's not 100% anymore. All Might. I might not have the power I once had, but I can still throw a pretty hard punch. And this gear made by Frankie-san powers me up even further. What do you say, young Midoriya? Care to team up with this old man? All Might looks to Izuku and finds him with a large grin on his face and starry eyes. All Might. Sweat drop young Midoriya. Izuku. Ah, sorry, I got a bit excited there. In any event, this is great with Prime Might on our side, there's no way we can lose. All Might. That's what I like to hear. Let's finish this and show them the might of Hero Blurg. Izuku. Blurg. The sensei and student duo both cough up a lot of blood at the same time making everyone watching sweat drop. Lad. Way to ruin the moment you two. Bonnie. Hey, take it easy. Remember, my power's not like Erie's. I didn't rewind those injuries of yours, I just gave your body the appearance it had when you were in your prime, so you've still got those nasty old wounds. All Might. Right, I almost forgot about that. Bonnie. I'll hang back here since you'll turn back to your old self if I fall unconscious. All Might. Good to know. I'll keep an eye out to make sure you're safe. Jack. What are you weaklings doing? Get to killing them. Scared of getting punished for not following orders, the beast pirates quickly return to charging at the worst generation army. Izuku. Looks like they got tired of waiting. We've all decided to fight, so give it your all everyone, this is the real final stretch. Izuku is about to charge forward but stops when Fujitora steps in front of him. The admiral remains silent as he slowly draws his sword from his sheath. Izuku. Fujitora, you're still trying to get in our way. Shouldn't you direct your attention to the beast pirates in front of you? Or rather, wouldn't it be better for you and your men to retreat? Fujitora. I say this for your own benefit, it is best for you to stop now. Izuku. What? Fujitora. You may be powerful, but you are still not at the level of a billion. If you fight against Jack, you will not come out of this unscathed. Izuku. I appreciate you looking out for me, but none of us know how this will turn out until we actually fight. Step aside. Fujitora. I shall not. Even if I must resort to force, I shall stop you. Fujitora coats his blade in Haki and infuses it with his devil fruit. Before he can swing his blade, a Haki-coated metal club crashes onto the ground in front of him. Yamato then all of a sudden lands next to her club and picks it up. Yamato. Sorry, but you're not stopping anyone. Izuku. Yamato-san. Yamato. Izuku, you want to prove that you're worth a billion, go for it, leave the admiral to me. Shoto. But. Yamato. Just go. Pitsuki. Don't stop to argue with the bull, let's just get to the mammoth. Izuku looks at Yamato and nods. He along with the others, aside from the majority of the sniper unit, proceed to charge at the beast pirates by going around Yamato and Fujitora. Fujitora. Do you understand the degree of danger you've just put them in? Yamato. Those kids have greater potential than either of us. Even if Izuku isn't on Jack's level now, there's a chance he'll reach it before this battle ends. And I'm gonna make sure you stay out of his way. Fujitora. Normally, I'd appreciate you underestimating this old blind man, but that's a deadly mistake for you to make, now that I'm serious. You won't be able to stand for long. Yamato. Haha, you really don't know who you're up against, do you? I am Odin. Yamato says as she smirks, revealing a set of sharp fangs. Up ahead, Izuku and the others are tearing through the beast pirates. Chopper is tearing a path through them in his horn point, Jirota is charging over them in his beast form, and Sato, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu are just punching straight through. All Might cocks back his right fist and takes aim at the pirates in front of him. His gauntlet vibrates before high-pressure air blasts out of it. All Might. Jet Force Detroit Smash. All Might punches his fist into a large pirate. The force of the punch sends the pirate straight into another group of pirates and knocks them all down. Izuku? Is that the gear you were talking about? All Might. Indeed. Modeled after my young age gauntlets, these incorporate what Frankie calls imitation jet dials. They accelerate my punches as well as my kicks. Shoto. Good to know you won't be dead weight then. All Might. A rather blunt way of putting, but that's fine. Izuku. Pick up the pace, Kakin, we could use you up front here. Itsuki. I'd like to see you run faster with this thing on your shoulders. Itsuki says as he points to the headless and handless torso of Satsuna that he's carrying on his shoulders. Flying high above him is her hands and head that are sniping enemies up ahead. Satsuna. Thanks again for the help, buddy. Itsuki. Help. You just dumped this thing on me. Satsuna. I know you love the feel of my thighs. And I want to be near the action to help out more, so long as you carry my body, I'll be able to regenerate right in the middle of the battle. If I get shot down besides, you could have just dropped my body or handed it over to someone else, but you didn't. You know I'm helping and can't deny it. Itsuki. Ugh, screw it, do whatever you want. Chopper. Be careful, there's surprisingly a lot of gifters in this army. Hinneman. I was sure Otama had pacified nearly all the gifters back at Onigashima. How are there still so many? Izuku. Everybody, stay back, I'll make a way. Izuku stomps on the ground and covers the ground ahead of him in snow. He jumps on the snow and starts sliding forward on it as if he were ice skating, while simultaneously expanding the snow to cover the ground in front of him as he advances. In the distance, beast pirate cannoneers line up and aim at him. Izuku's eyes glow red as he uses future vision to predict their attack pattern. Izuku, while still sliding on the snow, jumps to his right with a barrel roll to avoid a cannonball being fired at him. He lands on his feet and slides forward for about 3 seconds before having to jump back to his left to avoid another cannonball. Using his momentum on the snow, he slides to the left for a quick moment to avoid a cannonball and returns to his center position. He then proceeds to use his arms and legs to block and deflect a barrage of cannonballs fired at him. A giant stone pillar comes out from the ground and tries to hit Izuku. Izuku manages to slide out of the way to the left. He drops to the ground and circles back to the stone pillar. Using his arms and legs, Izuku launches himself up into the air, flies over the stone pillar, and lands on the other side of it where he continues to slide. He jumps up in the air and accumulates a large amount of snow around his right arm. Another giant stone pillar then comes out of the ground diagonally heading right for Izuku. Izuku sees this and uses skywalk to hop forward and avoid the pillar. He lands on the pillar with his right arm outstretched and connected to a giant snow fist. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Mammoth Gun. Izuku slams his snow fist into the ground. The fist breaks apart and buries the pirates in front of him in a mountain of snow. Izuku reaches the end of the pillar and stands on the snow confused. Izuku. Something's not right here. At that point, All Might and the others float to the top of the snow mountain, using a Chaco's quirk and land next to Izuku. Satsuna. What do you mean? Izuku. The ground itself was definitely trying to attack me. And don't you all think the way the beast pirates emerged from the ground was unusual? Kirishima. Now that you mention it, yeah. It wasn't like they broke through the ground, it was more like the ground opened itself for them. And it moved pretty weirdly too. Izawa. Looking back, it reminds me of the Shai Hasekai raid. More specifically when Mimic was using his quirk. Izuku. This ability, where have I? It can't be. The ground suddenly starts shaking beneath everyone's feet. At a short distance in front of everyone, the ground starts to rise. Everyone looks up as the ground reaches mountain height and begins to change form. The giant mountain of earth takes a humanoid shape and sculpts what looks like a masked face at the top. The eyes of the face transform into those of an actual human. Izuku. My suspicions were on point, it's Pika. Mount L. Pika. Sorry, but what the actual hell is that thing? It's even bigger than me. Chopper. He's an officer of Doflamingo's Don Quixote pirates. He's a human who ate the Ishi no Mi that lets him assimilate into and control stone. Bernon. Wait, ain't that the pirate crew that Luffy and Law sent to jail? The crew that broke out recently? Izuku. Yeah. Law sent said Doflamingo might try to form an alliance with Kaido again, but I didn't think they'd be able to do it so fast. Whatever any of you do, don't laugh at Pika's voice. Sen. What? Aizawa and Shoto. I never laugh. Pika. Pick your aura, I'm going to enjoy crushing you straw hat brats to death. Everyone. PFPFFP his voice totally doesn't fit. Shoto. Ah, I laughed. Izuku. Dang it, guys I told you not to laugh. Itsuki. Buck off, you laugh too. Enki. Oh god I didn't expect that kind of voice, it's too hilarious. Hyoka. Ha, my lungs are hurting from laughing. Izawa. Damn it, I can't believe I let one slip out. I'm just glad Joke's not here to see this. Inasa. I can't hold in my laugh, it's too funny. Amy. That laugh makes it so much funnier. Mirio. It's impossible not to laugh at. Satsuna. What the hell? Why's his voice so high, ha. As the group continues to laugh, Pika looks down on all of them angrily with bloodshot eyes. The giant stone man raises his arm up in the air in silence. Everyone's laughter immediately comes to a halt when they see the giant fist coming at them. Isetsu. Holy shit, it's coming right at us. Toru. We're gonna get squished. Mount Lady quickly grows to maximum size and attempts to block the humongous fist. She's immediately overpowered and almost sent flying back. Mount L. Crap, it's too big and there's too much power behind it. Izuku. Sato, give me a boost. Sato. No problem. Sato quickly munches on a blue lemon he had stored in a pocket and runs up to Izuku. Izuku does a little hop and lands on Sato's hands. Sato then proceeds to fling him up to pick his stone fist. Izuku throws both his arms back and starts accumulating snow in large amounts around them. Izuku. Mount Lady, shrink back down. Mount Lady sees Izuku coming at her and quickly shrinks back down. Izuku brings his arms forward and throws two giant hackified snow fists at Pika's humongous fist. Izuku. Polar Magnum. The power from Izuku's fists proves strong enough to break apart Pika's stone fist. Inasa uses his wind power to deflect the falling pieces of stone. Izuku. I'm a lot weaker without my power, but I'm still strong enough to beat someone like you. Pika. You bastard. Izuku. PFFT. Before Izuku can full-on laugh, he notices his snow fist start to swell. He raises an eyebrow confused as they continue to swell. A light bulb suddenly goes off in Izuku's head and he quickly detaches his arms from his snow fists. His giant snow fists then all of a sudden explode into pieces. Izuku lands on the ground in front of the others who were confused at the sight. Another figure lands in front of them causing Izuku to get in a fighting stance. The figure appears to be a tall man with long spiky light blue hair. He's wearing a black coat that has gold rings, rivets and gears on it, along with a pair of goggles and a mask on his face. Izuku. TCH, Gladius as well. Mirio. This guy a part of Doflamingo's crew as well. Izuku. Yeah. He ate the Pamu no Mi. It allows him to rupture and explode himself and any inorganic thing he touches. Enki. So it's basically Bakugo's quirk with extra gimmicks. Itsuki. Shut up, Sparkplug. Gladius. This is perfect. I'm so pissed off from getting sent here like a damn lackey that I already ruptured my helmet. This however makes up for all the sheer boredom of waiting underground. Killing off two members of Straw Hat's crew will definitely make the young master happy. You don't mind if I'm the one killing them, do you, Pika? Pika. Kill the raccoon and the brat if you want, as long as they all end up dead, I'm happy. Gladius. Alright then. Chopper. I'm not a raccoon. Izuku. We don't have time to waste on these guys. But it'll be near impossible to get past Pika. Inasa. That's only if you go straight. Izuku. Wait, what? A strong wind surrounds the group. Suddenly, everyone aside from Inasa starts floating up in the air. Inasa. Go. Everyone is shot up high into the air by the wind. They manage to soar up higher than Pika himself. Izuku. Inasa. Inasa. Don't worry, I can take on the two of them by myself, you guys just focus on moving forward. Pika. I won't let you. Pika raises his arm and tries to swat the group flying in the air. He stops though when a pink mist starts swirling up in the air in front of his eyes. From the pink mist, what looks like a giant Zoro about twice the size of Pika emerges. Zoro. I'd stay down if I were you. Pika. Ararano Zoro. Pika lowers his arm and starts trembling at the sight of Zoro. Seeing Pika trembling, Zoro smirks. Zoro. Just kidding. The massive Zoro disappears into the mist, leaving Pika stunned. Down on the ground, Kami walks out from behind Inasa. Inasa. I'm sorry about this, Kami. Kami. It's fine. I'm just glad that illusion worked. He must be pretty afraid of Zoro-sensei. Gladius. Damn it, Pika. Gladius raises his arm and points the gear on his elbow at the group in the air. Using his telescopic goggles, he aims at the center of the group. He's about to fire, but a pair of floating gloves flailing around causes him to raise his eyebrow. Suddenly a bright flash of light coming from the gloves blinds him and makes him close his eyes. Gladius. What the hell? Gladius opens his eyes narrowly to try and look at the light source. In front of the light source, two figures are quickly falling straight at Gladius. Gladius takes a step back, letting the two figures crash into the ground in front of him. The dust clears to reveal Kirishima and Tetsu standing in front of him with smirks on their faces. Kirishima. We missed. Tetsu. Doesn't matter. He's right in front of us and within punching range. Inasa. Hey, I said I'd take care of both of them myself. Kirishima. No offense, but we think it'd be too much for you to take on both of these guys by yourself. Tetsu. And if you think otherwise, you're welcome to try and send us flying too. Gotta warn you though, I'm pretty heavy when I use my quirk. Inasa. Fine by me, I could use the help actually. Kirishima. Good. Oh, and Midoriya had a message for you guys, he said. Pika isn't the stone hit his real body. Amy. His real body? What does that mean? Tetsu. I don't know, which is why we'll count on you guys while we take on Baku clone. Inasa. Sure, leave it to us. Gladius. Piss, these brats have the nerve to act like I'm not here after getting in the way of my shot. I'm gonna kill them for sure. Pika. Gladius, get back, I'm going to kill them in one hit. Pika raises his giant stone fist and throws a punch at the duo. Kirishima. Crap, even if we harden ourselves, that might be the end of it for us. Tetsu. You're right, I hate it, but there's only one option, run. Kirishima. So unmanly, but we don't have a choice. Gladius. You're not getting away. Gladius as the ground beneath the two of them starts to swell. Tetsu. What the? Kirishima. What's this? Gladius. Punk rock fest. The swelled up ground ruptures and explodes beneath the hardening duo's feet, knocking them on their backs. Kirishima. He blew up the ground. Oh, right, he's standing on it, so I guess he can blow it up. Tetsu. That's playing dirty, it's not a head-to-head fight if you use dirty tricks like that. Gladius. I'm not doing this like a simple-minded brat like you. Gladius swells the ground beneath him and ruptures it to launch himself quite far back. Kirishima and Tetsu stand up and see the giant shadow on the ground. They turn around and look up to see Pika's giant fist upon them. Kirishima. Crap, there's no way we can run out of range in time. Tetsu. Looks like there's only one thing to do, harden and try to take the hit. Kirishima. Best plan I've heard all day. The sharp-toothed duo harden themselves and coat their bodies in armament Haki. They brace themselves to take on the massive fist. Inasa, hey Stonehenge. Pika stops the fist and turns his head to look at Inasa and Kami with his bloodshot eyes. Inasa. Yeah, you chipmunk-voiced overgrown pebble, what's the matter, too scared to take us on first? I guess your voice fits your personality, then you're nothing but a tiny cowardly chipmunk. Pika's eyes start twitching angrily. He pulls his fist back and turns his body to Kami and Inasa. He throws a punch at the two with his giant stone fist. Inasa quickly grabs Kami and uses his quirk to fly into the air in order to dodge the attack. Inasa. We've got this, go after the other guy and take him down. Tetsu. Thanks, we'll remember this. Kirishima. We'll be sure to kick his ass. The manly duo proclaims before charging after Gladius and leaving Kami and Inasa to face an enraged Pika. Pika. I'm going to kill you imps. Inasa. Gonna need some time to think. Kami, give us some clones. Amy. Okay. Amy breathes out her pink mist. Using her quirk, she creates the illusion of multiple clones of her and Inasa floating in the air. Pika swings his arm angrily, wiping out a handful of the mist clones already. As Pika proceeds to attack the mist clones in a fit of rage, Inasa and Kami, the real ones, float up high in the air. Inasa. Alright, he's distracted. That gives me a bit of time to figure out what to do. From what it looks like, he can manipulate the stone however he sees fit. He makes powerful attacks with it, but he's slow. How do I beat him? Since he's made of stone, all my wind can do is weather him down. He's melded to the ground too, so I can't throw him up in the air either. Think, what can I do? Wait, what was that thing Midoriya said? Pika isn't the stone. Hit his real body. What does that mean? Pika. Found you. Inasa and Kami look down at Pika to see him sending giant stone spikes at them from the ground. Inasa quickly tries to avoid them using his quirk. Inasa. How did he find us? There are still clones down there. Pika. Pikurara, you think you can hide from me like that? I can find you easily with Haki. Inasa. Crap, he can use Haki. Wait, what did he say just now? A thought starts to buzz in Inasa's head as he's flying through air. He continues to dodge the stone spikes with Kami in his arms while putting the pieces together in his head. Anasa. He's not the stone using observation Haki to find us maybe, just maybe. Anasa looks at Pika while he's flying. He narrows his eyes making them glow red from his observation Haki. The surrounding area grows dark in his eyes. He scans the giant stone Pika, picking up no traces of life force. His eyes eventually land on the stone head where he can see the figure of a person within it. Anasa. Kami, I figured it out. Kami? Anasa. It was obvious right from the beginning. Remember back when Midoriya destroyed his arm? He didn't scream in pain as you'd expect. He just regenerated his arm. If the stone is his actual body, then he should have at least reacted. Kami? I guess that makes sense. But then that means. Anasa. I understand what Midoriya meant. Pika isn't the stone. He's inside the stone and controlling it like a puppet. And with my Haki, I can see he's in the head. That's where we have to strike his real body. Kami? Oh, I see. But how do we hit him through the stone? Anasa. I have no idea damn it. Anasa quickly uses his quirk to boost himself higher in the air and avoid more stone spikes. Anasa. Even if I know how to take him down, I can't do anything to do it. My quirk is the worst match for this guy's ability. It'd be better if we had someone who could smash the rocks or cut through them. 2 months ago, Riskana. Anasa. Good morning, sensei, there's something I want to ask you. Anasa yells while sitting on his knees in front of Zoro, who's sitting atop a beaten and bloodied Katsuki while drinking sake. Katsuki. Incoherent grumbling. Zoro. So noisy. Anasa. Right. What do you want that you're barking this early in the morning for? Anasa. Sorry, I'm just naturally this loud, I'll try to tone it down. Zoro. Just shut up and tell me what you want. Anasa. Sorry again ahem, I want to know how you use the wind. Zoro. The wind. Anasa. Yes. My quirk whirlwind lets me manipulate the wind around me. I can control it to the point where I can use the wind to fly and blow back my enemies. I thought that was enough, but I've been recently thinking that it isn't enough anymore. Zoro. Anasa. I've seen both you and Midoriya slice enemies from afar using what I heard are compressed blasts of wind that you create when you swing your swords. I don't want to be a swordsman or change the way I fight. All I want to do is learn your technique so I can get stronger. Anasa proceeds to slam his head down onto the ground and bows in front of Zoro. The force of his head slam is enough to crack the ground and cause him to bleed from the head. Anasa. I know I'm not one of your students, but could you please spare some of your time for me? Zoro looks down at Anasa and takes a swig of his sake. He stares at him for a moment before deciding to answer. Zoro. Sticking to your guns, eh? I can respect that. I wouldn't want anyone to change my style either. Anasa shoots his head up excitedly upon hearing this. Anasa. Then. Zoro. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna teach you anything. Anasa. Zoro. I don't care if you're Izuku's friend, I don't care if you want to be a hero, I don't care if you're a part of our crew, I'm not training someone who doesn't want to be a swordsman. If you're coming to me to get stronger, you better damn well be ready to pick up a sword and fight. Anasa sits there with sweat and blood dripping from his face. He can feel the pressure coming off of Zoro and finds himself unable to move. He sits there for a solid minute before Zoro draws Sandai Kitetsu and coats it in Haki. He then suddenly stabs the sword in the ground in front of him. The sword becomes enveloped in a dark flame-like aura. Zoro. You want to learn how to use a flying slash attack? Then you'll do so as a swordsman. Grab the sword with your own 2 hands and show me you've got the drive. Anasa stands up and stares at the sword cautiously. He slowly reaches for the sword and grabs the hilt. He feels the aura of the sword overwhelm him, giving him the feeling of his entire body burning. He quickly lets go of it and drops to one knee while panting. Zoro simply looks at him with an indifferent expression and takes a swig of sake. Anasa holds his hands in front of him. They're visually unharmed, yet still shaking. He looks at the blade and looks back at his hands. He clenches his jaw and stands back up. He forms a fist with his right hand and punches himself hard in the face. He grabs the hilt tightly with both hands and yells loudly. He pulls with all his spirit despite the burning sensation. Zoro watches him carefully with his one eye. He narrows his eye focusing on Anasa's hands. His hands turn metallic and the ground starts to crack. Fierce winds surround his body like a whirlwind. The ground surrounding the blade continues to crack until eventually, the blade starts to slide out. With all the air in his lungs, Anasa yells as he pulls Sandai Kitetsu out of the ground. He raises the cursed sword victoriously above his head. He looks Zoro dead in the eyes. Anasa. Is that pant good enough? Zoro. It's passable. Zoro places the bottle on the ground and gets up from Kitsuki. He steps forward and takes the sword from Anasa's hand. Zoro. You start training with this one tomorrow. Zoro says as he walks past Inasa and heads to the ships. Inasa looks up at the sky with a large smile on his face. Inasa, yes sensei. Back to the present. Kami. Hey, Urashi, wake up. Inasa is slapped out of his flashback by Kami. Inasa. Huh. Inasa looks down to see Kami pouting at him. Kami. What's up with you? You're totally not acting like yourself. Inasa. I'm not. Kami. Definitely not. What are you hesitating and zoning out for? Usually, you'd rush headfirst and attack with all that burning passion. Inasa. Kami. What would Shishikura say right now? Probably something like what are you doing Urashi? This isn't like you at all, why aren't you showing your hot-blooded spirit? And I'd agree with him. Inasa. Smirk, you're right. Inasa moves Kami so that she's resting in his left hand. With his free hand, he grabs his cap and tosses it away letting it fly into the wind. Inasa. When it comes to heroes, and pirates too. Zoro. With your quirk, you can add more wind power to the slash. Inasa holds his right arm up at a right angle. Fierce winds surround his arm taking the shape of a hurricane. Inasa looks down at Pika with a confident smirk on his face. Inasa. You've gotta be hot-blooded. Pika. Screw you. Inasa. I'd watch out if I were you, this one might hurt. Inasa yells as the hurricane seems to shrink until it only surrounds his arm. Inasa. Wind blade. 360, caliber Phoenix. Inasa swings his arm and launches a massive compressed air slice at Pika. Pika's stone eyes widen at the sight of Inasa's attack before they seemingly turn black. Inasa's wind slash clashes against Pika's stone face and slices it clean in half, launching it up in the air as well. Inasa. Alright, it worked. Kami. Sweet, nice work Urashi. Pika. You bastards. A small head comes out of the lower half of Pika's now sliced in half stone head. Pika. Now, I'm mad. Kami. What? I thought you hit him. Inasa. He must have dodged by diving deeper into the stone. Doesn't matter though, I'll just keep up the pressure. Inasa yells as he unleashes a barrage of air slashes at Pika. Pika dives back down into the stone and uses his ability and observation Haki to avoid the slashes. Inasa uses his observation Haki as well to keep track of Pika's movements. Inasa. Damn, he's pretty fast while he's moving in the stone. In that case, I'll just amp things up. Inasa's arm turns black and the wind surrounding it grow fiercer. He begins firing air slashes off at a faster rate. Pika continues to dodge the slashes, almost getting hit a couple of times in the process. Pika. This brat's attacks are getting faster. I can't keep dodging forever, it's time to get back on the offensive. Pika moves towards the center of the chest, unaware of a presence nearby. He forms a plethora of spikes on the surface of the stone. He swings his arm and tries to send the spikes at Inasa and Kami. Before the spikes get sent out though, Pika gets tackled from behind. He gets pushed out of the stone which seems to be somehow melting. Pika. What the? Pika looks over his shoulder and finds Juzo. Juzo? You're not the only one who can move through rock. Pika. Another little twerp. Juzo. Do it, Urashi. Inasa. You got it, Hananuki. Pika looks back to Inasa to see him preparing an extra large air slash. Inasa. Just try dodging mid-air. Inasa sends the air slash at Pika far faster than the previous ones. The attack lands making everyone smile. Their smiles fade however once they see Pika's chest, or rather his whole body, shining black. Pika. You might have been able to cut through the stone, but you're still far too weak to cut through my Haki. Inasa. Shit. Kami. That's cheating. Juzo. This plan fell through. Pika turns around and looks down upon Juzo. Juzo. Uh-oh. Pika. I think I'll kill you first. Juzo lets go of Pika and tries to fall out of arm length. He's unsuccessful and Pika reaches for him with his hackified hand. Pika grabs him by the skull and smirks. He squeezes causing his mask to crack and reveal his face. Just then, the sound of gunfire is heard and a bullet pierces the shoulder of the arm Pika is using. Pika lets go of Juzo's head out of reflex. As Juzo's falling, a figure appears and catches him. Said figure then stabs their sword into Pika's stone to stop them from falling. Ishigi. Are you okay? Juzo? Who? Pika. The Navy. Suddenly, a large pillar of smoke launches up from the ground and stops just above Pika's head. From the smoke, Smoker with his hackified jit and Izo with one hackified leg raised up in the air appear. Smoker. Keep your eyes on what you're doing. Izo. This ends here. Smoker slams his jit and Izo brings his leg down on Pika's head. The impact cracks his helmet and sends him flying down to the ground. Before Pika reaches the ground and is only a few inches away from it, Inasa appears with his hackified right fist cocked back with a small raging tornado surrounding it. Inasa. Thanks for the fight. The Nasa punches Pika hard in the face. The mini tornado erupts into a full-on hurricane. Pika gets caught in the natural disaster and starts spinning while flying forward. He crashes straight through the leg of his giant stone body, getting knocked out in the process, and lands on the other side. Unable to support its own weight on only one leg, the stone Pika starts falling forward. The Nasa uses the wind to push the stone body so that it starts falling the other way. Tashigi removes her blade from the stone and free falls with Juzo. The two of them get caught by Kiku, who runs in just as the stone falls on its back and lands on Pika. Hamey? Well, he's probably dead. Izo? I wouldn't count on it. Anyways, nice work, Wind Boy. Nasa? Thank you very much, but what are Marines doing helping us? Kiku? We were still busy fighting when the ground started changing beneath our feet. It swallowed us up and we ended up underground. Tashigi? By the time we reached the surface, the battle with the beast pirates had already started. We decided there were more important things than fighting each other. Izo? Wouldn't be the first time you teamed up with pirates, right? Smoker? TCH. Nasa? Since we're working together, could you tell the other Marines to stop trying to attack our crew? Smoker? That's not my call to make. And I couldn't care less about your crew anyways. Nasa? Well, that sucks. Tashigi? This one needs medical attention. Do you perhaps have a medical team? Hamey? Yeah, they're over in that direction. Nearby your admiral and Yamato. Smoker? Tashigi, go take the kid to get treated. And report the situation to Admiral Fujitora while you're at it. Tashigi? Understood. Izo? Kiku, you go with her. Kiku? Okay. Smoker? Wind Boy, take me to Jack. Nasa? You're pretty bossy, but sure. Izo? Alright, let's go. The group split up with Kiku and Tashigi taking Juzo back to Yamato, while Smoker and the others rushed to Jack's location. Far off in the distance, Gladius is seen standing on top of a floating ball and watching the situation unfold through his goggles. Gladius? What the hell, Pika? Losing to a couple of brats is pathetic. Furthermore, it's one of our elite officers who lost. You're making us lose more face than we already had. Guess it's up to me to save you as well as the leftover dignity of our crew. Gladius says as he fires bullets that inflate and flow thanks to his devil fruit ability. He jumps from ball to ball before he notices something ahead of him on the ground and stops jumping. On the ground is a large dust trail which seems to be coming straight at him. Kirishima. Hold it right there. Tetsu. We're not through with you. Gladius. You two again? You're persistent if nothing else. And I find that really irritating. Gladius kicks the ball he's floating on down at them and jumps back onto another one. The ball collides with the two of them and explodes. The two of them however run out of the smoke hardened and completely uninjured. DNK. It won't work. Gladius. What's this? Tetsu. You can't break through our hardening with explosions. Kirishima. We're used to them at this point. Gladius. Hardening type paramecias, huh? What a pain. So you can handle explosions, but how many? Gladius proceeds to kick and launch all of the explosive balls at them. The duo coat themselves in armament Haki and take the explosions head-on without so much as a scratch. They emerge from the smoke and unhackify themselves. Kirishima. That the best you got. Gladius. You wish. Gladius lands on the ground and places his hands on it. The ground surrounding him, Kirishima and Tetsu swells, creating several makeshift landmines. Gladius. Punk rock fest, I wouldn't touch those if I were you. They explode on impact and will definitely hurt worse than my bullets. Kirishima. Shoot, that might be a problem. Tetsu, how long can you hold up your steel? Tetsu. I had a lot of iron this morning, so I should be able to keep going for a while. But we better finish this fast. Kirishima. Yeah, just watch your step. Gladius. Punk balla. Gladius fires multiple bullets into the air from the gear on his elbow. The balls inflate and float in the air above. Gladius jumps up and lands on one of the balls. He then points the gear down at the two of them. Gladius. Dodge and you'll get blown up by those mines, stay still, and you'll have to endure this onslaught of explosive bullets, catapult punk. Gladius fires a barrage of bullets at Kirishima and Tetsu. The two harden and coat themselves in order to brace for the impact. The bullets swell and explode on impact. The two men tank the exploding bullets to the best of their abilities. Gladius. Haki wears down exponentially the longer it's used in battle and in proportion to the concentration of its use as well. Did you know that? That means the longer you keep taking these explosions, the faster you'll lose the ability to use it entirely. Gladius says as he begins firing the bullets more rapidly. The explosions start creating a cloud of smoke that cover the hardened duo. After 2 solid minutes of firing, Gladius finally runs out of bullets. Hearing the click of his gear, he lowers it and scans the smoke for any signs of them. He sees a glimmer in the smoke and narrows his eyes. In the next instance, he's dealt 2 hard hackified punches to the gut by Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, who shoot out from the smoke like bullets. Tetsutetsu. Shadow Steel Fist. Kirishima. Black Gauntlet. Gladius gets blown back and lands on one of the swollen spots of the ground. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu land on the ground unhardened and unhackified. Their costumes are damaged with only their masks and torn up pants remaining, and they appear to be a bit exhausted. Kirishima. Shoot, it didn't explode. Tetsutetsu. Damn it, we were counting on that. Gladius. Did you honestly think I would fall victim to my own ability? You're nothing but naive brats, aren't you? Gladius says as he jumps off the swollen ground and lands on his feet. Gladius. You truly aren't ready to fight someone like me. Kirishima. We gotta conserve our strength and use our Haki and quirk smart here. We'll lose our stamina if we keep using them continuously to block. Tetsutetsu. Let's try using observation Haki. Kirishima. Yeah. Gladius. Observation won't save you from this brachium. Gladius's forearms swell, making Kirishima and Tetsutetsu harden. Gladius's forearms rupture and create an explosion which doesn't manage to connect with the 2 in front of him. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu look at the smoke cloud in front of them confused. In the next instance, they both feel something sharp pierce through their hardening and prick their throats, shoulders and back of their mouths. Tetsutetsu accidentally swallows the one in his mouth while Kirishima manages to cough his up. Kirishima looks down to see what pricked him to be a bundle of black needles. Kirishima. Needles. Gladius. A common trait that all hardening type paramecias share is the fact that they overestimate their hardening abilities. It doesn't matter what devil fruits you've eaten. The smoke clears and reveals Gladius, whose hair is hackified along with having a new bald spot in the front. Gladius. You'll still be pierced by my Haki. Kirishima. You blew out your hair just to give us a little prick. Suddenly, Kirishima's vision starts to blur. He starts wobbling before falling back on his butt. Tetsutetsu. Kirishima. What's wrong? Sure enough, Tetsutetsu's vision starts to blur and he too falls down. Tetsutetsu. What the hell is this? Gladius. If you want to survive on these seas, you have to think smart. My hair is coated in a special neurotoxin. I switched to it after seeing the ineffectiveness of my old paralyzing agent. This new neurotoxin numbs your senses and affects your vision. You'll be unable to move, let alone see straight. Tetsutetsu. You bastard, that's playing dirty. Kirishima. So unmanly. Gladius. Unmanly. I don't know what your obsession with the concept of masculinity is about, and honestly, I don't care. There is no such thing as a fair fight between pirates. It's your fault for believing there is. Gladius steps forward and picks up Kirishima and Tetsutetsu by their skulls. He then proceeds to toss them at a swollen ground bubble. The bubble explodes and launches the 2 blown-up boys. They land on their stomachs at Gladius's feet. Gladius then proceeds to pick them up again and toss them at another swollen ground bubble. The bubble ruptures and they get launched back at Gladius again. Gladius picks them up again and repeats the process a total of 4 more times, which is when all the bubbles have been ruptured. He finishes by stomping on Kirishima's head, breaking his mask in the process, and rubbing his boot on it. Gladius. This is what you get for challenging the Dunkwixit family. Remember this lesson in your next life. Gladius gives one final hard stomp to Kirishima's head before turning around. He dusts himself off and starts walking towards Pika. Tetsutetsu. Wait. Gladius comes to a halt. He turns around and sees Tetsutetsu still laying on the ground with his fingers balled up into a fist. Gladius. You're still clinging on to life even now. Tetsutetsu. I can still fight. Gladius. Don't be delusional. I bet you can't even stand up now. Tetsutetsu tries to raise his fist, but it drops to the ground immediately. Tetsutetsu. Our crew. Gladius. Tetsutetsu. Has never will never lose to yours. Gladius. What did you just say? Tetsutetsu. Our captain is the king, to him your leader is just a joke. A vein can be seen bulging on Gladius's forehead. He angrily stomps back to Tetsutetsu and picks him up by the throat. Gladius. I was fine with letting you die slowly, but now I'm mad no one insults the young master and lives. Tetsutetsu proceeds to grab Gladius's arm and smirk. Tetsutetsu. Heh, gotcha. Gladius. What? Tetsutetsu. You shouldn't have grabbed me. Gladius. Oh. And why is that? Tetsutetsu. Smirk, because I've still got my trump card. 2 months ago, Riskana. Tetsutetsu can be seen sitting at the table in the Thousand Sunny's kitchen. He's watching patiently and rather excitedly as Sanji's busy cooking at the stove. His hands move so fast that they're only a blur to Tetsutetsu. Within seemingly a minute, Sanji finishes and places a tray in front of Tetsutetsu. Sanji. Here you go. Mushroom, almond and spinach burger coupled with Parmesan spinach polenta fries and a banana spinach smoothie. Smile, enjoy. Tetsu. Whoa, this looks great, eyed Akamatsu. Tetsu takes a bite of the burger and immediately starts eating like a madman. Tetsu. So good. Sanji. You really love spinach, do you? I don't really cook a lot with it, so I'm glad the dish is tasty to you. Tetsu. It's more than tasty, it's delicious. Tetsu quickly scarfs down the burger and fries and chugs the smoothie as if it were water. Once he's finished, he pats his bloated stomach with a satisfied grin. Tetsu. Ah, that was great. I didn't know a burger could fill me up like that. Sanji. It's a chef's job to satisfy his consumer. I'd be half-assing it if I left you still hungry. Tetsu. Never been more satisfied in my life. Sanji. That's good to hear. Now then, what did you want to talk about? Tetsu. Oh, right, I almost forgot, there's a new technique I wanted to try out, but I need your help to make it work. Sanji. A new technique? Might I ask why you need my help for it? Tetsu. I heard Midoriya learned how to bring out his inner fire from you. And I know that's true cause I saw both of you light yourselves on fire. My technique needs something like that. I'd be really grateful if you could teach me about it, please. Sanji. Tetsu. I'm a man who believes in nothing but head-to-head fights. I know that won't work against everyone. But with this new power I have in mind, I can reach new strengths. Unlike me, Kirishima can keep getting harder and harder. As long as he keeps moving forward, he'll get stronger. But I'm blocked off. It's like there's a boulder blocking the path ahead and only he can carve through it. I don't want to be left behind. I want to make my own way through that boulder. I want to become an unstoppable hero and pirate, please, teach me. Sanji. I've already got my hands full with Shoto. But he's making solid progress on his own right now. You know what? I'll give you a test. If you can pass it, I'll agree to train you. Tetsu. Why yeah, that's all I ask for, I'm up to any challenge you give me. Sanji. In that case. Sanji takes off his apron and places it down in front of Tetsu. Tetsu looks up at Sanji slightly confused. Sanji. Get cooking. Tetsu. Huh? Sanji. My test is simple. Cook me a dish I'll find delicious and you pass. Tetsu. But I can't cook. Sanji. There's no such thing as a person who can't cook. There are just people who can't cook well. And even if it seems like there's no hope for them, they still can improve. Tetsu seems somewhat shook by these words. Sanji then sits down at the table and smiles at him. Sanji. Well, I'm waiting. Tetsu snaps back to attention and looks down at the apron. He narrows his eyes and determinedly grabs it. He puts it on and begins cooking Sanji's dish. He cracks 3 eggs in a glass bowl, but unfortunately gets some bits of the shells in them. He panics a bit before deciding to whisk them anyways. Once they're done, he pours them into a pan. He then puts 2 slices of bread in a toaster and grabs 3 oranges and a hand juicer. He cuts the oranges in half before quickly rushing back to his eggs. He scrambles the eggshell mixed eggs with a fork in the pan while adding salt as well. Soon enough, he places his scrambled eggs on a plate. The smell of something burning catches his attention. He looks at the toaster to see smoke coming from it. He runs to the toaster and quickly ejects the hot burnt toast from the toaster. He takes the slices which burn his hands and places them on top of the scrambled eggs. He tries to spread butter on the toast with a knife, but it breaks apart. Feeling disheartened a bit, Tetsu uses the hand juicer to juice the oranges and fill up a glass with mostly pulp orange juice. He places the glass down in front of Sanji next to the plate of eggshell scrambled eggs and buttered burnt toast bits. Sanji simply looks at the food in silence while Tetsu stands there with his head lowered. Tetsu. I'm sorry, I messed up the dish. I failed, I know, but could you give me another chance? I'll keep trying until. Without saying anything, Sanji picks up a knife and fork. Tetsu watches on quite astounded as Sanji meticulously eats the meal he cooked. He's downright shocked to see a clean plate and empty glass at the end. Sanji places his utensils down on the plate and gives Tetsu a heartwarming and genuine smile. Sanji. Smile, it's delicious. Tetsu. EA. But I messed up so many times. I burned the toast, got shells mixed in with the eggs, and made the juice way too pulpy. Sanji. But I can taste all the effort you put into making this. The most delicious dishes are made when the chef puts everything they've got into making them. Every bit of effort that you put into cooking, or everything for that matter, is important. Tetsu. He's such a kind man. Sanji. Now then, shall we get to training? Just so you know, it's going to be pretty tough. But I promise, it'll help you through that boulder and take you far beyond your limits. Tetsu. Smirk, I'm up for it, I'll take everything you've got. Back to the present. Tetsu. If I can't carve through it. Gladius raises his eyebrow at the sharp-toothed boy. Tetsu manages to turn his body to steel and tightens his grip on Gladius's arm. Suddenly, a strange sizzling sound catches Gladius's attention. An intense burning sensation then appears at his hand, which is grabbing Tetsu's throat and where Tetsu is grabbing his arm. Gladius. Ah, what the hell. Tetsu. I'll melt through it. Tetsu says as a sudden surge of strength allows him to snap Gladius's arm like a twig. Gladius. Ah yeah, bucking brat. Gladius kicks Tetsu away and holds his now broken arm. He looks to see his glove and sleeve had been burned through. Tetsu. This is my trump card. Gladius looks back to Tetsu to see him standing back up on both feet. Smoke seems to be coming off of his body. What at first glance looks to be sweat drips from his face. Once the sweat lands on the ground, it makes a sizzling sound. Tetsu's body then seems to start glowing red hot. Tetsu. Real steel. Overheat. Gladius. What the hell is this? Fire. How are you doing that when your devil fruit is that steel power? And how are you standing? The neurotoxin should still be in effect. Tetsu. This is the result of my training. This is Sanji-sensei's power. I learned how to bring out my inner fire and use it with my steel. Now I can burn through everything with my fists. As for how I'm standing, it's pure willpower. I'm not gonna lose to some poison, and I know I ain't the only one, ain't that right, Kirishima? Tetsu yells to Kirishima, who's lying on the ground to his left. Kirishima. Of course. Kirishima raises his head to look up. His spiked up hair now down and blood dripping on his face. However, he still bears a smirk. Kirishima. It wouldn't be manly. Kirishima starts to get up from the ground. As he's getting up, he hardens his body. Once he manages to stand up on his feet, he pushes himself straight to unbreakable. Kirishima. If I just laid down and gave up. Gladius. This is impossible. No human should be able to withstand the toxin's effects. What the hell are you two? Tetsu. What are we? Kirishima. We're heroes. And. D&K. Straw Hat Pirates. Kirishima. We ain't gonna lose. Tetsu. To someone like you. Gladius. Damn punks, just die already. Gladius yells as he ruptures his unbroken arm and launches an enormous explosion at the two of them. Much to his shock though, the two of them remain unscathed by the explosion. Tetsu. That's not gonna work on us again. Kirishima. Nothing you hit us with is gonna stop us anymore. We'll tear through everything and take you down. Tetsu. Kirishima, let's finish this. Let's pull out all the stops. Kirishima. Yeah, let's hit him with everything we've got. D&K. Raiaya. Kirishima and Tetsu yell simultaneously as they get fired up. Tetsu's body starts heating up, further turning from red hot to white hot, with some flames surrounding his body. His jaw guard melts and drops to the ground. His normally fixated hair starts to float in the air like flames. His arms and legs become coated in a silver blue tinted Haki. Tetsu. Overheat. Molten steel. The ground starts to crack beneath Kirishima's feet as he charges up. His hardened body bulks up while creating the sound of cracking. His already sharp edges become more jagged and serrated. His sclera, teeth and hair turn black with Haki, with his hair ending in red tips. A crimson red tinted Haki covers his arms, legs and torso. Kirishima. Unbreakable. Crimson Riot. Gladius, these two are insane, and my rupturing doesn't work on them anymore. I need to fall back and get back up. Gladius uses his devil fruit to cause the ground beneath his feet to swell a bit. Kirishima. You're not going anywhere. Kirishima stomps on the ground, causing the swollen ground to rupture prematurely. Kirishima cocks his right fist back while Tetsu cocks his left fist back. What looks like blue sparks of lightning start surging from Tetsu's fist, while red sparks surge from Kirishima's fist. Tetsu. 100%. Kirishima. Of 100%. The two of them leap up into the air above Gladius. Unable to do anything else, Gladius hackifies his body and inflates himself to try and defend. He's unable to inflate fast enough though, as Kirishima and Tetsu drive their fists into his face. D&K. Kutabari Yagiri. The three of them go hurtling downwards in a massive ball of flames. They crash into the ground like a meteor, causing a miniature flame vortex and shockwave on impact. D&K. Crimson Meteor. The impact from the three of them crashing into the ground creates a meteor-like crater. At the center of the crater, Kirishima and Tetsu are standing tall with their bloody fists raised up in the air. Laying at their feet is an unconscious Gladius. The left side of his face is charred black, while the right side is caved in with deep cuts. Seeing as how they've won the fight, Kirishima and Tetsu smirk. Their bodies revert back to normal and they fall on their back, numbed from the neurotoxin. While laying on the walls of the crater, the two turn their heads to each other. They manage to fist bump with smiles on their faces. Kirishima. We won. And in a super manly way as well. Tetsutetsu. Damn right. We sure showed him what we're made of. Kirishima. That being said though, I can't really move anymore. Tetsutetsu. Me neither. Guess that neurotoxin was stronger than we thought. Guess we'll just have to wait till it wears off. Kirishima. It sucks, but there's not much we can do about it. The two of them sigh as they lay on the walls of the crater waiting for the neurotoxin to wear off. After about 5 minutes of waiting, the two feel themselves being dragged out of the crater. Kobe. Oh, this one's hot to the touch. Tetsutetsu. Huh. Who are you? Kobe. Just a friendly marine. Tetsutetsu. A marine. Birauj. He's an honest man, so it's alright for you to trust him. Kirishima. Birauj. Birauj and Kobe proceed to throw Kirishima and Tetsutetsu over their shoulders. Kobe. It should go without saying, but it's smarter for us pirates and marines to work together in order to defeat the army, trying to kill us both, right? Tetsutetsu. Yeah, I guess so. Wait, what about that guy? And the guy under the stone? Kobe. Don't worry, we'll take care of them later. Doesn't look like they're going anywhere anyways. Anyways, we have to focus on getting you two back to your team's medical team. Kirishima. But we want to stay close to the action. Tetsutetsu. Yeah, and we could still keep going if it wasn't for this damn neurotoxin. Birauj. The good doctor is on the front line. Perhaps he can help you. Kobe. Sounds good to me. Let's go. Tetsutetsu. You guys better watch your backs. There's an army of enemies right in front of you. Kobe. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that too much. Kirishima. Huh. Why not? Kobe. Just take a look at the sky. I'd say it's pretty obvious that things are about to turn in our favor. Confused, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu look up into the sky. Kirishima. What the heck is that? Meanwhile. Fujitora. Gravito Moko. An injured and roughed up Fujitora swings his devil fruit-infused blade. He launches a wave of horizontal gravity that sends a large figure flying into a nearby hill. The figure lays indented into the side of the hill before seemingly shrinking and changing shape. The dust from the hill clears to reveal a somewhat worn-down Yamato. Yamato. Ow, ow, ow. Fujitora readies his blade for another slash. He suddenly steps out of the way though to avoid a yellow pellet shot at him. Nirinjeki. Twin impact. The pellet suddenly redirects mid-air and hits Fujitora in the back. The impact of the explosion however gets muffled by Fujitora's Haki. Nirinjeki. Shoot, that didn't do anything. Ryuko. At least it hit, unlike the rest of ours. Fujitora. Your control over that Haki is no doubt greater than the pirate heroes, but it's still not enough. Yamato. Ugh, no shit. Yamato pushes herself out of the hill and stands once more in front of Fujitora. Yamato. My control is nowhere near as good as Zoro's, let alone Kaido's or Luffy's. But even so, I'm gonna fight. The more I fight, the stronger my Haki becomes. I won't stop getting stronger until I can surpass Kaido on my own. Once I do, there'll be no doubt that I'm Oden, the man who sails on the Pirate King's ship. Fujitora. Kazuki Oden, that's a very big role you're trying to fill. One might say it's impossible to fill. Tiger. Are you sure about that? Yamato looks back to the hill she crashed into to find Tiger standing on top of it. Yamato. Tiger. When did you get back? Tiger. About a few minutes ago. Looks like things got more hectic than what I'd heard. Yamato. From what you heard. Mandalay. I sent him and Joke a message using my quirk and updated them on the current situation. Tiger. I expected the Marines to have joined forces with us by now, but I suppose it's fine. Hey Admiral, it'd be better for all of us if you just decided to work together instead of fighting us while ignoring the massive enemy behind you. I'm glad you're trying to look after the kid, but I think you should just let him be. Fujitora. If it were Straw Hat Luffy fighting against Jack, I would not worry. But his wounded and exhausted son is another matter. Do you think they can fight through an army like this as well as Jack? Tiger. No, not really. Most of them are just kids after all. Fujitora. Then. Tiger. But that's not to say it's impossible for them to win. At least not without a helping hand, that is. Fujitora. Men, the situation may be against our favor, but we cannot falter as proud members of the Navy. We will continue to fight until we come out victorious. Is that right? Marines. Yes, Iso-sama. Fujitora. Wait, I didn't say that. All the Navy soldiers who responded gained blank expressions on their faces. The source of the voice is in fact Shinso, who's standing behind the sniper unit. Shinso. I've never tried hypnotizing a group of people this size before. This is giving me a major headache and a sore throat. All soldiers, fall back. All the hypnotized marines begin retreating back to Fujitora. The marines who managed not to get hypnotized, as well as those who got knocked out of it when they bumped into each other, simply follow the lead of the hypnotized marines. Tiger. Since we've decided to fight, we might as well do it right. Beast Pirate. The marines are retreating, let's kill these cowards while they're running. The beast pirates try to pursue the retreating marines. They however find themselves unable to even lift their feet off the ground. Beast Pirate 1. What's going on? I can't move. Beast Pirate 2. Me neither. Beast Pirate 3. Ah, what the hell is this? My feet are. The beast pirates all look down to see that their feet had been sewn to the very ground they were all standing on. You all aren't going anywhere. Standing tall metaphorically in front of the beast pirates is the 5th captain of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, Leo. Leo. I made sure of that. Beast Pirate. You hear that? That little rat did this, shoot it. The beast pirates proceed to open fire on Leo. Using his small stature and speed to his advantage, Leo manages to dodge all shots fired at him. The beast pirates cease fire in order to reload their ammunition. As they're reloading, a giant stone wall rises from the ground and encircles them, making a giant circular wall. Beast Pirate 1. What is it now? Beast Pirate 3. Isn't this that Pikaguy's ability? On the other side of the wall, Pixie Bob is smirking while placing her hands on the ground. Pixie Bob. He's not the only one who can control the ground. Leo. Nice work, Pixieland. Pixie Bob. Thanks, you did pretty well yourself. Now it's time for the next step. Pixie Bob says as she looks up to the sky. High up in the air is what appears to be a giant transparent green ball. Directly underneath the ball is Koda's Shikoro bird. Riding on the bird's back is Bartolomeo, who's using his devil fruit to create the ball, ground with his giant arm exposed, Bonham in his Adios form, Zappa, Dragon, Momonosuke and Koda. Bonham and Ground seem to be holding the ball up, Momonosuke is using his golden clouds to support the bird, and Koda has his hands inside the ball. Upon closer inspection, the ball seems to be almost completely filled with water. Bonham. So heavy I'm not sure how much longer I can hold this for. Ground. Hey, Squirt, hurry it up, why don't ya? Koda. It's almost full. Bardo. Don't you yell at the young senpai in training, you glorified rooster. Ground. Huh. You look more like a rooster than me, shark teeth. Zappa. Oh, Ms. Carrot, Ms. Rumi, where art thou? Can you feel my love all the way up here? Ground. Would you stop that and help us already? Momonosuke. Could you please stop shaking so much? You're making it harder on the bird. Koda continues to spray water from his hands inside the ball. His eyes widen when he feels the ball reach maximum capacity. Koda. It's ready. Koda quickly pulls his hands out and Bartolomeo quickly seals the holes before any liquid can leak out. Ground. Yosh, eat this. Ground yells as he and Bonham hurl the ball at the group caught by Pixie Bob's walls. Just before the ball reaches the giant stone cylinder, Bardo uncrosses his fingers and removes the barrier. The water, now uncontained, splashes down on the beast pirates and completely floods the area created within the stone wall. The beast pirates stuck at the bottom struggle to hold their breaths. Koda quickly crawls to the side of the bird and looks down at the ground. Koda. Tomoko ni, now. Far down on the ground, Ragdoll can be seen sitting atop a Midsaurus. In her hands is Nami's Cleam attacked. Ragdoll. Alright, guess it's my turn now. Here goes nothing, go lightning A, nothing. Okay, how about thunderclouds activate again? Come on, lightning strike Stormify by the power of Thor Shazam, gosh darn it, work already, why didn't I ask Nami how to use this thing before coming here? Hey, could you please stop shaking me? Ragdoll stops shaking the Cleam attack as she suddenly hears a voice seemingly coming from it. She holds the Cleam attack in both hands in front of her and looks at it with a bewildered face. Ragdoll. Hello. Much to Ragdoll's surprise, the Cleam attack sprouts a mouth and 2 eyes. Howdy. Ragdoll. Wah. Who are you? What are you? I'm Zeus. I guess you could say I'm a soul who inhabits Nami's Cleam attack. In other words, I'm her partner. Ragdoll. Okay. How come no one's ever seen you before? Zeus. Well, with Nami stepping out of battle and being preoccupied, I figured it'd be best to stay out of her hair unless she called for me. Ragdoll. Huh, awfully considerate of you. Zeus. By the way, did you need help with something? Ragdoll. Oh right. Say, since you're technically the Cleam attacked and know how it works from inside and out, do you think you could make lightning strike over there at that little lake? Zeus. Over there. Sure. That's easy. Ragdoll. Great, thanks Zeus. Zeus. No problem. Before I do it though, do you think I could have a weather egg? Ragdoll. Weather egg? Sure, I guess. Although I don't know how to make that. Zeus. Don't worry, I can make that myself. Zeus says as an egg appears from one of the ends of the Klimattact. He then exits the Klimattact in his cloud form and eats the egg. Zeus. Yummy. Here I go. Zeus floats up into the air and hovers above the body of water. He grows in size, and his body turns into that of a dark storm cloud. He discharges lightning that strikes the water below him. The pirates at the bottom get electrocuted and the entire wall gets blown to pieces. Zeus then shrinks back down to normal and floats back to a rather surprised Ragdoll. Ragdoll? Whoa. Thanks Zeus. You really pulled through here. Zeus. Don't mention it. And just call if you need help. Zeus says as he returns to his Klimattact body. Beast Pirates Gifter. Holy shit, we just lost like a third of our remaining army. Beast Pirate 1. Damn it, how could this have happened? Beast Pirate 2. Stay calm you babies, there's still a good 3,000 of us here, we outnumber them clearly. Tiger. Not for long. Coda. Everyone. The Beast Pirates look up to see Coda floating on what looks like a carpet with a face on it. Beast Pirate. Who the hell is that guy? Coda. Gifters of the Beast Pirates, please look up here and open your mouths wide. Beast Pirates Gifter. Huh. Who does this kid think he is? What makes him think we'll? One by one, all the gifters who had heard Coda's voice forcefully point their mouths to the sky against their wills. Beast Pirate. Hey, what are you guys doing? Beast Pirates Gifter. I'm not doing this myself, I can't control my body. Coda. Now guys. Hurry. Coda turns around to Eri, Tama and Pudding who are all holding piles of kibi dango in their hands. Eri. Do your cheeks still hurt, Tama? Tama. A little, but it's okay. Pudding. Hey, focus and throw, kids. The three female pirates proceed to toss the kibi dangos they're holding down to the army below. The majority of the dangos manage to find their ways into the mouths of gifters. Tama then pops her head out so everyone can see her. Tama. Everyone, my name is Otama. I'm asking all of you who ate one of my dangos to lend us a hand, help us take down Jack, please. Beast Pirate. What nonsense is this brat spouting? Oi, someone shoot them do. The Beast Pirate talking suddenly gets punched in the face by a gifter with a donkey hoof for a hand. Gifters, yes master. The gifters all suddenly start attacking the remaining members of the army. Beast Pirate 1. The gifters are going wild. Beast Pirate 2. Damn, this is just like what happened at Onigashima, what the hell is happening? The betrayal. Isn't it obvious? The Beast Pirate suddenly look to the center of their army as they hear a new voice. At the center of all of them, Ms. Joke is standing on her own. She smirks as a blue aura envelopes her body. Joke. I mean, you guys really should have seen it coming. With a name like the Beast Pirates, there's bound to be a couple of cheetahs and sly foxes. Beast Pirates. PFFT, so cheesy. Beast Pirate 1. What's with that joke, it's so not funny, ha 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 ha. Beast Pirate 2. Ha 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 ha, I know, but I can't help but laugh at it. Joke. Thank you, I'll be here all week. Well, not really. Right as she says this, she gets snatched up by Coda and the others who then proceed to fly away with her. In the next instance, the laughing Beast Pirate soldiers get sliced to bits by a yellow blur, blitzing in between them. The blur continues to laugh maniacally as it slices each and every pirate. Once every pirate has been cut down, the blonde swordsman stands still while cackling up to the sky. Hakuba. Ha 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 ha, I'll tear you all to shreds. Cavendish. Stand down, Hakuba, I'm in control now. Hakuba. Screw you. Bartolomeo. Ha ha ha, you fools made a big mistake stepping up to the young master. Bardo raises his hand in the air to reveal he's holding Izuku's warp sword. He jumps off the Chikoro bird and stabs the sword in the air. As he falls to the ground, he starts creating a massive portal. After landing and opening the enormous portal, a pair of giant feet come out of it. Soon enough, the captain of the 6th ship of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, Hadridan, steps out. Hadridan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Bartolomeo. Ha 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 ha, you better run for your lives, the captains of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet is here. Fujitora. Such familiar auras, I haven't felt these since Dressrosa and the bullet incident. Ground, Bonham, Zappa, might I ask what you three are doing helping the enemy? Ground. With all due respect, what we're doing right now is stupid as hell. Well, we're busy holding off Straw Hat's crew back here. The headliners are already making their way to Jack. Just because there ain't any civilians here like back at Dressrosa doesn't mean we can't work with the Straw Hats towards the same goal. We ain't protecting anything. All we're doing is holding them back and waiting to die with them. Fujitora looks at Ground with his wide eyes and usual stern expression. He then senses 3 life forces behind him and turns around. Kiku and Toshigi carrying Juzo run past him and to the others. Toshigi. Are there any doctors here? This young man has received damage to his skull and needs treatment. Niranjeki. Hananuki, he's banged up bad, we'll take care of him. Toshigi. Please do. Fujitora. Toshigi. The Shigi turns around and looks Fujitora dead in the eyes. The Shigi. Navy Captain Tashigi reporting in enemy officers Pika and Gladius of the Don Quixote family have been defeated by Vice Admiral Smoker-san and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, identified as former Whitebeard Pirate 16th Division Commander Izo, Urashi, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Yamato. Those guys did that. The Shigi. Additionally, Vice Admiral Smoker-san and Captain Kobe have requested a ceasefire and temporary alliance between the Navy and Straw Hat Alliance. We request your authorization, Admiral Fujitora-san. Fujitora looks down at the young Marine captain sternly. His figure towers above hers, but she remains undeterred. Do you still plan to fight against us, Admiral? The Grand Fleet captains step aside and make way for another figure. Walking from in between them is none other than Boa Hancock and her snake Salome. Hancock? How foolish. Yamato. What's she doing here? Tiger. Truth be told, we actually asked Rayleigh for help first. He said he'd rather sit this one out and instead called Hancock, who insisted on coming along. Hancock. I don't care who you are, anyone who dares to get in the way of my beloved or my son will be struck down by me. Admiral or not, you cannot beat me in your current state. So, what say you now, Admiral? Fujitora stares them all down with his blind eyes. Everyone is on the edge waiting for his response. He then seems to sigh before reaching into his coat. He pulls out a baby transponder snail. Sensing what he's about to do next, Shinso releases the Navy soldiers from his hypnosis. Fujitora. Men. All the Navy soldiers carrying transponder snails, as well as those who are in ear range of him, turn their attention to Fujitora's voice. Fujitora. This is a direct order. As of this moment, all members of the Marines are to assist the Straw Hat Pirates in defeating the Beast Pirates' forces. The Navy forces look rather surprised at hearing this, but decide to trust Fujitora's judgment. Navy, yes Admiral. Hancock. HMPH, wise choice. Fujitora. From this point onwards, whatever happens, happens. I just hope there'll be no casualties on our side. Bartolomeo. This'll be a battle for the history books, let's show them what the Grand Fleet is really made of. Leo. Oh, Cavendish fell asleep. Bartolomeo. What? At a time like this? That idiot Hadrian, restrain him, it'll be a real problem if Akuba takes control. Hadrian. Got it. Bartolomeo. Leo, go take the young master's sword back to Dressrosa, we can't risk it breaking here. Leo. Leave it to me. Yamato. Alright, I just caught a hold of my second wind picks, give the snipers some cover so we can move forward without worrying about them. Pixie Bob. Sure thing. Yamato. Let's go, it's time to end this war. Back to Izuku. Far at the front lines, Izuku and the others are busy tearing through the Beast Pirate members. Izuku. Yuki no Yoru. Kakudo. Izuku raises his right hand up in the air and creates a large crucifix-shaped sword with a black blade out of snow. He places the large blade in his mouth and draws his Hakified Nidai Kitetsu and Gur plus and Organ no Kiba. Izuku. Kakujo. O Tatsumaki. Izuku spins and creates a massive tornado with him in the center. The tornado manages to pull in members of the Beast Pirates and slice them up with its blade-like winds. As the tornado moves forward, it leaves a trail of sliced-up bodies behind it. Suddenly, a dark aura envelopes the tornado, it grows even larger and starts moving faster as well. In the center, Izuku is still spinning, however he's now using Asura while spinning. Izuku. Yugi. Not only are the Beast Pirates still being pulled in and sliced, but now the ground itself is being ripped out and diced into pieces. In retaliation, some pirates fire cannonballs at Izuku. Those cannonballs however get diced into pebbles by the tornado. After 2 minutes of the natural disaster, Izuku stops spinning in front of a large group of pirates and his extra limbs and heads disappear. Izuku. Kitsunebi Ryu. Izuku holds the two swords in his hands in front of him and positions them at an angle. All three blades then ignite in a dark flame. Izuku starts spinning the blades in his hands and leaps forward at the Beast Pirates. He brings his blades forward and launches a massive dark flame slice that cuts through a great deal of the pirates in front of him. Izuku. Ichidai Sanzen Daisen Sekai. Izuku lands back down on the ground. He spits the snow sword out of his mouth and it quickly melts. He sheathes his other two swords before looking at his blocky snow-covered hand. He makes a fist and sparks of one for all can be seen from it. Seeing this, he fires up full cowling and looks over his shoulder. Izuku. Hatsum. Nearby, Mei and Melissa are riding through the crowd on Kuro. Hearing Izuku's call, Melissa shifts direction and starts riding towards him. Izuku jumps up into the air and whistles with 2 fingers in his mouth. Melissa proceeds to grab the helmet resting in front of the handlebars and tosses it to Mei. She then proceeds to jump off Kuro and lands on Chopper, who's running by in his walk point. Karo leaps into the air up to Izuku. Seeing as the bike's about to undergo its transformation, Mei jumps off of it. The bike then splits into its two halves and forms large mechanical arms. The folded seat, handlebars and figurehead are caught by Melissa down below. Izuku creates long legs for support using his snow and equips the mechanical arms. Mei lands and seats herself around Izuku's neck. She dons the helmet and places her hands on the mechanical arms. Izuku clasps the hands together and hackifies the arms. Using her devil fruit, Mei covers the two arms in a purple mass and combines them to form one giant cannon barrel. The barrel begins sucking in air and inflating. It soon reaches maximum capacity and seems to glow red with heat. I&M. Big bang flash. The cannon fires an enormous stream of flames straight at the pirates ahead of them. Most of the pirates are able to avoid the fire blast, however some are unlucky. The flame stream travels far across the battlefield. Jack himself can see the fire approaching him. He narrows his eyes and raises his trunk up in the air. He coats his trunk in armament Haki and swings it. The trunk clashes with the flame and manages to withstand the heat. Izuku and Jack continue to remain in a standoff of sorts. After what seems like a few minutes, Izuku's flames die out. Jack lets his trunk hang free once more and unhackifies it. All that stands between the two of them is a path of molten earth and charred up members of the beast pirates. Mei. Shoot, looks like we ran out of gas. Mei separates the giant cannon into two separate arms once again. Mei. But at least now we have a straight path to Jack, right Midoriya? Mei looks down at Izuku to see him sweating and panting a bit. Mei. Midoriya. Izuku. I'm fine. Izuku uses his black whip to lower Mei down to the ground. He then releases the mechanical arms and they transform back to normal, along with the gear Melissa is holding. Chopper. Izuku, you need to take a break. If you keep pushing your body like this, it's gonna give up on you. Izuku. You're most definitely right, Chopper-san. Using my quirk to its maximum limit for extended periods like this is really draining. But I'm too close to rest now. Jack's right there after all. Izuku disperses the snow covering his legs, so he's standing directly on the ground. He takes a step forward and spreads his legs. He places his left hand on his knee and his right fist on the ground. He coughs up a bit of blood but shakes it off. The beast pirates who'd run away from Izuku's flame charge back and ready to strike him. Izuku. If it's just a little exhaustion, I can deal with it. I've been through much worse after all. Snow spreads from Izuku's body and covers the surrounding area. He stands up straight again and holds his arms out to his sides. Izuku. Muso donuts. Snow rises from the ground and forms two giant donut-like rings floating in the air. From the two rings, two giant blocky arms appear. Izuku. Chikaryuki. Izuku punches forward sending the giant blocky fist towards the beast pirates as well. The giant fist easily plows through the pirates as if they were nothing more than sticks standing in mud. Izuku. Naguriyuki. Izuku unleashes a fast-paced barrage of punches, causing the giant fists to unleash a barrage as well. Izuku's giant fists smash through the enemy lines and create craters in the ground. As he's punching, Izuku starts walking forward to further plow through the army further. Mandalay. Midoriya, it's Mandalay reporting in. Izuku. Mandalay. Mandalay. Tiger and the others have returned with your sword and they brought the 4 Grand Fleet captains from Dressrosa and Boa Hancock with them. Also, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu defeated Gladius while Inasa took down Pika. Not only that, Ragdoll, Koda and Momonosuke took out a third of the army with Bartolomeo's help and Eri and Tama managed to pull the gifters to our side. Lastly, Fujitora called for a ceasefire and ordered the navy to assist us. Now that we aren't being held back as much, our forces are finally moving forward. Us, Yamato and the snipers just passed Pika's body. We'll be reaching you guys soon. Izuku. Wow, this is beyond great news. Our victory guaranteed now. And it's because everyone's worked so hard. Although I'm not happy that Ragdoll and the kids got involved. Well, whatever. Heh, I better make them a pretty big feast once this is all over. Izuku ceases his barrage and unhackifies his right fist. The snow fist freezes into jagged ice and becomes hackified once more. The right giant fist in turn becomes frigid frozen ice as well. Izuku. Hakyokuyuki. Izuku launches his frozen fist as well as the much larger frozen fist at the pirates in front of him. The fists crash into the ground and immediately freeze it as well as the pirate standing on it. Izuku then covers his fist back in snow and Haki. He turns around to face his allies behind him. Izuku. Everyone, reinforcements are on their way, the navy is on our side, so don't try and attack them unless they strike first. Katsuki. Huh. What kind of bullshit is that? No way in hell I'd believe those SS are on our side. Satsuna. It is a bit hard to accept. Smoker. Trust me, I don't really want to accept it either. From above in the air, Smoker, Izo, Inasa and Kami descend and land in front of Katsuki. Smoker. But given the circumstances, we don't really have much of a choice. Izuku. Smoker. Smoker. Once this is over, we'll settle things between us. Just don't go dying before then. Kirishima. Like hell he's gonna die. Tetsutetsu. Damn right, he's not. Just then, Yurauge and Kobe run in carrying Kirishima and Tetsutetsu over their shoulders. Izuku. Yurauge and Kobe. And Kirishima and Tetsutetsu. Are you two okay? Kirishima. We're fine, we just can't move. Kobe. Hey, Chopper-san, right. You're Luffy-san's doctor, aren't you? These two have been infected by some sort of neurotoxin. Do you think you can help them? Chopper. A neurotoxin. I'll see what I can do. Tetsutetsu. Please do. Izo. The situation seems to be in our favor. What's your call, youngling? Izuku. Smirk, we advance, obviously. We've got the numbers advantage, so don't be afraid to go wild, let's push straight through them. Everyone? Yeah. Chopper. Izuku, I'll stay back here for a while and treat these two. Don't get hurt too badly, K. Izuku. Yeah. May. Midoriya, at least let us give you a ride to Jack so you can catch a breather. Izuku. I think I'll have to take you up on that offer. Kinemon. Izo, let us ride as well. Izo. Okay. What about you, Smokey? Smoker. TCH, I'll fly there myself. Izuku. Suit yourself. Let's go. Hold it right there, you punk. Izuku. Coming out from the frozen army are two figures riding on what appears to be a giant shark-crocodile hybrid. One appears to be a large bare-chested man with shaggy black hair and what looks like a lion head on his stomach. The other is a tall helmet-wearing woman with 6 arms, a monkey tail and large black horns. What's the big idea freezing half our soldiers after burning the other half to cinders? You asking to get cut up? Hold your horses, Solidar, I'll be the one to take care of these chumps. A promotion is guaranteed if I do after all. Solidar. As if you can do anything, hold 'em. Izuku. Who are these guys? Kinemon. I know those faces all too well. They're headliners of the Beast Pirates. Izuku. Headliners. Izo. That's the title given to particularly strong gifters of the Beast Pirates. Although strong might not be the right word looking at these two. Smoker. They're weaklings. Izuku. I'd say so, yes. But they are kind of in the way. They could end up being a real pain if we just let them be. Guess I'll just cut them down real quick. Katsuki. Hey Deku. Izuku. Huh. What is it, Kakin? Katsuki. Go on ahead to Jack. Don't waste time on these losers. Izuku. Oh. Katsuki. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to warm up before I take down Jack. I haven't had a good fight so my muscles are stiff. I'll loosen up by dealing with these extras. Shoto. Your overconfidence seems to have gotten stronger from Zoro-sensei's training. Although I suppose that's to be expected given your personalities. Midoriya, go. We will catch up to you shortly. Izuku. I see. If that's what you two want then fine. Katsuki. You're not gonna try to stop us? Izuku. No. I know exactly how strong you two are. Those guys won't be a challenge. Katsuki. Look at you, seems you know everything. Just get the hell out of here. Izuku. Heh, okay. Everyone advance. Melissa revs the engine before driving straight past the two headliners. Solidar. What the? You stupid oneism, you were supposed to block them from getting past. It is at this point that Hold'em and Solidar notice that the oneism they're riding on has been frozen solid. Shoto. I could see that coming from a mile away. Hold'em. Damn it, we'll just have to stop them ourselves. Shoto. I don't think so. Shoto yells as he creates an ice wall surrounding the 5 of them. Solidar. What's with this kid's ability? How can he make ice this big and this fast? Shoto. Are you going to keep whining or are you going to fight? Seems you're more talk than I thought. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised since monkeys are known for being conniving. Solidar. Piss, did you just call me a monkey? Hey Hold'em, you can have the spiky one. I'm gonna slice up this one with a big mouth. Hold'em. I'm not taking orders from you. But I will take the spiky kid. If you think you can call us losers, then you really don't know your place. How about I show it to you? Hold'em says as he jumps off the oneism and takes a step towards Katsuki. Hold'em. Hey, wake up you stupid lion. Hearing Hold'em's voice, the lion on his stomach, Kamijiro, wakes up. Katsuki. Oi, Satsuna. Satsuna. What? Katsuki. Get off of me and get some distance. Satsuna. Huh. Why? Katsuki. Just do it. Satsuna. Oh okay. Satsuna's body, which is sitting on Kitsuki's shoulders, splits into pieces and reassembles on top of the ice wall. Kitsuki raises his hand and taunts Hold'em to attack him. Hold'em. Cocky, aren't you? You're gonna regret that real quick. Roar, shishi no hi. Amajiro follows Hold'em's command and breathes out a large stream of fire. Kitsuki doesn't even bat an eye as the fire connects and completely engulfs him. Satsuna. Bakugo. Hold'em. Gahahaha, were you too shocked to move? Serves you right, that's what you get for looking down on a headliner. Hold'em and Kamijiro continue to laugh at the success of their attack. Their confidence doesn't last long though. Suddenly, the flame fluctuates, causing the two of them to stop laughing. The flame then erupts, becoming much larger and fiercer. Following the sudden eruption, the flames change from their orangish red to pitch black. In the center, Kitsuki can be seen standing unfazed with his crimson red eyes piercing though the dark fire. Kitsuki. You call that fire? Hold'em. Nani? Kamijiro. Gar. Kitsuki looks at the fear-stricken and shocked faces of Hold'em and Kamijiro. He sighs and closes his eyes while shaking his head. 2 months ago, Riskana. Zoro. You're a real idiot, you know that, right? Kitsuki. Shut up. In the middle of the forest, Kitsuki is kneeling on the ground, panting heavily in front of Zoro. The sword laying on the ground in front of him has its hilt singed and broken in half. Zoro. That's the 6th sword you've broken since the start of the week. Kitsuki. I know that. Zoro. Then stop breaking them. Kitsuki. I ain't trying to. Zoro. Well, then what exactly are you trying to do? Kitsuki. I'm trying to learn how to use these freaking swords, duh. Zoro. No, you're not. Kitsuki. The hell are you to say that? Zoro. Do you think I'm bucking blind? Kitsuki. Half blind, yes. Zoro. You're not trying to learn how to use a sword. You're trying to compete with Shoto and Izuku. Kitsuki. Zoro. You're trying to use your quirk with swords the same way they do, but it's never gonna work. You know why, don't you? Kitsuki. Zoro. Izuku's quirk gives him super strength, a support type power. It's a power that can easily mesh with nearly any and all techniques. Shoto's can use his quirk for heads on offense, but it also makes for great support. Coating his blade in fire to increase his offensive power, using his ice to freeze his opponent every time he cuts them, it's a great quirk for a sword. Their quirk on the other hand has the worst compatibility. If you could make explosions from your feet, that'd be another story. You could use them to propel yourself forward and increase the power of stab and slash attacks. But your quirk only works on your hands. If you try to use it, you'll just blast the swords out of your hands or break the hilts. But the way you use your quirk, it'll never work with a sword. Kitsuki grits his teeth and grips the ground tightly. Zoro stares down at him while picking up the broken sword and its scabbard. He sheathes the blade and gives a silent prayer for it. Kitsuki. So what? Zoro opens his eye to see Kitsuki glaring up at him. Kitsuki. It doesn't matter if my quirk isn't made for a sword, I'll still master it, I'll steal your techniques and make them my own. I'm taking every chance I can to get stronger. I'm sick and tired of being left in the dust. Zoro. Then there's all the more reason for you to stop competing with Izuku and Shoto. Kitsuki. I just said I ain't gonna be left behind. How do you expect me to do that if I'm not beating them at their own game? Zoro sighs and closes his eye while shaking his head. Zoro. Naive little frog, you really can't see the bigger picture from the bottom of your well, can you? Kitsuki. Who the hell are you calling a frog? Zoro. Sigh, just shut up and think, brat. If your quirk won't enhance your swordplay, you just need to make it so that it does. Your quirk's not as versatile the two of theirs, but it has every bit as much potential as theirs. Stop wasting it by trying to copy them. Take your own path, find your own style. Kitsuki. Is that a challenge? Zoro. It is if it'll get you motivated enough. For the next month, Kitsuki is put through quite possibly the harshest training of his life under Zoro. Exercising with extremely heavy training weight strapped to his body, swinging massive weights like a sword to the point where his hands bleed and he dislocates his shoulders or elbows. Getting his ass beaten by a blindfolded Zoro during hand-to-hand sparring matches and even meditating under a waterfall in extreme winter at night. Zoro. Finding your own way out of the well is a difficult journey, but I will guide you. I will watch you as you grow stronger, crawl your way out, and can see how vast the world is with your own 2 eyes. Back to the present. Kitsuki. Foolish frog at the bottom of the well, let me show you what real fire looks like. Hold'em. So you're immune to fire, is that it? Big deal, I've seen plenty of power users like that. Kitsuki. It ain't that I'm immune to fire, yours just doesn't burn. Hold'em. Cut the crap. Hold'em swings his trick mechanism sword and sends it straight at Kitsuki like a whip. Kitsuki doesn't move out of the way and instead grabs one of the segmented blades. He squeezes hard and deforms the steel blade. Kitsuki then pulls Hold'em with enough force to lift him off the ground and send him flying at him. While Hold'em's in the air, Kitsuki draws one of his swords with his right hand and holds it in front of him, with the back of the blade facing him. He places the palm of his left hand on the back of the blade at the tsuba. The flame surrounding his hands and sword then recedes. Starting from the tsuba, Kitsuki slowly drags the palm of his hand across the back of his sword. Once he's done, the back of the sword seems to glisten in the sunlight. Zooming in closely, one can see the back of the sword is in fact coated in sweat. He grips the handle of the blade tightly with both hands and looks at Hold'em, who's approaching him in the air. Just as Hold'em reaches him, Kitsuki ducks and slices against his stomach. While his blade is still in contact, Kitsuki covers it in flames once more. The back of the blade glows brightly before suddenly exploding. The explosion creates a sudden boost in momentum and power to the blade. With the newfound explosive power, the slice becomes powerful enough to knock Hold'em straight up into the air. Kitsuki sheathes his sword and makes a circle on his left palm using his right hand. He takes aim at the unconscious duo of Hold'em and Kamijiro. The dark flames surrounding his body accumulate in the circle and form a dark ball. Kitsuki launches the dark ball straight at the two of them. Upon impact, the dark ball explodes, resulting in an enormous burst of dark flames. Kitsuki. Smirk he. Dirty fireworks. Satsuna. Amazing. A few seconds later, Hold'em and Kamijiro's charred body falls to the ground. Solitaire. Hold'em, ugh, you idiot, how did you lose to a kid? Shoto. If you look at us only as kids, then you are the real idiot here. Solitaire. Huh. What you say? Shoto. You've both underestimated us because of how young we are. Compared to others on the battlefield, we are in fact children. However, you and everyone else have failed to have seen past that fact. First and foremost, we are pirates fighting and surviving in the new world on the Grand Line. Think of us as weaklings and you will lose. Much like your friend there. Solitaire. You really know how to run your mouth, it's making me mad. Shoto. Sigh, it's no use talking to someone like this, is it? Your type refuses to understand the obvious. You only learn through violence, like ancient primates. Solitaire. Shut your damn mouth already. Solitaire yells as she charges at Shoto. Shoto simply stands there and watches her movements. Once she gets close, Shoto hakifies both his arms. She slashes at him from both sides using her four katana-wielding arms. Shoto blocks both sides of attacks by raising both his hakified arms. Solitaire. TCH, damn armament Haki users. Shoto. You have already lost. Solitaire. Huh. What are you? Solitaire looks to her left arms to see that they, along with the entire left side of her body, had been completely frozen in black ice. Solitaire. What the hell is this? Shoto. Impressive, isn't it? This hakified ice of mine is incredibly durable. I'd say it's nearly impossible to break through. You'd either need immense strength to break it apart or hellishly hot flames to melt through them. Although for you, I guess it's better if I show you directly. 2 months ago, Riskana. It is a cold afternoon on the island of Riskana. Despite it being the island's fall, it was completely covered in snow. While everyone else is busy at the shore, Sanji and Shoto are back at the lodging staying warm at the outdoor baths. Inside the male side of the baths, Shoto and Sanji are sitting across each other in one of the hot springs. Sanji. This is nice. Perfect way to stay warm during cold days like this, wouldn't you agree? Shoto. Yes, this is quite relaxing. Sanji. There's something about the contrast between the cold snow and the hot water that creates a one-of-a-kind atmosphere. Ah, if only it was a woman I was sharing this moment with and not a teenage boy. Shoto. Sorry. Sanji. No, there's nothing for you to apologize for. Anyways, let's just get to business. About the training you wanted me to give you. Shoto. Are you going to refuse me? Sanji. No, that's not it, geez, you really assume the worst, don't you? Shoto. I just try to be realistic. Sanji. Is that so? Anyways, if you just want Haki training, you could go to Luffy or any of the other Haki users on the crew. Why specifically did you come to me? Shoto. I do want to further my Haki training, but that's not really what I want to focus on now. I want to train my quirk. Sanji. I don't know if you've realized it yet, but I don't have one of those. Shoto. I know that. But you seem to be resistant to extreme heat. I want to know how you are able to withstand such extreme temperatures. Sanji. Oh, that, huh? Shoto. I know it's not some sort of bloodline ability or devil fruit since Midoriya learned how to use it as well. Sanji. That's right. Shoto. I know that it's also not something you can learn instantaneously since Midoriya has burn scars on his leg. Sanji. Yeah, took me a bit of getting used to as well. Shoto. With my quirk, if I overuse my flames I can suffer from heatstroke and if I overuse my ice I can suffer from frostbite. Normally, I use them to counteract each other. But if I had your heat resistance, I could continuously and increasingly generate flames without worrying about overheating. And if I acquire a means of withstanding heat, it's possible I can use it as a basis for developing a method of withstanding frigid temperatures. Sanji. Oh, you've thought this through quite well. Shoto. Now that you understand my reasoning, you should be able to understand the importance of me training under you. Sanji. Well, I guess I can see it. Shoto. Then could you please explain how your ability works without delay? Sanji. First of all, I wouldn't call it an ability. It's a manifestation of passion. Shoto. Passion. Sanji. Yes, burning passion manifested in the form of flames, they come from the very soul. Shoto. Sanji. In other words, think of it as part of yourself, your will. And to be completely honest, your flames lack passion. Shoto. Sanji. As you know, I'm very passionate about women as well as cooking. They're what drives me. Izuku is passionate about a lot of things, from heroes to pirates to the crew and his friends. Even the pup has things he's passionate about. Wouldn't be a surprise to me if he started manifesting his flames. Because of our passion, we can burn brightly. And because of our passion, our hearts burn hot enough that the flames don't even bother us. Shoto. What is he even talking about? Sanji. Shoto, what drives you? Where does your passion lie? Shoto. Sanji reaches outside the spring and grabs his lighter and the cigarettes he left on the ground. He lights a cigarette and takes a deep puff. He breathes out a small smoke cloud and looks Shoto in the eye. Sanji. It lies in surpassing your old man, doesn't it? Shoto widens his eyes and almost leaps out of the water from shock. Shoto. How do you know about that? Sanji. I know more about you and your family than you think. When Izuku first returned, I explained to him what happened with me after I left. While I did, he made a remark regarding your family. I got curious and made him tell me everything. Shoto. Sanji. Your father, the current No. 1 hero endeavor or something, married your mother and had you and your siblings in the hopes of surpassing Old Man All Might, right? And just as a heads up, I'll be taking silence as a yes. Shoto. Sanji. And out of all your siblings, you were deemed a masterpiece while your other siblings considered failures. And because of that, you were isolated from them in a sense. Of course, that's not all, you lost your brother as a result of your father neglecting him after you were born. That broke your family, causing you and your brother to despise him and eventually causing your mother to break down and get sent to a hospital. Does that about cover it? Shoto. Yes. Sanji. Honestly, everything I heard pissed me off. Hearing how a lady was pushed to the brink like that makes me so angry I could explode. I'd kick your father's face in if I could. Shoto remains silent and listens to Sanji with his usual cold expression. Sanji. You want to surpass your father and become a hero without going down the same path as him. That's a form of defiance, right? Shoto. I suppose so. Sanji. Shoto, be honest with me. Do you think your father was right? Shoto. Sanji. I'll tell you what I think. I think you actually believe that your father was right in deeming your siblings as failures. Shoto. And no, I don't think that. Sanji. Don't lie to me. I bet you believe you're a superior human being because of your powers. You're probably embarrassed that you're related to them and think that those failures shouldn't even exist in the first place. Shoto. Shut up. Shoto yells as he stands up and subconsciously ignites his left side in flames. The water boils as he furiously glares at Sanji. Shoto. You know nothing about how I feel, what I've been through or what my family is like. Sanji. There's that passion I want to see. Shoto suddenly calms down hearing Sanji utter that phrase. He looks at his left arm and realizes that he had ignited his body. He can feel his heart beating like a drum in his chest. Sanji. Sorry about that. But I figured you had to get you fired up somehow. You don't even feel the heat, do you? Shoto. No, I don't. Sanji. I know that you're not that kind of person. I've no doubt that you care for your family and want nothing more than to live as a normal family with them. Which is why you've been visiting your mother and begun getting ready to forgive your dad. Shoto. Sanji. Shoto, it's okay to forgive and forget sometimes. Especially if someone is attempting to change. You definitely don't hate your father considering you can still call him your father. You can't let the past chain you and stop you from moving forward. Shoto. Sanji-san. Sanji. One more thing. If we're going to train together, I want us to understand each other better. Shoto. Sanji. You were right when you said I don't understand what you've been through. Although, I might know what it's like on your sibling side of the spectrum. Shoto, let me tell you about my family. Back to the present. Shoto. Sanji-san, we truly are opposite sides of the same coin. The one who was placed on a pedestal and he who was cast aside and forgotten. I've yet to apologize to you for lashing out that day, have I? The black ice covering Solidar's body spreads to encase her entire body. Shoto then takes a step back and reaches into his coat to take out his bandana. He ties it on over his head and draws one sword. He places the sword in his mouth and grabs the handles of the sword still strapped to his side. Shoto. How about I give my apology and express my gratitude over a bowl of soba? All three of Shoto's blades hackify. The left side of his body then explodes into flames, while his right side freezes and encases the nearby area in ice. The flames then seem to shrink while keeping their intensity. The flames now surround only Shoto's left side in a small vicinity, and ice shards start growing from his right side. His flames and ice then both turn black. The katana held by his left hand becomes engulfed in the black flames along with its scabbard. The katana held by his right hand becomes encased in the black ice. The katana in his mouth becomes covered in black ice and creates a larger, much more jagged black blade. Dark flames then cover the frozen blade and emanate from it like a shadowy aura. Solidar feels her heart drop when Shoto's glare lands on her. Shoto. Santoryu Ogi. Without any hesitation or any movement at all being picked up by anyone, Shoto draws both his swords and delivers 6 devastating slashes to Solidar. One straight down the middle that slices her helmet in half, 2 blazing ones that slashed her right side and right arms, 2 frozen ones that sliced her left side and left arms, and 1 blazing horizontal one in the center of her stomach that crosses the middle slice and has surrounding the wound. Solidar can only stand there unconscious with her mouth wide agape. Shoto. Rakuto no Tsuji. Solidar's katanas, along with the ice surrounding her body, shatters, and both her horns get sliced in half. She drops to her knees before falling down unconscious. Shoto's flames dissipate and the ice covering his body and sword shatters. He sheathes his blades and looks down on Solidar. Shoto. It's an extraordinary feeling, isn't it? Being struck by fire so cold it burns. Itsuki. You sure took your sweet time. Shoto. Says the one who wasted time by blasting his already beaten enemy to ashes. Itsuki. Huh? You trying to say something? Satsuna. Hey, you two, don't get mad at each other right now. Satsuna says as he body lands back on Kitsuki's shoulders. Satsuna. There's still one more enemy that you two'll have to work together to fight against. Kitsuki. I'm not some bike for you to ride. Shoto. She's right though. There are bigger things to worry about. Kitsuki. TCH, I know. The toughest one is still sitting smug at the back. Deku's probably there already and is hogging most of the fun for himself. I've done enough warming up. It's time for the main event, Jack. Shoto nods at Kitsuki and proceeds to melt the ice wall he created with a blast of flames. And so, the trio set out for the head of the enemy army, Jack. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a group of individuals have found themselves standing before the giant mammoth. Kinemon, Izo, Smoker, Maruko, Carrot, Mei, Melissa and Izuku are in a standoff with the Titan towering over them. Not far behind them, the others are fighting against the remaining beast pirate forces. Though the battle behind them is large, the only sound between Izuku's team and Jack that is heard is the wind. Jack. So you made it this far. That's impressive. Izuku. I'd be surprised if you said it wasn't. We fought through an entire army to get here after all. Jack. You said you are a member of Straw Hat's crew, right? I don't remember seeing you at Onigashima. Izuku. I couldn't exactly make it due to circumstances. I'll be sure to more than make up for it with this fight. Jack. You think you can win against me? Izuku. It's not a matter of if I can, I will win. Smoker. Don't get so cocky. You don't know what you're dealing with. Izo. It's not as if we're fighting Kaido. There's no need for you to be scared. Smoker. I'm cautious, not scared, you bastard. Kinemon. Inuyarashi and Nakamamashi were enough of a match for you back during the raid. I fail to see how you believe it's possible for you to win now. Jack. You're a fool if you think I'm still the same as I was back then. I won't lose to Sulong Minx like that again. Then again, it's not as if you have someone with their level of firepower here. Maruko. Bunny boy, your Haki isn't back to full power yet, right? You sure you want to do this? Izuku. My Haki will recover while I fight. Mei. Midoriya. Melissa. Once Yamato and the others get here, they'll be able to assist. Just please hold on until then, Deku-san. Jack. Younge Master Yamato is here. Great. Kaido-sama has given orders to retrieve him. He even told us to drag him back by force if we have to. Once I'm done with you, I'll go capture him. Izuku. Over my dead body. Izuku yells furiously as he immediately activates 76% second gear. Jack. That's the plan. Jack hackifies his trunk and proceeds to swing it at Izuku. Izuku accumulates a large amount of snow around his right arm and forms a giant hakified snow fist. Izuku. Mammoth gun. Izuku throws his giant fist forward and clashes with Jack's trunk. The clash of Haki creates black sparks flying in the air. The two appear to be equal in power, as neither of them seem to be giving an inch. However, looking close enough, it can be seen that Izuku's feet are in fact sliding back. Izuku freezes his feet to the ground using black ice to try and hold himself in place. Jack sees what he's doing and puts more power behind his swing. The ice at Izuku's feet breaks from the increase in force. As a result, Izuku's fist is overpowered and he's sent flying. Izuku manages to catch his bearings in midair and launches a black fist at the ground to stop himself from flying further. He retracts and pulls himself back down to the ground. But the fight having now begun, Smoker launches himself at Jack using his devil fruit with Maruko and Carrot rushing in as well. Jack slams down on the ground with his hakified trunk. Smoker avoids it with some quick flying, and Carrot and Maruko just jump to the sides to dodge. Smoker. White blow rush. Izo. Danjurigan. Smoker unleashes a barrage of hakified punches to Jack's face using his smoke, while Izo fires rounds of hakified bullets that have a flying slash-like barrier surrounding them at Jack's legs. Jack hakifies his legs and face to tank the onslaughts of attacks. He continues to wait until Izo runs out of ammunition and is forced to reload. Seeing his chance, Jack stomps his hakified foot onto the ground. The stomp causes the earth to shake and break apart. Izo loses his footing as a result and falls over while reloading. He then swings his hakified trunk at Smoker. Smoker's fists clash against the trunk, but they don't even stall it for a second. Smoker ceases his barrage and completely hakifies his arms and jit. He holds his jit in front of him to brace for impact. Jack's trunk slams into Smoker and he's struck out like a baseball. Before Jack can lower his trunk, he senses something with his observation Haki and sees a white blur moving on the ground. Focusing, Jack sees Carrot dashing all over the ground in front of him. She blitzes around continuing to build up electro until she's a literal ball of electricity. She leaps up from the ground and does an electrified double kick that clashes against Jack's trunk. The force of her kick proves to not be much against Jack's raw power as she fails to get even a budge out of it. Jack's observation Haki is triggered once again when he feels a strong aura below him. From the ground, Maruko jumps up with a blazing leg raised up in the air. Maruko brings down her leg and tries to land a kick to Jack's eye. Jack quickly lowers his head so that the attack strikes the top of his head instead. Jack then throws his head back and tosses Maruko off of him. He tries to slam Carrot into the ground with his trunk. Hinman is quick to act as he jumps into the air and swings both his hakified katanas at Jack's trunk to stop it from slamming into the ground and to allow Carrot to get back. Izuku. Oi, Jack. Jack looks in front of him to see a small army of Izukus running at him. Jack tries sensing for the real one amongst them, but they're all covered in his presence. Izukus. Akazuya 9 Samurai Arts. 6th Chapter Ninpo. Bunshin no Jutsu think you can keep track. Jack. I'm not gonna be slowed down by a cheap trick like that. Jack sweeps the ground with his trunk, causing all the Izukus to jump up in the air. In the air, all the Izukus disperse the snow from their left arms and point their gauntlets down at Jack. Izukus. Special art. Shinobi's vulcanized left Kaminari Platanus Shuriken. All the Izukus proceed to fire hakified lightning-fast giant shurikens at Jack from all directions. Jack coats his body in Haki in order to prepare for the onslaught. Once the shurikens make contact with him though, they seem to just fade into mist. This leaves Jack confused while all the Izukus smirk. Izuku. Gotcha. From up in the sky above, 6 small objects fall. The objects in question fall directly in front of Jack's eyes. They appear to be some sort of pinnacone. Unlike regular pinnacones though, they then seem to light up brightly. Before Jack can comprehend what exactly is going on, the pinnacones explode right in his face. At that moment, all the Izukus fade into mist. Skywalking directly above Jack is the real Izuku with his gauntlet pointed down. Izuku. Bakubakuri. Izuku covers his gauntlet back in snow once more and descends to the ground. From the smoke caused by the explosions, Jack charges out stampeding straight for Izuku. Izuku proceeds to accumulate snow around his arms and forms 2 giant fists. Using his giant fists, he grabs Jack by the trunks and tries to stop him. Izuku gets pushed back by Jack several meters but still manages to stay on his feet. Jack continues to push Izuku farther back on the battlefield with the young pirate gritting his teeth out of frustration. Just when it seems like he's had enough, Jack gets drop kicked between his eyes by Tenya who rockets in out of nowhere. Izuku. Ida-kun. Tenya. Push onward, Midoriya-kun. Because of the position and timing of Tenya's attack, Jack actually flinches for a moment. That split-second opening is just enough time for the others to strike. May and Melissa both fire 2 Firebird stars at Jack using their slingshots. Tenya then jumps off Jack and allows the 2 Firebird stars to hit him in the face. With Jack now blinded, Izuku takes opportunity to strike. Snow gathers around his shoulders and shoots up into the air like 2 pillars. The 2 snow pillars merge and mold into the shape of a giant woman with wings and razor-sharp teeth. Izuku, Man and Yuki. The giant snow woman screeches before proceeding to bite Jack in the face. Jack furiously thrashes around trying to throw the snow woman off of him. Izuku separates himself from the snow woman and jumps back for some space. He reaches into his bag and pulls out one of his clean-attacked rods. He attaches it to his left gauntlet buried in the snow and takes aim at Jack. The rod and his glove expand as they both take in air. Izuku, coup de vent. Izuku fires a freezing cold blast of compressed air at Jack. The blast pushes Jack far back with his feet carving a path in the dirt. Just the Smoker flies in and charges straight to Jack. Smoker. Keep up the pressure, Brat's white hound. Smoker turns his body to smoke and spreads himself out. He completely surrounds Jack in a small cloud of smoke. Smoker then proceeds to use his smoke to attack Jack from every direction. Due to his large size, Jack is unable to avoid and can only tank blow after. Izo. He's got the right idea here. Keep attacking and try to break through his defenses. Izo says as he unloads round after round of unhackified bullets that pass through Smoker's smoke and strike Jack. Jack finds himself unable to hackify his body fast enough to defend against all the attacks and ends up getting pierced by some bullets and struck by some of Smoker's blows. He quickly gets fed up with the 2 of them and decides to retaliate. He focuses all his Haki in his trunk and starts swinging wildly. His wild hackified swings end up hitting Smoker's spread out smoke body. Smoker tries to endure the blows, but he can only manage for so long. He reaches his limit and returns his body back to normal to make a tactical retreat. With him now being free, Jack sets his sights on Izo, who's still shooting at him. He attempts to charge him, but stops dead in his tracks when he receives a blazing kick to the stomach from Maruko. Maruko. Kin. Hinnaman. Understood Kitsunabe Ryu. Karyuisan. Hinnaman lunges forward and delivers a blazing hackified slash that cuts through Jack's Haki. The wound catches fire, causing Jack to become agitated. Kinnaman jumps back to avoid Jack's trunk that he slams into the ground to quell the flames. Maruko then runs out from underneath Jack and gets back to Izuku and the others. Izuku meanwhile seems to be scanning the area and developing a plan in his head. He looks around at his allies and can see Ichako and Tsu fighting nearby. He looks up in the air to see Smoker still levitating and trying to recover. He narrows his eyes as the details finalize in his head. He turns around and starts running to Ichako and Tsu. Izuku. Ichako, make me weightless and don't release until I say so. Tsu, launch me at Smoker. Ichako. Deku. I don't know what your plan is, but I'll trust you. Sai. Leave it to us, Izuku-kun. Izuku reaches his hand out for Ichako, which she grabs. Izuku starts floating, to which Tsu proceeds to wrap her tongue around him. She does a little speed to gain momentum and throws Izuku at Smoker. While he's flying through the air, Izuku uses his snow to create a large crucifix-shaped sword with a black blade which he holds with both hands. Izuku looks back at Ichako and gives her a nod. Understanding his signal, Ichako presses her fingertips against each other and releases Izuku from her quirk. Izuku. Smoker. Smoker looks at Izuku, who's flying at him. Izuku. Sling me at Jack with all you've got. Izuku yells as he flies past Smoker. Smoker. TCH, don't think you can order me around like some flunky white snake. Smoker turns his arms to smoke and launches his hands at Izuku like snakes. He grabs hold of Izuku by the feet and starts spinning rapidly with him like a top. While the 2 of them are spinning, green sparks fly as Izuku charges his blade with green electricity. Once they've built up enough momentum and speed, Smoker lets go of Izuku and sends him flying down straight at Jack like a rocket. Jack is able to notice Izuku coming at him and manages to take a quick backstep to avoid a direct hit. Izuku's blade crashes down into the ground in front of Jack. Izuku. Thunder crash. The impact creates a meteor-like effect and discharges a massive electric shockwave that Jack finds himself unable to avoid. Jack gets electrocuted and is unable to move for a quick moment. Izuku pulls his long electrified black sword out of the ground with his right hand only. He manipulates the snow sword and changes its shape into that of a black trident. Izuku then jumps up into the air and holds his left palm in front of him as if he's taking aim. He hurls the trident at Jack with all his power focused in his right arm. The trident pierces through Jack's Haki and stabs him in the trunk. Jack winces with the trident now stuck in his trunk. Izuku lands back down on the ground and pulls out all 3 pieces of his Kleem attack. He assembles his Kleem attack and glares at Jack. Izuku. I'll show you something special. Weather egg. Izuku swings his staff and launches an egg up into the sky. The egg cracks open and releases white clouds. From the cloud comes a heavy snowfall which turns into a mini blizzard that covers the surrounding area. Izuku. Yukagumo. Jack. Is this supposed to do something? You realize I'm a mammoth, right? Izuku. I'm not done yet. Muso donuts. Izuku throws his hands out to the sides and clenches his fists. Using the snow from the blizzard, Izuku forms donut-like rings in the air surrounding Jack. Izuku cocks his right fist back, causing blocky black fists to appear from the snow donuts. Izuku throws his fist forward and punches down to the ground. Jack looks up to see all the other black fists coming down at him. Izuku. Yuki Ginchaku. The black fists rain down upon Jack like a meteor storm. The onslaught of giant fists proceeds to pummel Jack into the ground. Jack can't move even a single millimeter underneath Izuku's attack. As the barrage grows more and more intense, Jack starts to get lower as the ground caves in layer by layer, as it can't handle the sheer force. Izuku stands back up straight and reaches for his club while the onslaught still continues. He coats his club in armament Haki and it sparks with green electricity. Izuku's eyes glow red and his Haki starts to emanate from his body and club like a dark flame. He then jumps up in the air and raises his club up in the air with both hands. He starts spinning the club above his head in order to build up momentum. He descends down to Jack who's still taking on his snow attack. Izuku stops spinning his club and grips it tightly with both hands. With swift motion, Izuku swings the club down and smashes it onto Jack's head. Izuku. Kasen's Ragnaraku. Jack's eyes go completely white and he coughs up blood. He then crashes face first into the ground, causing a miniature earthquake that causes everyone fighting to stop and turn to them. The giant fists stop their onslaught and Izuku lands on the ground. He uncoats his club and places it in his bag. Izuku and all the others stare at the large hole created by Jack crashing into the ground. They hold their breath wondering if it's over. Just then, a large hand comes out of the hole and slams onto the ground in front of Izuku. From the hole, a giant humanoid figure climbs out and towers before them. Said figure appears to be bleeding from the head and is also visually roughed up a bit. They crack their neck before looking down on Izuku. Jack. That was Kaido-sama's technique. Where did you learn it? Izuku. Where do you think? From his son. Izo. He switched to his human form. Boruko. Does that mean he's finally getting serious? Smoker. Either that or we pissed him off just enough. Jack removes the two tusks hanging from around his neck. He takes off some sort of cloth from them to reveal strangely shaped hidden blades. Izo. You really think you can defeat this entire army by yourself? Jack. It doesn't matter if I fall here, one of the Tobi Rappo will take my place as an all-star. And if I'm going to hell today, I'll make sure I won't go there alone. Izuku. Bring it on. Jack roars as he brings his blade down to try and slice Izuku. Izuku places his palms on the ground and creates a hackified snow dome around himself. The dome stops Jack's blade for a second before ultimately collapsing in on itself. Inside of the dome, Jack can't see nothing but a dugout hole. Izuku shoots out of the hole like a bullet and tries to deliver an uppercut. Jack manages to throw his head back and avoid the attack. He tries to slash Izuku in the air with his other blade, but the young pirate uses skywalk to jump mid-air and avoid it. Kinemon and Smoker both then rush Jack and try to attack him with a barrage of slashes and thrusts from their katanas and jit. Jack blocks and deflects their blows with his own blades. The three of them end up in a power struggle with Jack having a clear advantage. Suddenly, bandages wrap around Jack's head, leaving only his eyes visible. Jack looks for the source of the bandages and sees Aizawa along with Izuku, Shiro and Shoji, grabbing onto his scarf. The four of them pull on the scarf with all their might and try to cause Jack to fall forward. Jack does his best to keep his head up while also applying more pressure to his blades. Izuku. Now. From the hole Izuku had hid in, a pair of glowing red eyes can be seen. Right then, Tokoyami cloaked in dark shadow shoots out quickly and heads straight to Jack's face. He draws a katana that he had taken off of a beast pirate lackey. Dark shadow covers the blade and turns it into a massive dark saber. Tokoyami. Ragnarok. Shadow blade of the Dark Emperor. Tokoyami brings the blade forward and slashes through Aizawa's scarf, deeply cutting Jack in the face. Jack takes a step back and covers his bleeding face. Tokoyami lands on the ground next to Smoker and Kinemon and awaits Jack's next move. Aizawa lets go of his damaged scarf and reaches into Izuku's bag from which he pulls out a new one. Izuku. How's the situation back there? Aizawa. The beast pirates are falling at a steady pace. By the time they're all completely defeated, everyone will be here and ready to lend a hand against this guy. Izuku. Reinforcements are great and all, but we might not need them. After all, I'm the one who's gonna take down Jack. Right here, right now, I'm surpassing 1 billion. Aizawa. Sai, do whatever you want. Just don't end up getting yourself killed. Izuku. Shushi, you don't need to worry so much about me, as always sensei. Now then, I better get back to the action. Izuku says before leaping forward at Jack. Jack removes his hand from his face and immediately sees Izuku rocketing at him with his fist cocked back. Jack brings his fist forward and clashes with Izuku's. The fists deflect each other, making both opponents pull their arms back. Izuku uses Skywalk to maintain eye level with Jack and throws another fist at him. Jack throws a fist as well and deflects Izuku's punch again. He throws another punch with his other fist which Izuku dodges by jumping up higher in the air. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Smash Rain. Izuku unleashes a barrage of hackified blocky fists down upon Jack. Jack raises, crosses and hackifies his arms to try to block the punches. He can feel his feet dragging across the ground beneath him. He starts stepping forward so that he can remain in the same place. His eyes suddenly widen as he gets pierced in the chest by a bullet shot at him from Izo nearby. Smoker begins to unleash a barrage of punches at Jack as well from the ground. Tokoyami and Kinemon jump up into the air while raising their blades above their heads. The two of them then simultaneously stab their blades in Jack's chest. Jack growls in annoyance from the amount of damage he's taking. He uncrosses his arms interrupting Izuku's fierce barrage. He swings his hackified arm and backhands the grenade away. He hackifies his foot and kicks Smoker in the gut. The kick sends him flying and crashing straight into Izo. He grabs Kinemon and Tokoyami and pulls the two of them and their blades out of his chest. He tosses Tokoyami into Tenya who was trying to rush at him from the side. He slams Kinemon into the ground before throwing him over his shoulder. The ground all of a sudden starts shaking beneath his feet. Running in at him from nearby ahead is none other than Mount Lady. She tries to stomp on him with her giant foot. Jack hackifies his arm and deflects Mount Lady's foot with a backhand. He then grabs her by the heel with both hands. He then starts spinning quickly with her like a top. He lets go and tosses her at the other who are still fighting against the beast pirates. In order to avoid injuring her comrades, Mount Lady returns to her normal size mid-air before landing on the ground with a heavy thud. He scans for her using his observation Haki. Due to his distraction, Jack fails to notice All Might until he rockets in and delivers a cross chop to his gut. All Might. Jet Force Carolina Smash. All Might uncrosses his arms and knocks Jack back a considerable distance. Jack recovers and focuses his gaze on All Might. He tries to charge at him, but stops when small green objects fall on the ground in front of him. He bends down to look at them only for them to suddenly explode in his face. Pitsuki. Don't get too ahead of yourself, All Might. Pitsuki suddenly lands right next to All Might and Shoto slides in on his ice. Floating in the air above them is Satsuna's disembodied hands and head. Her body meanwhile is backed by Mei and Melissa. All Might. Heh, you two sure picked a fine time to show up. Izuku. Kaken, Shoto. Pitsuki and Shoto look back to Mei and Melissa to find Izuku standing in front of them with his slingshot raised up in the air. Pitsuki. You sure had your fun with this guy, didn't you, Deku? It's our turn now. Shoto. What he means to say is we're here to help. Izuku. Good, go ahead and run wild, you two Tokage-san, let's strike him with the wolf pack. Satsuna. Wolf pack, got it. Pitsuki. I don't need your permission to fight. Shoto. Do what you have to and we'll do our part. Jack. Aren't you just a bit overconfident? Jack yells as he charges at them with his hackified blades. Shoto stomps his right foot down on the ground and creates a massive black ice wall. Shoto. Heaven-piercing ice wall. In roughly no time at all, the wall gets sliced and smashed to pieces by Jack's blades and brute force. While he's still charging, Jack feels something touch his chest. He looks down to see Katsuki pressing both his hands against him. The explosive boy looks up and smirks at Jack. Katsuki. Blast landmines. Katsuki fires two powerful point-blank explosions. The explosions blow back Jack a considerable distance. All Might. Jet Force. With the jet dial thrusters built into his boots, All Might launches himself at Jack and delivers a heavy blow to the gut. All Might. Texas Smash. All Might's fist launches Jack back even further. Far back, Izuku, Mei and Melissa take aim at Jack and pull back on their slings. Satsuna does the same from high above. Izuku. Special attack. Vulcanized Green Star Impact Wolf Pack. The four of them fire their pellets simultaneously at Jack. The pellets all turn into wolf-like trees that have red bulbs on their noses, with Izuku's pitch black one taking the lead. Katsuki, Shoto and All Might jump out of the way of the attacks. The wolves reach Jack and all release powerful shockwaves from the bulbs on their noses. The combined shockwave sends Jack flying off his feet. He lands a few meters away on his back. He hastily gets back up despite blood leaking from behind his mask. Shoto. It looks like that attack worked. Izuku. It's kinda hard to block shockwaves like that. We're finally wearing him down, let's amp things up, guys. Itsuki. I was gonna tell you the same thing. Itsuki yells as he launches himself at Jack with a compressed explosion. Shoto. You shouldn't rush in head first by yourself. Shoto blasts forward after Kitsuki using his own compressed blast of flames. Izuku. Let's take him down. Izuku leaps forward at extreme speeds, creating a small sonic boom behind him. The three of them all appear in front of Jack and strike him with Kitsuki kicking him in the face, Shoto slashing his chest and Izuku driving his fist into his gut. Jack gets knocked back with his feet dragging through the dirt. He holds his stomach to see only Shoto and Kitsuki standing on the ground in front of him. He then notices a green spark zoom past his eyes. Focusing on the green blur, Jack can't see that it's Izuku. The green bounces against the air using skywalk while continuing to build up green electricity. Jack feels something strike his legs and looks down to see Maruko and Tenya trying to sweep his legs. However, the task isn't as easy as it seems due to Jack's legs being stronger than they look. Jack then punches the two of them into the ground, nearly crushing them both to the point of breaking all the bones in their bodies. Itsuki. AP shot. Vulcan. Itsuki fires a barrage of explosive bullets at Jack. Jack hackifies the front of his body and tries to tank the blows. Shoto draws one of his katanas and holds it over one of his shoulders. Shoto. Sandukurakuju pound ho. Shoto swings his sword and fires off a slice of compressed air. The attack slices through Jack's haki, giving Kitsuki's explosives a window to increase their effectiveness. While the attacks are going on, Tsu and Ichako run in to retrieve Tenya and Maruko. Sai. Are you two okay? Maruko. I'll live. After I rest my body for a sec. Jack starts walking through the onslaught of explosions and approaches Kitsuki and Shoto. In retaliation, Kitsuki increases the firing rate of his explosions, whereas Shoto just raises his hackified blades in preparation. Jack reaches his hand out for the two of them. Just then, an upside-down Izuku falls from above right in front of Jack. In his right hand is what looks like a lance made of concentrated green electricity. Izuku smirks before stabbing the lance into Jack's chest. Izuku. Gamma knife. Green electricity flows throughout Jack's body. Izuku jumps off Jack, who stands there paralyzed from the shock. Smoke fills the area as Smoker and Tokoyami fly back into the battlefield. They both strike Jack's face with their respective weapons. Their eyes widen seeing their attacks blocked by his haki. Jack's eye angrily twitches and he manages to raise his right arm. He grabs the two of them and slams them both hard into the ground. Izuku. Tokoyami, Smoker. Jack raises his leg and tries to stomp on them. All Might quickly rushes in and catches Jack's foot. He withstands the pressure and does his best to stop the foot from crushing the two injured fighters laying on the ground. Izuku and Shoji quickly use their quirks to pull the two out of danger. Shoji. Not good. Tokoyami's out cold. Izuku. Smoker's not in good shape either. Sato, Shoji, go take them to Chopper, we'll handle the rest. Sato. Got it. Shoji. Leave them to us. Izuku hands Smoker to Sato and Shoji. The two of them take off to Chopper whilst carrying their injured allies on their backs. Back with All Might, he's still struggling to not get crushed underneath Jack's foot. Much to All Might's relief, a bullet pierces through the ankle of Jack's standing foot, causing him to fall back a bit and release All Might from under his foot. The source of the bullet is none other than Izo standing on the sidelines nearby. Jack stabilizes himself once more and stands back on his own 2 feet. Kinemon then slides in from between Jack's legs, stands back up and turns around to face Jack. Kinemon. Shoto dono. Shoto. Let's do it. Kinemon and Shoto both hackify and engulf one blade each in flames. They jump up so that they're both at chest level with Jack. Kinemon slashes and creates a horizontal burning flying slash attack, whereas Shoto creates a vertical one. The slashes collide and create a large cross-shaped slash. K&I. Jujuka. Jack uses his blades to try and block the combined slash from the two of them. Kinemon and Shoto fall back to the ground to reveal Izuku in the air behind them, with 2 swords held over his shoulder and all 3 blades engulfed in flames. Izuku. Senhichiju pound ho. Izuku swings his blades and fires a large burning flying slash attack. His attack combines with Kinemon and Shoto's to form an even larger slash. Jack struggles to keep the large slash at bay. He manages to summon up enough strength to disperse the slash. Seemingly out of nowhere, water falls from the sky and soaks Jack. Jack looks up to see Kota flying in the air on the Chikoro bird. From the bird's back, Ground jumps off and descends to Jack. Jack easily grabs Ground with little to no resistance. Much to Jack's confusion, Ground smirks in his face. Ground. You're up, Sparkplug. Ground says as there's an orange gleam coming from his large hand. In its palm is a bunch orange discs from Denki's pointer clustered together. Far off in the distance, completely unnoticed by everyone else, Denki is standing by his lonesome with his finger pointed at Jack. Denki? I told you. My name is Denki Kaminari. Denki's body surges with electricity, creating an electric field around him. His electricity accumulates in his finger creating an enormous electric lance. Denki. 4 million volts. Electro crash. Denki fires the lance, and it goes straight for Ground's fist. The lance connects with the discs and explodes into an electric surge that electrocutes not only Ground, but also the water-coated Jack. Denki then falls on his back completely short-circuited from releasing that high voltage. Jack lets go of Ground out of impulse and lets him fall on the ground. Izawa uses his scarf to pull Ground back. Izawa. Yayoi Rozu. Izawa yells at Momo who's standing behind him. She has multiple cannons in front of her. Momo. Yes, sensei. Momo lights the fuses of the cannons and aims them at Jack. The cannons fire and Jack gets struck by about 6 cannonballs. The ground starts shaking beneath everyone's feet. The shaking is in fact caused by Hadridan and Mount Lady running into Jack. Hadridan. Follow my lead, shorty. Mount L. I'm so not used to someone being taller than me. The two giants run up to Jack and punch at the ground in front of him. This breaks the ground underneath Jack and launches him up in the air. On the ground, Izuku, Katsuki and Shoto are watching him intensely. Izuku. Let's end this. Hey and S. Yeah. Katsuki engulfs himself in a dark flame while Shoto draws one sword. The two launch themselves straight up in the air using compressed flames and explosions. Katsuki starts spinning in the air creating a tornado with black flames mixed in it. Shoto meanwhile coats his blade in Haki and black ice. As he ascends higher and higher, the ice on his katana increases in length and forms a long black blade that becomes engulfed in a black flame. He raises the blade over his head and focuses his gaze on Jack. Katsuki. Neo Hotzer. Shoto. Doshinken. Katsuki turns midair and dives down at Jack. Shoto on the other hand uses his compressed flames to launch himself at Jack. Shoto swings his blade forward while Katsuki flies closer towards Jack. Katsuki reaches Jack and points his gauntlet down at the giant fishman. Shoto's blade slices and deeply cuts Jack's chest. Katsuki pulls the pin on his gauntlet and fires a massive explosion mixed with black flames. Katsuki. Impact. Shoto. Murakami. Jack gets blasted straight down to the ground from the impact of the explosion. He lays there indented into the ground trying to recover from the attacks. Katsuki and Shoto land back on the ground next to each other. Izuku, it's over Jack. Izuku yells as he runs past Katsuki and Shoto with his right arm outstretched. His hackified, enlarged and spiked forearm is being dragged across the dirt behind him as he runs. Once he gets close enough to Jack, Izuku jumps up in the air. Jack pulls himself out of the ground and stands up to look at Izuku in the sky. Izuku. Zanjiriyuki. Izuku's forearm gets raised above his head. It sparks with green electricity while Izuku's eyes glow red. Izuku is about to throw his forearm down at Jack, but his danger sense gets triggered. He scans the area looking for what triggered it. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a giant boulder coming straight at him. He kicks the boulder right when it reaches him and breaks it into pieces. Izuku focuses his vision from where the boulder came from and sees an injured Burgess panting far off in the distance. Izuku. Burgess. Burgess. Weehahaha, go to hell, shrimp. Izuku. He must have regained consciousness while we're all busy fighting. Damn it, things just got a lot more complicated than necessary. Now I'm going to have to track him down after wait, something's wrong. Why is my danger sense still going off? Katsuki. Deku, look out. Hearing Katsuki's warning, Izuku turns his head back to the front. There he sees Jack in the air in front of him. His eyes widen when he sees Jack's hackified blade mere inches away from him. What happens next causes everyone on the battlefield to immediately go silent and the atmosphere to grow suddenly cold. Izawa stares up completely in shock, All Might clenches his chest with his mouth agape, Katsuki and Shoto seem to be screaming out to Izuku, Mei and Melissa reach out for him, Achako covers her mouth with her hands, Sayu is on the brink of tears, Tenya has a completely horrified expression, the Grand Fleet captains spread out across the battlefield start running towards Izuku. Hinman and Izo are in disbelief, Hancock, Yamato, Carrot and Chopper look at the scene with blank yet shocked expressions on their faces, the kids watching everything from above are crying, and everyone else has similar expressions. Izuku switches out of second and third gear and starts falling back down to the ground. His eyes are widened, but his expression is somewhat neutral. Jack looks down at Izuku and closes his eyes before opening them narrowly. Jack. Who do you think you are? You actually thought you could beat me? You're nothing more than a child who reached too high. You wouldn't have even made it to me if it weren't for you allying yourself with the Marines and Samurai. You had to rely on others to even stand a chance against me. Just like your captain. He didn't defeat Kaido-sama with his own power. The samurai, young Master Yamato and those brats from the worst generation are the only reason he survived that fight. Were he on his own, he would have been dead in the first 5 minutes. You're fools who need to learn the truth. On your own, you and your crew are nothing. Izuku lands on the ground on his back with a heavy thud. A few seconds later, his right arm clutching his snow sword lands next to him. Izuku. I my arm. Everyone. Deku Midoriya Izuku. Jack lands on the ground and looks down on the boy who's squirting blood from where his shoulder got sliced off. Jack. That's better. That face suits you a lot more. That's the face of someone who knows his place. Now then, I said I'd take your head to Kaido-sama, and I intend to keep my word. Jack says as he reaches for Izuku. A giant ice spire rises from the ground and nearly stabs Jack in the hand. Shoto. Stay the hell away from him. Itsuki. Damn it. Itsuki runs up and picks Izuku up from the ground. Itsuki. One of you idiots, get to fixing this, we'll deal with the rest. Itsuki yells as he tosses Izuku back to Mei and Melissa. He then picks up his arm and sword and tosses them as well. Izuku lands in front of the others who immediately rush to his aid. Izawa. Midoriya, stay with us. Parrot. Izuku, he's looking so pale. Melissa. It's because of the shock and all the blood he's losing. Deku-san, please, you have to stay conscious. Izuku pants on the ground while his blood pools next to him. He pushes himself to sit up with the support of Izawa. He draws one of his katanas and ignites it in flames. He brings it close to his cut-off shoulder. He suddenly coughs up blood with the flames disappearing as well. Izuku. Damn it, I can't focus. Sigh. Izuku, are you trying to cauterize yourself? Izuku. Gotta stop bleeding. Boruko. It doesn't look like he can do it himself right now. Where's Kin? Or Bernon? Mei. Kinemon seems to be trying to get here, but it looks like Jack's holding him down. Parrot. I don't see Mo anywhere nearby either. Ichako. Iida-kun, what about your exhaust flames? Tenya. I don't think I would be able to remain still long enough for them to actually be useful. And even if I were to lay on my stomach and point my exhausts up, there's a chance it could do more harm than good. Izuku stands up much to the dismay of the others nearby and starts emitting black whip strands from his shoulder. Izuku. I gotta get back to the fight. The black whip strands start forming into the shape of an arm. They disappear though as Izuku loses focus and drops to his knees. Blood splurts from his wound and he vomits a good deal from his mouth as well. Izawa. Don't even think about going back to fighting like this, you'll pass out before anything else. Mei. There's gotta be something for us to do to stop the bleeding. Mei panics trying to think of something. An idea suddenly pops into her head and she quickly puts it into practice. She takes Izuku's bandana and his hair tie. She uses the bandana to make a makeshift bandage around his chest to cover his wound and his hair tie to fasten it. Melissa. Quick thinking Mei, that should help with the bleeding. Mei. Yeah, but it's not exactly the best solution. Mei places her hands on Izuku's shoulders and looks him in the eyes. Mei. Midoriya, Izuku, look at me, you have to focus. If you pass out now, it's game over. Boruko. Damn it, how the hell could this have happened? Tenya. Midoriya. Tenya looks down sorrowfully at his comrade. His expression then turns into a furious one as he turns his head to look in the direction the boulder came from with glowing red eyes of rage. Far off in that direction, Burgess is seen running in the direction of the coast. Burgess. Weehahaha, I may not have gotten that fruit, but I've definitely made sure that brat's going to die. I'll steal one of Navy's ships and watch everything go to hell as I sail off. Burgess laughs triumphantly as he runs away from the fight. Unbeknownst to him, however, he's not as off the hook as he thinks. Rapidly approaching from behind is Tenya using Recipro Turbo to blitz across the battlefield. His rage is as plastered clear as day across his face. Despite Burgess barely being in his field of vision, Tenya's eyes are fixated on him. Tenya. How dare you? You attack my friend and turn tail right after. Because of you, Midoriya is now unforgivable. I swear I won't let you get away. This I'll make you pay. Tenya begins rapidly accelerating, causing his mufflers and exhaust pipes to heat up. In order to compensate for the heat, Tenya covers his calves, exhaust pipes and mufflers in a dark blue tinted Haki. The heat continues to build, however, as Tenya accelerates faster and faster. The blue flames of his exhaust turn jet black. In a sudden burst of speed, Tenya's mufflers explode with a loud bang and his leg becomes engulfed in flames. He then suddenly appears directly behind Burgess with his foreleg inches from the back of his head. Burgess can sense Tenya behind him, but before he can turn around, he gets his head kicked into the ground. Tenya. Recipro nitro us. Tenya slams Burgess into the ground using the limit-breaking speed of his legs. The ground cracks underneath Burgess's face before caving in from the power of the impact. The sound of bones cracking can be heard coming from Burgess's face. Burgess lays there knocked out cold from the blow to the head with some of his teeth knocked out. Thenya stands there above Burgess, panting while glaring down at him. Back on the battlefield, things have turned from absolute chaos to a one-sided massacre. A large number of beast pirates are getting their faces caved in and burned out of the way by Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, charging through in their crimson and molten forms. Tetsutetsu. Move. Kirishima. Our friend needs us. Behind the two of them, Chopper in his monster point is stampeding through the beast pirates. Chopper. Izuku, I'm coming. Nearby, beast pirates are either being turned to stone by Hancock or knocked aside by Yamato's club. Yamato. Get the hell out of my way. Hancock. Step aside, my baby needs me. The beast pirates in front of them all suddenly get blown away to the side. The two pirates look ahead to see Fujitora sheathing his blade. Fujitora. Go. Yamato smirks and nods her head at the admiral. Hancock simply looks in his direction for a moment before running to Izuku. Speaking of, the others are still panicking and trying to deal with Izuku. Hadridan. How's the young master doing? May. He's getting back to his senses, but he's still bleeding out. Izawa. Just focus on keeping Jack away from here. Hadridan. Got it. Bardo. Izuku-sama. Right then, Bartolomeo comes running in with Leo on his shoulder. At the same time, Koda and Momonosuke riding the Chikoro bird land next to them, along with Iri, Koda, Tama and Pudding who rode on Rabian. Iri. Deku. Koda. Midoriya. Pudding. Holy hell, he looks even worse off up close. Why aren't you guys doing anything? Izawa. In case you haven't realized, the only one of us here with any medical training just lost his arm. Pudding. That doesn't mean you should do nothing aside from wrapping a cloth around him and just watching as he bleeds to death. Chicken head, at least give us some protection here. Bartolomeo. Yes, my senpai barrier. Bartolomeo crosses his fingers and creates a dome-shaped barrier surrounding the group. Boruko. Okay, what about the kid here? Can't she use her quirk to rewind him? Izawa. We don't know if rewinding him will fix his arm because we've never tried using it to do something like that. And even if it could, she already used up her stockpile on Tagada yesterday. Iri. Crying Deku, I'm sorry. Izuku. Smile, it's okay, Iri. Pudding. Wait, you've got his sword, right? Hurry up and go get Manchuri. Bartolomeo. But I already sent it back to Dressrosa. Pudding. You idiot, why would you do that? Bartolomeo. It was the young master who wanted the sword to be placed in a safe place in the first place. Pudding. Are you freaking dense? Read the situation, it's more dangerous not having that sword here. Leo. Bartolomeo was just doing what Isoland wanted. Boruko. But now Bunny Boy's gonna end up dead because of it. An argument breaks out amongst those in the barrier dome. While everyone gets heated up in the dome, Izuku sits in silence. To him, everyone's voices were muffled and practically inaudible. Izuku. Damn it. I screwed up. One moment of distraction and I end up in this state. Kakin, Shoto, All Might, Izo and Kin-san are probably still fighting against Jack while I'm just sitting here. I need to get back and help them. But how? I can't sense Chopper-san, so he's likely nowhere near here. I've gotta figure out a way to save my skin first. Think Izuku, there's gotta be something you can do in this situation. Izuku's eyes travel around the area trying to figure out a solution to his immediate problem. They first land on his arm laying on the ground in his blood, next his wound covered by his bandana, after that his snow sword clutched by his severed arm, Leo comes into his field of vision next, then it is Koda, and finally is May. He stares at May for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Izuku? May. Everyone stops yelling at each other and turns to look at Izuku. May looks him in the eyes and can see his intense stare. Izuku? I need you to do me a big favor. Pitsuki. Dai. Pitsuki screeches as he pulls the pin on one of his gauntlets. He launches a massive explosion at Jack's face. Jack raises his arms up to his face and crosses them while simultaneously hackifying them. He tanks the explosions without budging an inch. From the smoke of the explosion, Kitsuki bursts through with a blazing kick. His kick clashes with Jack's arms. Jack uncrosses his arms and deflects Kitsuki's kick. He then punches Kitsuki and sends him crashing into the ground. Shoto sends a blast of flames at Jack, while Satsuna fires a Firebird star. Jack swings his blades and fires two flying slash attacks that cut through the oncoming fire attacks. Satsuna splits herself up to avoid the slash, whereas Shoto uses his blades to block the attacks. The force of the slashes still manages to push him far back. He ends up near where Kitsuki had crashed and manages to disperse the slash by uncrossing his blades. At that moment Kitsuki pushes himself out of the ground. Kitsuki. Damn it, he's not budging at all. Shoto. This isn't working. We need to somehow get him away from Kinemon. Shoto says, referring to Kinemon, who is currently stuck underneath Jack's foot. Jack shifts his gaze to the sides and raises his blade to block a black bullet from Izo. Izo? Shit. All Might launches himself at Jack using his thrusters in his boots. He tries to punch Jack with a Jet Force accelerated fist. Before it can land, he gets punched away by Jack's large fist. Jack. Your moves have gotten a lot more predictable now. Could it be that you're in a rush now? Shoto. You know damn well that we are. Jack. HMPH. Jack suddenly feels his foot being lifted up off the ground. He looks down to see Kinemon trying to push himself up. Jack. And what are you trying to do? You might be a strong samurai, but I doubt you've got the physical strength to lift up someone of my stature. Kinemon. I have to get to Izuku Dono. I have to stop his bleeding before it's too late, and I won't be stopped by the likes of you. Jack. You've got guts and are definitely braver than most. Too bad all it gets you is a quick death. I'll be finishing what Kaido-sama started. Jack says as he pushes Kinemon back down against the ground. He starts pressing down on him harder with enough pressure to crack the ground beneath. Katsuki starts rushing towards them using explosions while Shoto slides forward with his ice, and Izo takes aim at Jack's head. Kinemon starts coughing up blood as the crunching of his bones can be heard. Just then, all of them suddenly feel a strong presence that brings them all to a halt. Out of nowhere, Jack is then dealt a hard blow that breaks through his mask, revealing his pointed teeth, and hits him directly against the side of his face. Jack himself seems completely in shock from the power of the blow. Izo, Kinemon, Katsuki and Shoto are themselves shocked as well, however they're more shocked about who's behind the attack. It is none other than Izuku himself. He yells before literally sending Jack flying off his feet. The four others watch in amazement as Jack flies through the air. He lands on his back a good 50 or so meters from where he stood. Izuku lands on the ground next to Kinemon and smirks confidently. Jack coughs up blood and manages to force himself back up on his feet. Jack. You again? Izuku. Miss me? Jack. I thought I already took care of you. Where did that power come from? And why aren't you a bloody me? What the hell is that? 5 minutes ago. May. Wait, Izuku, have you lost your mind? Izuku. Probably. I'm not in the best shape after all. But so long as there's a chance that this'll work, I'll be willing to take the risk. May. But my ability only works on inorganic items, you know that better than anyone else. Izuku. Douglas Bullet, the previous holder of your fruit. I remember hearing about it from Luffy senpai. During their final fight, Bullet used his devil fruit and Haki to alter his own body. Granted, it may be more of an awakening level ability, but it proves you can alter more than just inanimate items. May. But that was with his own body, this is completely different, and besides, I don't have as good control as that guy did, and I can't use Haki either. Izuku. That's okay. I can lend them to you. May. Lend me what? Izuku. My quirk has the ability to increase my strength, but it also has the ability to power up quirks. I know this from personal experience. I also recently learned that I can power up devil fruit abilities with it as well. It's how I'm able to create ice from my sword Snow. May. Okay, but how does that help me save you? Izuku. I'll lend you my power. May. Izuku. I don't have a lot of time to explain. Basically, I can lend my power to someone else temporarily. I've done it before, back at Naboo Island. I lent Kakin my power so we could defeat 9. May, I can lend you my power and Haki. So please, try at least. May. Whoa, wait a minute, even if what you just said is true and my power does get powered up, this could still not work. I could mess up and have you even worse off than now, and there's a good chance something like this is irreversible. And in the worst case I could. Izuku suddenly grabs May's hand and pulls her in close to him. She stares directly into his dead serious eyes. Izuku. You're a brilliant inventor, a far greater mechanic than I can ever claim to be, and someone who's always willing to push the limits of her creativity. Izuku closes his eyes and gives her a wide smile. Izuku. Have a little more confidence in yourself and just think of this as fixing one of your babies. May. Izuku, what do I have to do? Izuku. Smirk first, take my arm out my glove and remove my sword from its grip. May. Okay. Izuku. Kota, I need you to use your water to clean my wound and the one on my arm. Can you do that for me? Kota. Crying sniffle ya. Izuku. Leo, once Kota's done, I need you to sew my arm back into place, except leave a small bit of space between my arm and shoulder. Leo. I got it. Following Izuku's orders, May removes his sword from his hand and takes his arm out of his glove. She gives his arm to Pudding, who holds it out for Kota to clean. May then places the sword down in front of Izuku. Izuku rips his bandana and hair tie covering his wound off. Koda quickly finishes cleaning Izuku's arm and starts cleaning his wound. Izuku. May, I need you to open up a wound. Bite down on your thumb and make it bleed a bit. May. Okay. May doesn't hesitate and bites down on her thumb, making it bleed. At the same time, Koda finishes cleaning Izuku's wound. Izuku grabs hold of his wound, covering his hand in his blood. He then quickly grabs hold of May's thumb. Izuku. If One for All gets transferred to May, her version will be even more potent than mine. I hope the push it gives is enough. Previous users, this may be selfish of me to say, but I'm not ready to let go of One for All yet. Please, like you did with Kaken, lend May some of your power. Just for a little bit. Please, just one more time. Fine, if it'll help you, ninth. One more time. Red veins slowly cover Izuku's body and turn into green-tinted Haki markings as they spread. The red veins spread from Izuku's hand to May's hand. She watches astounded as the veins spread across her body. The veins gradually turn into pink-tinted Haki markings. Her hair starts glowing a lighter shade of pink and seems to float in the air, while her greenish-yellow eyes shine more golden yellow in color. Izuku lets go of May's hand and she looks down at her arms, sparking with what looks like pink lightning. Izuku smiles as Leo starts sewing his arm back to his shoulder. Once he's done, Izuku picks up his snow sword and places it in the small space between his arm and shoulder. Izuku. May. May. Ah, okay, I'm on it. May says as she proceeds to grab hold of the hilt of the sword. A purple mass emanates from her hand and covers Izuku's sword and arm. Snow starts coming out of the sword like a blizzard and fills the room. Izuku. Aya. May. Izuku. Are you okay? Izuku. I'm fine, don't stop. Pudding. It's getting pretty damn cold in here. Ichako. Ah, she's gonna go into hibernation. Izawa. Huddle up and keep her warm. Izuku. God, this hurts, it feels like I'm being pulled apart piece by piece, but I gotta stay calm, pain means it's working, I just have to endure this. Back to the present. Izuku. You're gonna have to do a lot more than cut off my arm in order to keep me down for good. Unless you deal a fatal blow to me, I'll recover no matter how bad an injury I get and come back stronger than before. Case in point, this. Izuku says as he points to what looks like a pure white arm connected to his shoulder by stitches of green and pink tinted Haki. Izuku. Granted, I may have lost a sword and it hurt like hell getting this thing attached, but now I'm back in the ring. You wanna know the best part about this thing? It doesn't have any bones to break. Itsuki, Shoto, All Might, Kinemon and Izo remain shocked as they just stare at Izuku and his new arm. Jack on the other hand seems to be growing rather frustrated. He tightens his grip on his swords and bares his teeth. Jack. What the hell? How many times do I have to kill the same kid until he stays dead? Izuku. You're welcome to try cutting this off again, but you may find that things'll turn out differently than last time. Jack. It doesn't matter what you change or what tricks you use, you're still just the same old brat from a few minutes ago. Jack yells as he starts charging at Izuku while raising his hakified blades. Izuku looks at him with an indifferent expression on his face. He then looks behind him. He sees the others watching him while Maruko holds onto an unconscious May. He smiles and raises his fist in the air for them to see. He turns back to see Jack far closer to him. Izuku closes his eyes and breathes out deeply. Izuku. Akazuya 9 Samurai Arts. First chapter. His eyes then dart wide open with him activating Gear Second. He draws Nidai Kitetsu and Okiku's sword while simultaneously coating both of them in Haki. He holds Okiku's sword horizontally in front of him with his right arm and holds up Nidai Kitetsu behind him with his left arm. The Haki on Izuku's left arm and left leg spread as they bulk up with Izuku's left bicep bulking to balloon-like proportions in comparison. He shapes his right arm into a larger one by adding more snow onto it. Izuku. Oden Notoryu. Tojin Shirataki. Izuku leaps forwards at extreme speeds using his bulked-up leg. In a split second, Izuku appears in the air behind Jack with both his arms spread out. Jack's sword shatters and a large deep diagonal cut appears on his chest. Jack screams as blood splurts from his chest like a fountain. Izo looks up shocked at Izuku, while Kinemon and Momonosuke have large smiles on their faces. Everyone else, including those from the battlefield who had just arrived, stare completely in shock seeing Jack injured. Izuku lands on the ground and returns his limbs back to normal. He sheathes his swords and grabs his left arm. Izuku. Ow, that's what I get for using full power 2 times. Izuku turns around to look at Jack who's still screaming. Izuku. But that worked pretty well. Itsuki. Oi, Deku, what the hell was that? Shoto. Midoriya, it's good to see that you're alright. Itsuki and Shoto yell as they run up to Izuku. Itsuki. You got yourself a new arm? Izuku. Well, sorta. It's still my arm, but it's kinda still dead since I can't feel anything. I can still control it like I controlled my snow sword though. Shoto. In any event, it seems like you've gained a mighty power-up. Jack stops screaming, causing the three of them to look at him. Jack turns around while pressing his hand against his chest. He pulls his hand back and looks to see his palm covered in blood. Jack. You brat. Jack yells as he starts increasing in size. His arms become bulkier and get covered in brown hair. His legs and feet become thicker, turning into that of a woolly mammoth. The upper half of his face becomes the same as his woolly mammoth forms, with his nose turning into a long trunk and tusks. Shoto. What is that? Izuku. I'm guessing that's his hybrid form. Katsuki. We finally backed him that far into a corner, haven't we? Izuku. You guys still have enough fight left in you to finish this off, right? Katsuki. I could still take on a whole army. Shoto. You sure you're still up for this? You're still looking a little pale after all. Izuku. I lost a lot of blood, but it's still pumping. I can keep fighting. Shoto. I see. In that case, I can still fight as well. Izuku. Happy to hear that. Let's go. Izuku says as he holds his right arm up in front of him. Izuku. Gear 3rd. Izuku bites into his snow arm and pulls out a chunk of snow using his teeth. From the hole in his arm, fierce winds blow out and surround him like a hurricane. After a moment, the hurricane subsides with Izuku standing in the center. His left arm is covered in green-tinted black snow, which has the appearance of a gauntlet made up of large scales. His right arm looks the same aside from sparks of green electricity surrounding it, and it lightly glowing green. His legs appear longer and have scale patterns in the snow, while his feet look like an actual dragon's with heels in the air. On his back are two pairs of green-tinted black wings with a spiked tail below them. His hair is spiked up and glowing a lighter shade of green like his eyes. His teeth have black fangs, and his forehead has a pair of two large black horns attached to it. Izuku. Dragonman. Jack. I'm sending you all to hell. Hey, S.I. Go ahead and try. The trio charge forward at Jack, who started charging at them. Katsuki and Shoto jump up while Izuku flaps his wings and takes off. Jack hackifies his fist and throws a punch at them. Katsuki counters with a blazing kick, Shoto slashes forward with a sword covered in black eyes, and Izuku throws a hard right hook. The combined attack of the three of them clashes with Jack's mammoth fist. They clash evenly for a while until the trio eventually overpower Jack's punch. Jack's fist gets blown back, leaving him open to attack. Izuku. Shiro Culverin. Izuku throws his left fist forward and stretches his arm at Jack. Izuku's fist deals a hard blow to Jack's gut that knocks the wind out of him. Katsuki boosts himself forward using explosions and gives a hackified horizontal kick to Jack's chin. Shoto stabs his frozen katana in Jack's right hand. The ice spreads and starts freezing Jack's fist. Jack swings his trunk and slams it into Katsuki, sending him crashing back down to the ground. He tries to hit Izuku with it next, but he flies higher in the air to avoid it. Jack then grabs Shoto with his left hand and pulls him and his sword out of his right hand. While he's enclosed in Jack's hand, Shoto engulfs himself in flames. Feeling the burn, Jack throws Shoto down to the ground and looks back up to Izuku. Izuku takes a deep breath and breathes out an opaque mist. Jack narrows his eyes and tries to sense Izuku in the mist. From the mist, a black fist shoots out and tries to hit Jack. Jack sidesteps out of the way and dodges the fist. Right then, Izuku rockets out with an electrified trident in hand. He does a roll while descending to reposition himself so that he holds his trident with both hands and has it pointed at Jack. Izuku. Frost Spark. Izuku stabs the trident in Jack's trunk. The trident freezes part of Jack's trunk while also releasing an electric current throughout his body. Back on the ground, Katsuki takes aim at Jack's face with an explosion charging in his palm. Katsuki. AP shot. Columbiad. Katsuki launches a large explosive bullet straight at Jack's face. Shoto, who's standing next to him, proceeds to fire a blast of flames at Jack as well. Sensing their attacks coming, Izuku pulls his trident out and jumps off Jack's trunk. Shoto's flames engulf Katsuki's explosive bullet and form a large ball. The ball clashes with Jack's face and creates a massive explosion that almost makes him fall over. Jack grunts angrily as he recovers from the blast. Jack. You little ants. Jack stomps on the ground with his mammoth foot, creating a miniature earthquake that starts splitting the ground. Katsuki and Shoto launch themselves up in the air to avoid getting swallowed up by the ground. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Shiro Hydra. Izuku punches forward with his right arm and extends it at Jack. 8 more hackified arms branch off and head towards Jack. Katsuki lands on one of the arms and starts riding on it as if he were rail grinding. He spins rapidly, causing his leg to ignite in flames again. Jack tries defending himself but still gets hit by the majority of the black fists. Itsuki jumps off Izuku's arm and delivers a blazing front kick to Jack's gut. Itsuki. Cross strike. Jack coughs up blood and gets blown back by Kitsuki's kick. Izuku pulls back his arms and returns it back to normal. He dives down to the ground before proceeding to fly at Jack just a little bit above the ground. At the same time, Shoto uses his flames to boost himself higher in the air and draws one sword with his right hand. He grips his right wrist with his left hand and descends down to Jack. Down on the ground with Izuku, he creates a large crucifix blade made of black snow in his right hand. Izuku darts diagonally up into the air with his blade catching fire. Izuku. Kiryuisan. Shoto. Hiryu. Keen. The two of them both slice Jack at the same time. Izuku's slash catches fire, while Shoto's slash ignites in blue flames. Jack screams angrily as he feels the searing burns caused by both of them. He turns around and smacks Izuku away with his hackified trunk. Izuku quickly recovers and uses Skywalk to launch himself back at Jack. Izuku hits him with a hard blow to the gut with his right fist that makes Jack vomit up blood. Jack immediately retaliates by slamming Izuku into the ground with both his fists. The moment Izuku crashes to the ground, he sends a fist straight up to Jack's jaw. Jack can't hear his jaw cracking from the blow. Kitsuki. Oi. Jack looks forward to see Kitsuki in the air ahead of him with both his feet ignited. Kitsuki. Have a taste of this premier hatches. Kitsuki kicks rapidly at Jack's trunk with both his blazing legs. Jack does his best to withstand the blows, but some of them manage to break through his haki. While Kitsuki is busy kicking Jack, Shoto is on the ground with all three of his swords drawn. He jumps into the air and holds his two-hand swords over his shoulder. Shoto. Santoryu. Senichiju pound ho. Shoto swings his blades and fires a large slash of compressed air that cuts into Jack's stomach. Jack winces and clenches his bleeding stomach. Izuku. Gomu Kenpo. Izuku shoots up from the ground and hovers in front of Jack's eyes. He throws his right arm back and twists it like a coil. Fierce freezing winds start circling around the arm like a hurricane. Izuku. Storm rifle. Izuku brings his fist forwards with it rapidly untwisting as it moves. He hits Jack right in between his eyes. The power of the blow combined with the fierce winds generated from it knock Jack far back. Izuku. Not yet Gomu Kenpo. Izuku freezes his fist and throws it forward sending it after Jack. The attack does several zigzags in the air with green lighting sparking from it and snow swirling in the air around it. The snow accumulates around the fist and takes the form of a large reptilian head. The head roars before Izuku's fist bursts through its mouth slightly enlarged. Izuku. Leviathan. Kitsuki. Shoto. Shoto. Yeah. Shoto engulfs his left leg in flames, while Kitsuki hackifies all three of his blades. Shoto grabs onto Kitsuki and launches the two of them at Jack using his flames. Once airborne, the two of them separate and each head for a separate shoulder. Kitsuki holds his hand swords over his mouth sword and Shoto points his blazing leg at Jack's shoulder. Shoto. Diable jam. Kitsuki. Santoryu. Jack comes to a standstill after getting blown back by Izuku and tries to catch his breath. He's given no time to do so though as Kitsuki slices into his right shoulder while Shoto strikes his left. Shoto. Genkyued. Grill shot. Kitsuki. Altorgari. The back of Kitsuki's blades start to glow and the intensity of Shoto's flames start to increase. The back of Kitsuki's blades explode and Shoto gives a sudden burst of flames from his leg. At the same time, Izuku's Leviathan hits Jack in the face. The three of them yell as their combined assault launches Jack off his feet. He lands on the ground and starts rolling as he can't stop from the momentum. He tries grabbing onto the ground to stop himself. After a few minutes, Jack manages to stop himself. He pants heavily before proceeding to stand up. His eyes widen once he looks ahead of him. The three young pirates stand before him in line. Kitsuki is engulfed in black flames with his legs covered in an orange-tinted haki. Shoto standing next to him has all three of his swords drawn with one frozen in pink-tinted black ice. One engulfed in black flames and the one in his mouth frozen in pink-tinted black ice with black flames covering it, and on the right of both of them, Izuku standing with his arms crossed and the area surrounding him covered in ice. They all stare him down with their glowing red eyes and their conqueror's haki emanating off them like a dark aura. The three of them all jump up into the air. Kitsuki holds his right leg out and Izuku holds his left one out. Shoto places his feet against both their legs. Hey and I. Go Shoto. Kitsuki and Izuku kick and launch Shoto at Jack. Shoto holds his two hand blades in front of him and starts spinning them. Shoto. Ichidai Sanzen Daisen Sekai. Jack can't react fast enough to raise his arms and can only hackify his body to defend from Shoto's oncoming attack. Shoto swings his blades forward and clashes with Jack's trunk. Shoto yells and pushes with all the strength in his arms. Shoto's Haki proves superior in the end as he not only cuts through Jack's Haki, but he also cuts Jack's tusks and trunk clean in half. Jack screams out in pain from Shoto's slash. Shoto lands on the ground in front of Jack and looks back to Izuku and Kitsuki. Kitsuki is standing on Izuku's outstretched leg. Izuku? You're up next, Kakin. Kitsuki? I know. Izuku swings his leg and sends Kitsuki flying straight at Jack. Kitsuki smirks midair and points his blazing leg at Jack. Kitsuki? Hell meteor. Kitsuki deals a devastating blazing kick to Jack's stomach. Jack's entire body gets engulfed in the black flames, making him scream out from the burning. Kitsuki points his loaded gauntlet back and pulls the pin. The explosion from the gauntlet further propels Kitsuki into Jack's stomach. A loud audible crack is heard from Jack's chest, and he vomits out blood. Jack takes a step back and clenches his stomach. Kitsuki lands on the ground next to Shoto and nods at him. Jack looks down at the two of them with bloodshot eyes while still clenching his stomach. His eyes widen though once he realizes that he's only looking at the two of them. He looks back up and sees Izuku nowhere in sight. He looks back down to Kitsuki and Shoto to see Kitsuki smirking while pointing up to the sky. Jack looks straight up to see Izuku flying up in the air above him. His right arm is stretched out to the sky with a giant fist at the end. Izuku? You're not getting up after this one, Jack Gomu Kenpo. Izuku's giant fist sparks with green electricity to the point where it looks like a ball made of lightning. The Haki covering Izuku's left leg spreads to cover the left half of his torso. His left leg charges with green electricity and bulks up underneath the snow. Izuku uses skywalk with his bulked up leg and launches himself down at Jack. Izuku? Green. Izuku throws his giant fist down at Jack. Jack only stares up in complete shock as the giant fist comes down at him. The fist connects and collides with Jack's face, knocking him down to the ground. Izuku? Thunderbird. Izuku continues pushing his fist down onto Jack's face. The ground beneath his face cracks and starts splitting open. Shoto creates an ice dome encasing him and Kitsuki for added protection. Izuku? Reiaya. Izuku screams loud enough to be heard by everyone on the battlefield. Electricity surges through Jack's body and he starts freezing from the cold. Izuku continues pushing down before suddenly widening his eyes. The giant fist seems to explode into pieces and turns into a snow hurricane with green sparks of electricity. The ground around Jack starts freezing and spreading to the rest of the battlefield. Everyone tries their best to withstand the cold and not get sucked in by the hurricane. Izuku reforms his arm and looks down at the ground. There he sees Jack lying unconscious on the ground in his human form with the majority of his body frozen. Izuku turns around and looks up to the sky to scream out triumphantly. Izuku? Hi. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.